gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening, people? It is Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I am your host, Jeff, and look at this. Look at all these beautiful faces you see here before you. It's kind of scary. And of course, I don't mean Nick. Nick, not a beautiful face. Sorry. What is happening, everybody? It is Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. Today, we are traveling to Prog Metal Island, and I've got all these victims with me today, and this is really cool. So I'm going to go ahead and really quick introduce everybody, and this could get really kind of crazy. We'll try it this way. There we go. Can we do it that way? No, we can't. So what I'm going to do, I want to blow faces up here. We'll do it that way instead. So here we've got Mr. Serge from Black Room Secrets, or Black Room Secrets. I was going to say Black Room Photo, but...
Oh, Black Room Photo is a photography name, sure. Probably more active there somewhat.
So we got Serge till about 3. He's got a little one he's got to take care of. So we're going to kind of maybe cycle him through with a couple extra picks towards the end to move him a little quicker. But Serge, are you happy and excited to be here?
Oh, nothing I love more than spending time with a bunch of prog metal there.
I can tell. Your prog metal dorkdom is raging hard. That sounded weird. Maybe I shouldn't have said it that way. All right, next up, we got my buddy Dave Ernie Ernst. What's up, Dave?
I made it. Hey,
you made it.
Glad to be here.
And you're the only guy that has no hair. Just saying.
There's a little bit up there.
Dave, it's cool to have you here, buddy. We've been, you and I on this panel here, we've been friends for a long time, like over half our lives.
Yep.
We've done a hell of a lot of shows, and a lot of those shows were prog metal shows. And so it's cool to have you here, and I appreciate you joining us today.
Yep, thank you.
All right, and a first-timer, we got Jürgen, all the way from Germany, from Nuremberg. What is happening, man?
Hey, guys. Nice to be on here. Finally, it happened.
Yeah.
Last time I had something else to do. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Shit happens. You should mention your channel. You have a channel called 6 Beers, 9 Wives. You've had a couple of different iterations of that, which you have a little bit of fun with that stuff. So what's going on over there, man?
Yeah, not doing too much. I did a small collection update yesterday, but nothing serious right now. I've got other things to do. Care about the family.
Cool. Again, everybody, until I call on you, will you please mute? Because we're definitely getting echo, and I really don't know where that's coming from. We're going to have to just sort of sort it out as we go, but I'll do the introductions and we'll figure it out. So let's go down to Logan. Logan, you have been with me before.
Yes,
and your channel is Drunken Metal Musings.
Yep, this is the second island I've been stranded on, and
With
I'm ready to class it up. I got my PBR.
Look at you!
I'm ready to be all sophisticated and listen to some prog, and
1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Logan's already drinking. Why not? Right?
It's a Sunday.
What's going on at Metal Musings? I think you just dropped something the other day, right?
Yeah, I did. I just dropped a video about extreme sludge metal. So I guess the opposite side of prog.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
I've
you
been
dig a lot of
over
that.
the map.
You and Brian and Rick, you guys are into your sludge metal stuff. So that's
absolutely
cool. All right, good to have you here, buddy. Roger.
Cheers.
Roger, I'm not gonna say your last name because I always fuck it up. So you say it, and your channel is your actual name. So how goes it over in Norway, sir?
It's pretty good. Finally stopped raining, so nice weather and cold weather with what I like. So everything.
How cold is it?
No, it's not that cold. It's not snowing yet, but
Okay.
it's been close.
Nice. It's good to have you here and not have it be at like 3 a.m., which is, I think
Yeah,
you're probably
good for me.
you're probably thankful for that. So it's cool to have you here, buddy. Always good to see you.
Thank you.
Let's see. We're moving on to Necrotic Nick from Thralls of Metal. What's going on, buddy?
Not too much. I've been stoked for this one for a while. Been retooling my list and then retooling it again.
And again.
Thralls Metal, do like metal reviews and all that shit. We got rankings and stuff. Yeah, perpetually busy here, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot, but you do more than I do because you're fucking insane. So there you go.
No one's here to argue that.
Precisely. So, Mr. Eric Berg, young Canuck, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you, man.
Oh, I was muted. Good. Happy to be here.
You've been excited about this one for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, I was kind of bugging you like for the last couple months.
A little bit.
Yeah.
When are you going to do this? I have like 40 choices, man. I can't narrow them down. I'm like, well, you got to narrow them down somewhat.
But
before you got here, I owned up to something. I told all you guys you could have 10 honorable mentions. I might be exceeding that by 1, 2, 3, I don't know, 8, 25, I don't know, something like that. But it's my stream and I do what I want. There you go. Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Likewise.
We've got another member of the Thralls community here, Jammin' John. What's up, buddy? Unmute. Unmute.
He's a very
know where the mute button is. There we go. What's up, buddy?
Also in Thralls of Metal, happy to be here. Been when Nick told me this was a thing, I said, well, I got to get in on this. So
for sure, you did Cynic with me, right? Me and Nick, right?
I did Cynic with you. Yep. I'm celebrating my new office. The wall's a little bare, but
look at you.
Yeah,
very nice. Yeah, you got to get some wall flags up there, dude. Got to get some.
Well, I got to fight my girlfriend for them. She's got like 3 of them, and she's like, "You can't put everything in your office." And I was like, "What? Why not? It's my office."
All right, man. Well, good to have you here, John. I'm
thank you for having me.
I know you love the prog metal. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Johnny Mac from Rock and Metal Plus. What's up, dude? Like the shirt?
Greetings. Yeah, thank you, sir. All good here. I've realised that I'm one of the only people that's done all these bloody island things, so I think I'm a fucking jinx. I think it's me that's.
All of them?
I've done them all, buddy. Yep.
God damn, I gotta talk to a guy about quality control, man.
I know you can't get rid of me. I think it's the same bloody island, and I just stuck on there and I can't get off it.
You're like fucking herpes. I cannot get rid
of
you, man.
It's a nightmare. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I've done every one, and I've got to admit, Jeff, this was the hardest one for me because I'm not a major prog nerd.
Yeah.
So this was really hard for me. I only managed about sort of 17, 18 albums in total.
Oh, well, I mean, only 17.
Grindcore Island?
Yeah, Grindcore Island. Now I'm up for that one. Now you're talking.
The funny thing about all this is when we do these exercises, first of all, we know this is extremely fluid. It's not, it's not static ever, right? We all of our listening palettes change dynamically all the time, right? And so what we're listening to today, what we ended up pulling for over the last 3-4 days, I was working on mine. It's just, it could change later this afternoon. Let's be honest. But the thing is, it's kind of a nice exercise to get you to focus on, like, what would you do if you only had the choice of X number of albums? Now, I opened it way up with the honorable mention thing, and I also kind of opened it up in terms of, well, what is prog metal? So we're gonna start there real quick and go around the horn. I want you to kind of tell me what you think prog metal is to you. What it mean? What that? I didn't look up a definition because, of course, there's Wikipedia, and someone could actually really quick pick. I didn't do it. I was a little lazy. Pull up, Metal Archives and see what their definition is. But I think it's all going to mean a little something different to all of us. And the reality of it is I didn't narrow the focus here. I said, look, I'm going to keep it wide open. Just no dinosaur prog bands, which I love, and I think Jurgen loves, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys like your King Crimsons and your Genesises and your Yeses and all those bands. At least I do. I love those bands. That's where I started in this craziness from. But I think we're all going to have a little bit of a different definition of what prog metal really is. And so I was cool with prog death, prog black, prog neo-prog, that kind of neo-prog metal, rather, I should say. So like Marillion doesn't really fit because I love Marillion, one of my favorite bands, but they're a neo-prog band. They're not a metal band. They don't have metal in them. So basically, if you have crunchy, heavy guitars on your albums, it's probably semi-metal, right? And it's probably semi-prog if it's got oodles and oodles of notes. So, Serge, I'm going to start with you. What does prog metal mean to you, and when did you get into it? Where? How?
I went through the Pink Floyd to Porcupine Tree to Opeth pipeline.
Which is kind of where I came from, but yeah, pretty much. And when was that? Do you remember?
Well, so Floyd was obviously early. PT was 96-ish, 95. And then when Wilson started working with Opeth, that's when I got into Opeth, and then that kind of opened up a whole other venue of metal for me, which I wasn't, for the most part, I wasn't really aware of at the time.
Right. Okay, cool. You and I have a sort of similar path, but not exactly, because I predated you a little bit. Dave, how about you? You and I go way back, man. I mean, we probably, you and I will say this. Let me speak for you 1 second here. I remember coming up into your bedroom in 1984, the summer of 84, and you putting Melissa on and fucking Metal Church's first album and this one, which was huge and probably the big one for me, Queensryche, The Warning, and the EP. That was where I remember going, oh, god damn, are you kidding me? Like, that was it. How about you?
Yeah, well, I mean, when I first got into music, it was Kiss, Kiss Alive 2, and then I did the Columbia House and the RCA, record deal. So my first Rush album was Hemispheres, Kansas Leftoverture. So I love that. The prog, I like the rock. I mean, I think my first, true, prog metal was probably Dream Theater, where it was a little different. And, from that point, going forward, I'm still into metal and rock and prog, all of it. I mean, how many prog metal rock shows have we seen over the years? A bunch.
A lot. Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, do you remember that day that we went up? I don't remember if it was after work or on a weekend or something, but I remember going up in your bedroom and you throwing like Queensryche, The Warning on, and I started playing Take Hold of the Flame, remember?
Yep.
It was like, and you're like, whoa, what the hell? And I'm like, yeah. It was like maybe the week after that I started playing Take Hold of the Flame, and you're like, holy
Right.
shit, dude, how'd you do that? I'm like, I'm a genius. What can I say? Anyway, Jurgen, how about you? I'm really interested to hear your story. You're good.
Yeah, prog metal started for me with Mekong Delta back in here in Germany. They were quite big. It was 1987, and it developed from there. So I'm not gonna give away my first picks. I'm gonna talk about that a little bit later.
That's cool. But now, just a quick question, if you don't mind me asking. I think are you in your late 40s, mid 40s?
Yeah, I'm in my late 40s, yeah.
Late 40s. Okay, so you're a couple years behind me. Dave and I'm actually not the oldest guy on the stream for a change, which is usually always the case. Dave, my buddy Dave, has got me by, I think, 5 weeks, 6 weeks, something like that. When are you, February what, dude?
February 15th.
Nice. You got me by 6 weeks, you bastard. Anyway, all right. And the reason I asked that, Jurgen, is that, it's interesting to note our age ranges, how we come into the stuff that's happening at that time, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Okay, Logan, how about you?
Jeff, I agree completely with that last thing you just said. It's all about kind of when you're coming in to the genre. Like I am pretty sure my picks and maybe Eric's and the Thralls guys will be a little different just because of age. Like when I was getting into music and prog, we're talking like late 2000s, early 2010s, and there was definitely a certain trend going on that djenty noise and like the overly technical, like, you know, instrumental shred stuff was just huge, and it's kind of hard to deny, you know, that. And honestly, prog was probably one of the first genres that I kind of glommed onto. But in all fairness, it's not one that I've actually stuck with, because I think, like, in my mind, progressive music is like music for music's sake. You know, it's just more is more. Let's more time signatures, more just eclectic influences. And it's like as soon as you've heard what in your mind is like the biggest and most extravagant, I don't know, where do you go from there? So I've got like a core group of albums that I'll be able to talk about today, but I haven't not done too much listening of like newer prog bands and stuff. So I'm curious to see.
Well, neither have I, to be honest with you.
Picks
But I mean, there's a few here and there. But the good thing about this too is we'll run into this thing where we're all going to hear about bands that maybe we've either just heard of or we don't even really know of. And by introducing people with a quick blurb about it, you know, some of the stuff, like a lot of mine, is going to be like, oh, of course he chose that. Of course he chose that. You know, fuck
There's
you,
those
Nick. Don't
too.
say a word. Don't say a word, Nick. Don't say a word. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those, you know, I come from an era, so that's where a lot of my stuff comes from. Not all of it though. So, but I didn't really make you guys tell me what you think of what prog is. But, you know, for me, the thing you typically think of as prog is music that is, especially metal, is that it's crunchy. It's got some heavy riffs. It's got a lot of notes, generally long songs with long instrumental passages, a lot of time signature changes, and often, you know, esoteric and out there lyrics about, yeah, it can be the power metal thing is usually the Hobbit thing, but there's a lot of Hobbity stuff and interstellar stuff and space travel and UFOs and all kind of stuff like that. And then there's other more down to earth stuff like addiction. And so, I mean, the topics can run the gamut, but usually sci-fi plays a role in some of it often. So, I mean, that's what I hear, what I think of when I think of prog metal. Those are the constructs of it. So, Roger, how about you? Where did you come in? If you want to comment on what prog metal means to you, what it
Well,
is.
I kind of prog is a word that I always kind of, for me, was prog rock. So I didn't think of bands like, Atheist and bands like that to do progressive music. For me, it just was kind of technical. But you know, in kind of thinking of it, I probably started mid 80s with some progressive, hard rock stuff that I like to listen to. I had an album by a band called Q5, the Steely Light, which is a very progressive song, and I love that song. So it probably started there, but I never kind of thought about it in that way as progressive. I just liked what I liked, and it's kind of the late 90s or early 2000 that, I started to kind of shift between put them into, label them as progressive, I guess.
Right. And I know a couple of you guys, the prog thing is not your first and foremost choice of genres that you love. And Roger, you probably fall into that category, and Johnny as well. I think the rest of us all have a pretty good firm footing in prog or prog metal. Jurgen, I think you're a pretty big prog guy. Roger, will you do me a favor and look in the private chat real quick? I have a message there for you. If you could help me out. Nick, how about you real quick on, where you came in, what you think prog metal is to you?
I mean, honestly, I came into just prog in general through my mom, because she's a giant prog head. She loves Yes, Rush, Genesis, Gentle Giant, all that stuff. That's where I first heard prog in terms of like musical structure and such. And it wasn't until years later that I heard about this band called Dream Theater, and I was like, oh, prog metal, and decided to check it out. I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. And yeah, that's kind of where I got into it. And like over the years, kind of moved a little bit further away from like traditional prog metal. And I like hearing prog kind of like as a seasoning with different styles. Like we're definitely getting into that in my stack, like progressive this metal, progressive that metal. I think it's an awesome seasoning, and it just adds a lot of cool musicality to whatever style you bring it to. Like it's all about creativity and maybe a more than modest amount of wank.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of wanky. I don't know if you guys brought your own paper towels, but I did. But just saying. Anyway, so moving on. Eric Berg, how about you, buddy? What's your take, and when did you come in? Because you're one of the, like Logan, you guys are the young cats here, and you know.
Yeah, so I got into some proggy stuff back in like high school, which would have been like 2008 to 2012 for me. And I really liked the crazy, like wanky stuff at first, but over the years, I don't know, once the initial like kind of shock value of that, like hearing somebody shred, like John Petrucci, for instance, I was like, holy crap, like when I first heard that. But I don't know, the last few years, I kind of have seen myself gravitating away from that a little more and more towards stuff that kind of gets me in an emotional impact kind of way, instead of just like wankery, if you want to call it that. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to define prog metal too. I mean, you have some bands that are super technical, other bands that aren't technical at all. It's just kind of a style that brings together a lot of different elements for me. But it's hard to define the line between prog metal and avant-garde metal, post-metal, and even prog rock and prog metal sometimes. But anyway, we could get into a whole long discussion.
Yeah, Nate has a good point here. Nate Urboric, who, by the way, somebody please remind me at the end of the show to read the 4 lists of people that sent them into me real quick off. Nate is one of those. There's another Nate, young Nate, who's claiming to be the youngest he is. He's only 17. He sent me a list, and then I've got Jimmy, who may be joining late after Serge leaves, and one other person, Ryan. So remind me, somebody please. Nick, remind me. He's got a great point here. What he said here is to write. Oh, sorry. God damn it. To me, prog is to write with an open canvas with no rules or limits, letting the imagination fly. And it usually happens to be done by people who really know how to play their instruments. Yeah. I mean, that's legit right there in a lot of ways. Although I would argue that a lot of prog metal does become somewhat cookie cutter as it goes along, and a lot of bands start to emulate a certain core group of the originators of it, but who they took from one of the bands I'm going to start off with, quite frankly. But yeah, good point, Nate. John, how about you, buddy? When did you get into it?
I got into it in I guess it would be like the summer of 2001. I was standing in my buddy Rob's garage at a 4th of July party, and he turned on Blackwater Park by Opeth, and I fucking immediately lost it. And I mean, to me, prog is like a culmination of a bunch of genres. Like it's like a puzzle. It's like putting together a puzzle of all these different kinds of music and making it somehow flow together. Like, you know, placing, you know, like metal with jazz and with like rockabilly and you know, just crazy shit all coming together and working somehow. And it's like a musical journey for me. So
I can't wait to hear what album you pulled that is rockabilly prog metal, man. I am fucking stoked for that. Let's bring it on. All right, Johnny. I know you're really excited about that rockabilly prog metal album. So what you got, man?
Yeah. Yeah, as I said, weird for me. First time I heard prog, being almost as old as you, Jeff, was Marillion. Went down to a buddy's house in early 80s, and he just got Script for the Jester's Tear. And that blew me away because I got into music 79. I was 12, got into music 79. So I got being from the UK, I got the tail end of punk. So first single I bought was by the Sex Pistols. So I like the anger, the aggression, because, you know, when you're a young kid, that's what you want. You want to none of that and beat people up and shit. So I loved all that sort of aggression. And then being, as said, from the UK, it was new wave British heavy metal and the rise of your Maidens and Priests and, you know, Diamond Heads and all the bands that were coming out that we knew and exciting and had a fresh sound. So for me, prog was for the old farts. But when I heard Marillion, it just blew me away. It's like, you know, the length of the songs and the way they seem to flow. Because as I said, because I got into punk first, I was, you know, anything over 3 minutes and you can fuck off. But listening to an 8, 9, 10-minute song which told a story, and there was different parts of it, and it's a bit like John was saying. They seem to tell more of a story. So for me, a lot of what prog is a lot of concept albums and a story that flows through an album or a series of albums, using different types of metal genres or sometimes non-metal stuff, which is when you get, you know, you start to get a lot more acoustic and various different instruments that you don't usually hear in the, you know, latest album by whoever the latest great metal thing is.
Right.
But I think the first, what you probably call progressive metal band that I got obsessed with is Voivod.
There you go.
But I
Pretty sure
didn't
we're
know.
gonna hear a little about that band today.
Oh yeah, and I think I've put quite a lot of money on. I think Jurgen's might be mentioning him as it's his favourite band.
No.
So sorry if I spoiled that for you, Jurgen. But for me, it was, and as you say, then going to time signatures and changes and that sort of thing. There was just something about that band, and I said they're still one of my favourite bands now, and they're still doing that. But the way they also changed each album, it wasn't the same thing every time. You couldn't say, oh, well, yeah, you can tell it's a Voivod album, but they don't do the same stuff all the way through, and they don't produce the same album each time. So I think that's me in prog, basically. And,
Cool.
You know, as I said, the main proggy metal stuff I didn't get. As you say, Dream Theater, I've never got Dream Theater. I'm not really a big Wankery fan.
Right.
So I'm not a guitarist. I'm not a fan. I don't have many big guitarists that I get off on. I'm more for a whole range of music. And a lot of the stuff that I like is not your standard generic progressive metal,
Right.
but it's people that can play absolutely awesomely and tell a story and do it in a different kind of way anyway. So that's why if you see some of mine, you go, what the fuck is that?
Well, that's why
that's
we're
just
doing
what
this.
I do.
We'll figure it out as we go, right?
So that's what I do. So
here's the deal, just so you understand. I have the power of veto. So if you guys pull something that isn't prog metal, fuck off. Just kidding. All right. We're going to get started.
That's me knackered then. I'll go now, shall I?
See you, Johnny. It was good seeing you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by.
We're all going
Thanks for your
canoeing today.
participation.
Let
All
us.
right. So we're going to get started. Now, what I normally do is I normally start with my guests, but I'm going to be a little bit of a dick here, and I'm going to start first because I need to get this album out of the way because I have something important to say about what I feel the origins of prog metal are, okay? So once I go this time, I'll then start with Serge and go around. I'll go last. But I think maybe you'll agree, maybe you won't, and even if you don't agree, that's just tough because it's my opinion. So there we go. For me, my number one choice, and again, these aren't, as always with me, I don't have them in any set order. I don't really usually do that just because that makes a difficult task almost impossible and like overloads my brain. But I would contend this might be the very first prog metal album right here. The reason I say that is that the playing on this album is beyond reproach, obviously. It's a concept album, not the first concept album from this band. You could probably argue the 2112, maybe even bits of Caress of Steel were the first kind of proggy hard rock thing. But there's elements on this album that are definitely metal. And I'm talking about Circumstances. I'm talking about La Via Strangiato, and parts of Hemisphere's book 2. My favorite album of all time. It just is. I can't escape this album. It was so pivotally important to my musical, like everything that I'm about is about music all my life. And this is the album. Yes, Kiss started it, and I heard like Jethro Tull, and you guys have heard that story. But this Kiss was the kind of the hors d'oeuvres before the main course. And this was the album when I saw it in Greenspoint Mall in Foley's department store in 1978. Didn't know anything about this band, but I knew this dude that I looked up to in 8th grade. I was in 7th grade. This dude, we called him Flake because he was a fucking major stoner in 8th grade. And I'm like, that guy's cool. I want to be just like that dude. Okay. So, not a great choice, but whatever happened to Flake, who knows? But he did introduce me to Rush because he was wearing the Hemispheres tour shirt, the Raglan baseball jersey, and that's what made me see this album up on the display in the department store. It was on one of those little sort of like I don't know, a rack that was sitting out, and I'm like, I gotta have this. And I'm sure my mom was like, why does my kid who's 13 want an album by some band that has a naked dude on a brain? Probably pretty weird. But this is the album, man. This is the one. And I gotta flex. This is the 40th anniversary edition. You've seen it all. It's got the vinyl. It's got the fucking 5.1. It's got the whole fucking shebang. My favorite album of all time.
Nice.
All right, so there we go. We're moving on. And the reason I say that, guys, is to me, I think Rush is the nexus of prog metal. I really think they are the first, most people would say, well, Rush is a hard rock band. Yes, they are predominantly, but they're also right on that cutting edge of kind of, in my opinion, creating prog metal. So, all right, Serge, you are up, sir.
All right. I do have I think it's difficult sometimes to draw a line between prog rock, prog metal. I kind of tried to stick to bands that at least have prog metal in the Encyclopedia Metallum description. So, but I'll start with the band that I already spoiled in my intro because it might as well. This was my intro to prog metal, I think, and remains one of my favorite albums of all time. I think also one of my favorite covers of all time. I think most people here know much to say about the album, but I think it's one of the best albums that does light and dark well, does heavy moments well, does light moments well, melodic moments well. I mean, until this album, I never liked metal with, growling or screaming. It made me look at metal differently.
All right. I think we might see that album again from someone else, or 3 or 4. Dave, how about you, man? Your first entry into the fray here. What you got?
So the first entry into the fray was Queensryche. So the album I take with me is The Warning.
Yeah.
I first got into the first time I heard the EP from Queensryche, it was just different from, other metal I had heard out there, and loved that EP. Couldn't wait for that, for their first studio album to come out, or their full length album, which was The Warning. And I just wore that thing out. I just played it over and over and over. I mean, the drumming on it is amazing. The guitar work, Jeff Tate's vocals back then were amazing. And like you mentioned before, probably my favorite song is Take Hold of the Flame. Every song's good on that album, though. I love
every song is good on that album, man. NM156, man, that's a prog metal song, man. And actually, I'm glad that you showed that, because one thing to let you guys know, Dave does not have a lot of like physical media, because he's more of a download streaming guy.
It's packed away. I didn't make
a lot of it's packed away.
I didn't make the voyage down to the basement to
and that was my fault. I didn't actually think about that, because Dave doesn't have quite the sickness that all the rest of us have, and you know what that sickness is. Just saying. So, all right, Jurgen, I am
I
stoked.
told you I
to
don't
hear
have a
this.
problem.
Dude. We've already established you are the king of the problems. Let's be honest here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know. Only 9,500 CDs say differently. What's up, Jurgen?
So, okay, let's get the obvious out of the way.
Yes.
Voivod,
Told you.
before anybody else posted. They had 2 albums before that were a little bit more Motorhead or Venomish. This one starts to become really, really weird. Strange riffing, strange, weird story. The riffing over minimalistic drums, more of a punk background there, but yeah, Voivod is my favorite band, so I can't deny that.
And certainly that was the beginning of their excursion into prog metal. I mean, a lot of those songs are still pretty thrashy on there, but certainly, you know, songs like Killing Technology, long, elaborate, much more, you know, Piggy starts to come to the fore as a very experimental type guitar player that's not like every other thrash guitar player out there. And so I know you're going to see some Voivod coming up from a few of us. So
He's the godfather of dissonance, like in terms of like dissonant riffing. Yeah, it's Piggy.
But the weird thing about that is if you know about his guitar playing, it's not quite as dissonant as you would think it sounds it, because the way he plays triads in and over his rhythms. But it's not like he's doing shit like Imperial Triumph or, you know, this fucking weird ass shit that's so
it's progressed since.
It's still, but it still is, it's dissonant, but it's still melodic. That's the difference, I think. So, all right, Logan, how about you, man? What you got?
All right. Well, first, I'm going to try to class it up a little bit from that PBR I was showing. I'm going to... sorry. Real quick, I'm going to pop open a Lambic beer.
Christ, Logan's going to be fucking hammered by the time we get to the third album.
I won't flip anyone off this time, though. I promise.
Don't do that. You were loving flipping me off that night.
I was. Yep. I apologize.
Really disrespecting your elders that night.
I totally was. Shit. There's a cork in this thing. I don't have.
All right. What do you got?
God damn it. So I like how everyone's kind of indeed going for trying to get the obvious picks kind of out of the way, and I'm gonna do that. But mine is of the 2000s. And it's got to be this album. Right here, Between the Buried and Me Colors. So this band, not specifically this album, was one of the first that really clicked with me. It was their Parallax albums. It was the first one, like their little EP. That was one of the first like extreme, Hypersleep. That was one of the first extreme metal albums that ever actually kind of clicked with me. And it was because of the prog elements that I was actually able to enjoy it. And, you know, I was able to suffer through the more intense, like, I don't know what you would describe their backbone as. It's like a death metalcore kind of sound that just kind of steamrolls you. Like it's definitely very intense. But to me, it's because of that backbone that makes the actual prog moments stand out that much better and hit that much harder. Like on this album right here, the ending of Son of Nothing is just beautiful and just elevates you. Ants of the Sky, God, that was the first song off this album that clicked with me. And I mean, you know that part, that's the breath, like once again, it feels like it's rising. Is beautiful, and I don't know if is that where the rockabilly comes in, John?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of.
There's a rock.
You know the part.
Yeah. That's what I was saying most specifically. Actually, I just wasn't going to ruin it. So.
Sorry.
There we go. Nice catch.
There's a part where all of a sudden you feel like you're in a barn doing a hoedown or something like that, and you're looking around and there's farm animals and stuff. It's a trip.
Sweet.
And then of course. Ending song White Walls.
Oh my God.
Is one of the best songs ever written. I think if I were to come up with like a top 25 best song list, it would have to be on there. Like the last 5 minutes. Oh man, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Fucking love this album. Definitely an early contender. It has to make it to the island for sure.
Yeah, I got to do. I saw them open for Mastodon a bunch of years ago, and I was impressed. But I never went there, and I don't really know why. It's just too many bands, too much money, not enough time, all that.
Oh,
kind of
you need to make that
Yeah,
dive.
Jeff, you're only hurting yourself.
I'm sure. Oh, I do that regularly, John. Just so you know, Mister. I wanted to answer this question, Andre Cansado. Holy Land by Angra. I know Angra, but that was Kiko's band, right? Is that Kiko?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I've never checked them out, so I don't know it. Maybe some of the other guys do. If you want to comment, quick. We got to keep things moving, so just keep that in mind. So yeah, anybody know that album?
Nope.
I don't know the album. I mean, I've listened to some Angra before. It's good stuff.
Okay. Well, we don't know the album, Andre. Sorry, but stick around. There's a lot of other stuff to come, so apologize for that. All right, Roger, what you got?
Well, since it was named in the comments,
yeah,
horsepower, control, and resistance, progressive technical thrash metal. Took me a while to get into this album, mainly because the vocals were a little bit off back in the days. But I totally, when I first got into it, it was just absolutely fantastic. Love the kind of slightly uncontrolled build-ups they have with their songs, and that was kind of what this is. Progressive is kind of the way they are playing around with the songs. But yeah, killer album.
If you have trouble with the vocals on that album, you might want to not check out Energetic Disassembly because Jason McMaster is fucking wildly all over. I love it, but it takes a little bit of getting used to. So
it was only back in the days when this came out. I was I wanted the structure in my vocals. Mm-hmm. They were supposed to be like that and not like that.
That's a killer album though. Ron Jarzambek, fucking insane player. Alan Tecchio, just amazing. Just every guy in that band, a virtuoso and insane, right? All right, Nick, what you got, dude?
Well, I mean, yeah, Logan already kind of spoiled one of my big picks, so I'm going to double down on this. This is Prog genius, and I think honestly, in terms of shaping Prog's future, one of the most influential modern prog albums, because this is probably the first one that introduced like more extreme metal elements to prog. Before this, it was more melodic, more along the lines of like the original prog bands that I'm sure we're going to talk about more, Queensryche and Dream Theater. This brought in like blast beats, guttural vocals, but it had all the amazing prog writing, and this band knows how to genre hop possibly better than most bands and do it fluidly. Like Ants the Sky is possibly my favorite song on here. I mean, White Walls is close second, but Ants the Sky, the way that song genre hops, but it does it fluidly, and you get all of the things that you like about prog in general, like the lavish playing, the crazy song structure. You get a really strange narrative too, like in terms of a concept, but you also get like brutality, which generally brutality isn't something brought up in prog metal very often. It's just like, I mean, it's heavy, but like you get big breakdowns and then into these giant sweeping synthy sections with killer lead work. This is, I think, probably one of my favorite prog albums of all time. I've seen this band 8-9 times maybe. Go see them live. My God. Like I've seen them perform this entire album live, and it's jaw-dropping. One of the best prog bands out there still.
They were good live. I remember that. That was definitely for sure.
And check out that live album they did, Colors Live.
I have that one too.
Yeah.
Eric, what you got, man?
All right. So, a couple things to mention. If I'm just gonna real quick chime in on your kind of origins of prog metal thing. I mean, you can look at things like this. There's some heavy stuff on there. There's some pretty heavy stuff on here.
You're pulling a fucking Rick, dude.
This?
Yep.
You are pulling a Rick. Uh-huh.
He's learned well.
What you did there. Mm-hmm.
Or Jeff.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway,
yes. Right. We're not doing proto prog metal.
I know, but those are the proto prog.
Sure, they're definitely origin bands, no doubt, for sure. Yep. So let's see Let's see your first one, Rick.
Okay. So another thing I'm going to mention is, since we're all on this island together, theoretically, right? I'm going to assume that we can all be civilized enough to lend each other CDs. And
Oh fuck, that ain't happening. Are you kidding me?
Well, I'm gonna.
I'm already building a fort.
You do understand if we have to see each other, there might be some weird homoerotic stuff going on. So we have to stay in our huts. We have to stay right there. No sharing. It can get weird.
I'm building a moat around my fort now.
A moat with alligators and dragons, right?
Oh, dude, if we can get a dragon, yeah.
Right. Go for it. Well, it has to be. It's a Prog Island. Dragons.
Okay. Well, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna just say this was on my stack, but I'm gonna go to the next one. So, start off with this.
There you go.
Enslaved Vertebrae. I mean, there's so many Enslaved albums I could have picked. Monumention, Below the Lights, Issa, Rune, Retir, Axioma, In Times. They have so
Jesus Christ, he's doing a Rick every fucking moment he's talking.
Okay.
It's unreal.
I'll stop.
See, you figured out you were going to get all 40 fucking selections in one way or another, didn't you?
Okay. Anyway, this is probably my favorite Enslaved album. It changes day to day, but this one is where they really they almost stripped away some of the harshness, some of the metal. The guitar tone on this is kind of a little less distorted and stuff, but man, the songs on here are just fantastic. I think The Watcher was the first song that I heard by Enslaved that really grabbed me. Even though it's not super proggy, but man, Clouds, just the chord progressions that they use on here, they go places that you do not expect. It catches you off guard, and they do that throughout a lot of their albums. And I love the mix of, to me, these guys are kind of the black metal-ish equivalent of Opeth. They got less and less black metal as they've gone on. And some people complain about the harsh vocals these days, saying that they don't fit with the music. I don't mind them personally. And I think this is kind of their one of their most proggy albums, and I just love it. I don't know.
All right. Then there's a rule with you next time around. You can only mention one album going forward until we get to
I'm done with that.
Because I, in all seriousness, I only have Serge here until 3, so we're probably gonna have to double him up. And I want to try to get Jurgen done by midnight, so we gotta keep that in mind. So okay,
I'll shut the hell up.
John, how about you, bud?
Well, I went ahead and grabbed the live version of this, and everyone said it already. And Between the Buried and Me, Colors, God, such a wonderful album. And there's all your genre hopping, and there's your rockabilly, Jeff. So just beautifully done album. Heavy, not heavy, all over the map. Dude, White Walls is probably one of my favorite prog songs, period, on the face of the planet. This record is probably definitely in my top 5 albums of all time. I love this record. I fucking love it.
Is that? I think I'm right in this, but I'm just gonna do this delicately. That's the one with the problem with the guitar player, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Dusty Waring.
Yep. We'll move on from there. All right, Johnny Mac, what you got? Prog, not prog, not really metal.
Well, just to be weird, I thought I'd show some actual prog metal, if you don't mind.
Oh wow! Okay, cool.
I don't know if anybody's heard of this album.
No, never heard of it.
No, we got 2 copies. This is the OG, which is in my garage that got damp, so it's got a lot of wear on it.
Yeah.
This is the new version that came out, I don't know, a couple of years ago, but they've actually made it a double album because if you know the original, there's I don't know, about 1 million songs on it, and the production's not great. So they mastered it, put it onto 2 albums now, and it sounds absolutely fucking brilliant. I don't know, as I said, considering I don't like the type of music, Queensryche I've always loved. I was lucky to see them supporting Ozzy Osbourne. I think they were pushing the Empire album. So what that was?
No,
Yeah.
Rage.
Well, in the UK here, it was for Empire. So when he supported Ozzy, because actually,
what year was that?
I'm not sure what Ozzy was. It was in the 90s, yeah, because I actually got to meet Ozzy afterwards. A mate of mine had sorted out tickets for me and a buddy to go and see him. I don't know whether was he doing No More Tears or something like that. I don't know. But it was the Empire. I just remember Queensryche were playing Empire and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that was 1990.
That was really good. And I was lucky to see him about 2005, 6-ish, when they were playing Queensryche. We're doing Operation Mindclimb 1 and 2 live, which was really good. Although Jeff's tape voices was starting to go. He was doing the bit where he has the female vocalist that did a lot of the high-pitched shit that he couldn't do anymore. But it was still cool to see Mindclimb live, obviously. It's just a stunning album. And when I said about, progressive prog albums, to me was always a concept album. Operation Mindclimb is the ultimate concept album in my mind.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. It's the ultimate.
Right? That's the granddaddy.
It's still, whenever I'm in a hospital and I hear an announcement in the background, I just think of Operation Mindclimb. Always have done. Absolute genius. So there you go. That's me proper prog metal one anyway. I thought I'd get it out of the way.
Yeah, I jumped the gun a little bit there because I saw them open for Ozzy on the Rage Ultimate Sin Tour in 1986.
Right.
I saw it twice that year, yeah. And, I have a soft spot for Rage. It might be my favorite album of theirs, but it's not as proggy, I don't think, certainly as Operation Mindcrime and even Warning. So
didn't we see Operation Mindcrime?
We saw it. We saw them do that.
Yeah.
But it was for some reason I was thinking it was the Empire tour, but they played most of Mindcrime. But that was when Warrior Soul opened for them, and that was. Well, what? No, it wouldn't have been. It would have been 88, which would have been the year that Magic Johnson came out about having HIV.
Right.
We watched that right before we were watching the press conference before we went to the show, and Warrior Soul opened, and that was 88. You're right, it was for them. So I've seen Queensryche 5, 6, 7 times. I don't know, a lot, but great band, and they're actually very, very good now with Todd Latore fronting them. So. I'm going to stick with me going first. I hate to be a dick, but I'm just going to keep going this way. So,
do you hate being a dick?
Not really. No.
Yeah, I don't think he does. He doesn't really know.
No. I kind of relish being a dick. I lie. All right, so we're going to go with probably one of the if Hemispheres wasn't the most important album, this one certainly is right up there as one of the most important, if not the second most important, and it would be Fate's Warning, Awaken the Guardian, and this is the reissue with the DVD and all that stuff right there when Metal Blade started doing that. And of course, I've got the live. What's this called? Awaken the Guardian Live, which is the LP that's never even been opened because I'm that guy. And it has the book with the Blu-rays and the DVDs and the CDs and blah blah blah. Anyways, super important album for me. Dave, I don't know if you remember, but man, I got this the summer of 86, or maybe I think this came out in March or May. I forget which one. It came out right around the same time as Metallica, Master of Puppets. And I don't know if you remember this, Dave, but we did a lot of partying and a lot of driving while we were partying like idiots back then. And
who are you talking about?
There's a whole lot of stories to be told there that we probably, I don't know if the statute of limitations have run out, so maybe we shouldn't. But, man, this album and Metallica's Master of Puppets, dude, we fucking cranked this album constantly, right? Yep. I mean, this album just absolutely slays. John Arch, such a unique voice. You could argue maybe that the first album is very new wave of British heavy metal, Iron Maiden worship. The second album kind of in that vein is kind of there, but they start to get a little progressive on Spectre Within, but they fully realize it on this album. Not only just the artwork alone is just so evocative. The Ioannis, I think his name, or is it Ioannis artwork, man. I mean, And I will admit, I didn't know about this band until this album, and I saw this in the store, and I'm like, I gotta own that because that's got to be fucking cool. There's no way that's not cool the way it looks. And with songs like Guardian and Exodus on here, and freaking Prelude to Ruin, Sorceress. I mean, this album is a 20 out of 10 banger. And if you say any different, you just don't know. You just don't. You need to listen to it. It's a fucking monster album. And Awaken the Guardian, Fate's Warning. I struggled a little bit because I almost wanted to pick Parallels because I tend to sometimes like it a little better, even though it's more commercial, I guess you could kind of say. But that might arrive a little later in the segment here. So Fate's Warning, Awaken the Guardian. Serge, what you got?
All right. I'm gonna stick to the more famous albums for now, but also things that have I guess impacted me early on. And you see that, so that's Tool's Letter Laos. I saw Tool on the store, and I was aware of Tool. I was sort of a fan until then, and I saw his show, and I was mesmerized. But this album does it for me. It's that weird, like, trippy metal that I really dig, and I have a hard time finding. So this, I think, whatever your definition of prog metal is, I think this fits enough.
Oh, there's no question that album in particular, because they started moving that way with Anima, but that one was definitely the one. And somebody corrected me here, Mr. Raccoon. Yeah, you're right. HIV was 91, Dave. So we saw that in 91. So it was for Empire, because I kind of remember them doing Jet City and Empire and maybe one other off there. Maybe anybody listening, I think. But yeah. Thank you, Mr. Raccoon. Okay, Dave, what you got for number 2?
All right, number 2 is by Dream Theater. So like we were talking before, how you kind of got pulled into prog metal, something different. I think, Jeff, you had told me about Pull Me Under, and I had never heard that song before, but you said, hey, back then, unless you heard it on the radio or went and bought the cassette, CD, whatever, you couldn't just pull it up. And I was at a party. So funny, Jeff. I was at a party in Columbia. We were part of the Columbia JCs, and we're at this party listening to whatever the local rock station is. And this song came on, and I'm like, that's got to be the song. And sure enough, it was Dream Theater, Pull Me Under. So that was the first time I heard it. But my album is going to be Seen. I love Images and Words. I love, a lot of Dream. I might be able to pick 10 Dream Theater albums for the island, but I picked Scenes from a Memory.
Yeah.
It's the concept album. The musicians are amazing. The writing was amazing. Regression, Overture, Fatal Tragedy. And then even The Spirit Carries On. I remember watching a clip from Hellfest, and they played The Spirit Carry On, and you got all these, macho guys out in the audience crying. You wouldn't think that would be a song that they would play at Hellfest, but they played Spirit Carries On. So
you missed Home, man, the best song on the album.
Good song as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It had to have been Headbangers Ball that I heard Pull Me Under on. Had to have been. Because that was not really on the radio until it broke on Headbangers, and then it broke on radio. And, it's a fucking still a brilliant, brilliant song. So, yeah. All right. Jürgen, what you got for numero dos?
Okay, this might be a little bit of an odd choice because it's not really progressive. But how do you define progressive? It's a step ahead, a step where nobody has gone before. So that's my definition of prog.
Yeah.
And my second choice is 71st to Megatherion. This is basically a primitive album, but they were including horns and female vocals and made some strange choices in their music. So for me, that is a progressive album. It's not a prog metal album, but it's a progressive album. And even the old
look at that.
noise inner sleeves to Megatherium is advertised as the gods and originators of European avant-garde metal. So
Avant-garde,
there you
yeah.
go. Yeah, that's
Now,
my choice.
I don't know if you feel the same, but I would kind of argue that their prog album was probably Into the Pandemonium, because it's very, it's gothic and it's weird, and a lot of people hate it. I really like it, but a lot of people don't like it. But I think it's probably the most proggy, if we want to go with pure prog, right?
Yeah, but
So-
they got on Into the Pandemonium. They went a step too far for me on some songs.
Probably a lot. I think most people feel that way. I'm one of the weirdos that kind of.
It's the moaning vocals. Like, oh, like no, I'm out.
You don't like Tom going?
No, I don't want to hear his vinegar strokes.
Well, I got bad news for you, but I invited Tom to the island with all of us.
Oh, great!
And actually, it's weird. There's only 10 huts on this island, and he's the 11th person. He has to stay with one guy, and I nominated you, Nick. So, because you have the biggest CD collection on the island, regardless. Anyway,
Well, I'm going to build
Or
a
you will.
fort with it, and I might let you.
You'll let him in. You'll let him past your moat. In other words.
Maybe.
All right, Logan, what you got for number 2?
For number 2, let's see. Sticking with more modern albums, and this was a big one for me when it came out in 2012, and really just it blew my mind, and it's part of the reason why modern prog and all like these bands that they're bigger and louder and throw in more genres and more craziness and are kind of overproduced. It's because of this album that it doesn't do anything for me. If I wanted that sound, I just go back and listen to Portal by Nibla Viscaris. Australian band. They kind of just blew up the scene and really, to me, reinvented like that Opeth sound, for a whole new generation of people. Because you got to think about it, this is 2012. Opeth, love it or hate it, they were off doing Heritage, the year before. So I kind of think that they picked up a little bit of the mantle of doing more extreme, but like progressive metal from like a classic, more like a death metal or black metal standpoint, where Between the Buried and Me was more of like a hardcore, standpoint originally. But some of the best songs ever penned, I think, are on this album. And Plague Flowers, the Kaleidoscope, that is one of the best songs, period. That might be a top 5.
They're Australian, right? Australian?
Yeah, Australian.
Yeah.
And that song itself, I believe there's certain like higher level education, like college or even PhD classes where they're musical classes where they're kind of dissecting how that song was composed and stuff. But also Of the Leopard Butterflies is just beautiful. There's these trade-offs between like clean singing vocals and like the really intense death metal guttural vocals, and it just gets me every time. But this is just all the genres thrown in, and because of that and because of how well it's done on this album, everything else in this genre just pales in comparison, and I can't really get into it as much, if at all. Like even the rest of their albums, like the rest of their discography, is kind of not a miss, but it's nothing I really return to. Like I like Citadel, but they have a new one that came out this year.
Yep.
I listened to it once, and I'm like, that's cool, but
It was good.
I just go back to this.
Cool.
Yeah, that's my go-to from them. Citadel's
That's amazing.
a close second.
Yeah, that's a band I've listened to, but not really dove deep into.
Dude, the violin playing.
Yeah, I like them.
I forgot to mention the violin. Yeah.
I like them. They tend to be a little overly flowery at times for me because they do the Beauty and the Beast sort of stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, their brutal side is pretty damn
It's
heavy.
heavy.
Like,
It's heavy.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's like aggressive, like melodic death metal. Like it's not like full tilt,
right.
like but I mean, it's heavy and it's unbelievably well played. Like the songwriting is insanely good.
Okay, Roger.
Yeah, just to apologize to the Metal Vault. I didn't pull out Separation for him, but Enslaved in Times. Got to have this one. 1,000 Years of Rain is probably my favorite Enslaved song at least from the new era of Enslaved, and I just love the balance of this album. Kind of the rawness and the progressiveness of it is very well balanced on this album. So this being my favorite Enslaved at least from the prog era.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue, like Eric said, you could kind of pick anything
exactly.
from Mardrum on. You could start to go, oh, that's the one, that's the one. So it's almost impossible. Your whole list could be like Dream Theater. You could be like,
I could have pulled 10 Enslaved albums. And,
I could have. I racked my brain like, oh man, which Enslaved album do I pick? I fucking like all of them.
All right, well, give us your Enslaved album then.
Well, this one's already been teased, and I got to talk about Opeth. Watershed. This is my personal favorite Opeth album because it does everything that Opeth does well on one album. You have the more beautiful, somber moments like Burden. Oh, that song is beautiful. It is flat out beautiful. It's some of the best crooning that Michael's ever done. But on the other side of that, you have Heir Apparent, which is just a pulverizing, just crushing fucking song.
It was kind of the last death metal song with death metal vocals. Yeah,
I mean, Well, I mean, there's some other death metal.
That's
vocals.
right. Hexomega has some. Yeah.
Well, this is the last one with death metal vocals on it. Lotus Eater and Hessian Peel, the bigger, proggier songs. I love that proggy breakdown on Lotus Eater with the weird keyboards. This album's just fun. It's adventurous. Every song on here is different, and it just kind of captures the band at their peak. Like I think these are some of their most creative, fun songs, and I have to say, like, man, I can't live without hearing Hexomega at least like once a year. It's like
great too,
top
man.
5 Opeth songs.
Killer
I got to see him perform that live twice, and man, it's beautiful. Those isolated vocal moments with the kind of droning keyboard behind it, and then you just get like the biggest fucking riff. This album's flat out brilliant. It's been my favorite Opeth album for years. I mean, I love Blackwater Park. I love Deliverance. I love most of Opeth, but this one's near and dear to my heart, which is why this special edition is so beat up.
Yeah, and again, Opeth's another of those bands that you could choose 6, 7 albums. I mean, they're more pure prog now than they are prog metal, but they're still heavy. I mean, there's still a lot of heavy stuff in the last several albums, except for maybe Heritage, which everybody shits on, but I kind of really like a lot.
Hail Communion.
Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Anyway, Eric, what you got?
So maybe Surge at least will be nice enough to let me borrow a couple CDs. I promise not to scratch them, because I had that one as well. Anyway, my Rick moment is over. I'm gonna go with this. Again, another band that you could pick 8 different albums by or so, but this one's probably my favorite. Probably their most proggy as well. I mean, this just so weird. I could not get into Voivod for a little while when I first heard them. Mostly Snake's vocals, to be honest. I was like, man, this guy cannot sing. He sucks. And then
It's true. He still can't, but it's Snake. That's what makes him special.
Yeah, well, the thing was, like, I was like, man, he can't hit the right notes. But then, like, a couple of years after that, I went back for whatever reason, and it just clicked. I was like, he's
hitting all the right notes.
Hitting
all the right notes for Snake. For
yeah,
Voivod.
exactly. He adds that extra layer of dissonance over top of Piggy's weird guitar chords and everything. I think the first song I heard by Voivod actually was Astronomy Domine, the Pink Floyd.
It was mine as well. Yep.
Like, I didn't even know it was a cover at that point. It just fits on this album so perfectly.
Yep.
Every song on this album is just completely awesome. love it front to back. One of my favorite bands. I mean, wearing the shirt too, but yeah, just a masterpiece.
We got to ask Jurgen. Jurgen, what's your opinion of Nothing Face? I imagine you still love it, even though it's a little different, right?
Yeah, Nothing Face is a brilliant album. Yeah, and they still play a lot of those songs live. And
Oh yeah. And actually, in case anybody missed it or didn't see it, I don't know if you saw it, Jurgen. But I had Dan Chewy on a couple 2 weeks ago, I think, and we actually talked about Snake and his delivery and writing riffs and things around his vocals because they're so unique, so very different than virtually everybody else. He's kind of like an avant-garde punk singer, but you can't really hear Voivod without Snake. And that's not to denigrate the Eric Forrest albums because they're really, really, really good, but they're very different. They're more thrashy, techy prog metal, but they're way more thrashy. And as I said, if you watched our Voivod thing last year, I think Eric Forrest sounds a lot like Corey Clark from Warrior Soul, which I love, but a lot of people probably didn't like, and I didn't like it at first because I'm like, this ain't Snake, man. Fuck this shit. But I came around on it. It's great stuff, but it's got to be Snake, man. It's got to be Snake. You know, everyone else in that band, even Away, who's, you know, a crazy drummer that's kind of right bordering on the verge of out of control, you could replace him to a degree. You couldn't replace his direction of the band. And obviously they've done that with the bass player. And Chewy was the only guy that could really replace Piggy, right? But I don't think you can do it without Snake, man. I just don't think you can do it. Anyway, moving on. John, what you got for number 2?
Before anybody else brings it up, Mastodon's Crack the Sky.
Good choice, man.
You know, Mastodon, even early on, had always kind of flirted, I think, with prog, starting with track Hearts Alive off of Leviathan. But then you get to this album, and I think they're firing on all cylinders, and they're now showing the fact that they can sing. And while the songs on this album don't necessarily move in style per se, there's just so many parts incorporated to make these large, massive songs. Man, I will always love the Czar. The Last Baron is a beast of a song.
Yeah.
And I mean, this to me is Mastodon. So many other albums that you could say are Mastodon, but this to me is the pinnacle. This is Mastodon in their prime, and this record kills.
It's also, in my opinion, their most experimental and most kind of far-reaching. They've done a lot of stuff, and I know a lot of people don't like the more melodic direction and all that shit. And there's an album or two here and there that I'm lukewarm on, but that album is fucking brilliant. I did Devin and I did a dad episode on that, and man, I hadn't listened to that in a long time, and I listened to it like 4 times in a row, and I was like, man, I could go back for 4 more. It's a fucking amazing album.
Yep.
All right.
I will be back in a moment. It's gonna hit the head.
Do you have to come back? All right, Johnny, what's up?
Yeah, right. If the sound's a bit shitty, sorry, my earbuds have decided to die on me, so I'm trying to charge them again. So I'm budless at the moment. So if the sound shit, sorry. I'm gonna go another weird, almost. See, I don't know if this is prog or not, but it's twiddly wankery. I guess it's power metal, but I'm gonna put it in here anyway because I don't care. If you can tell me, pick another one if you want. I've got the odd one, but I'm gonna go with this. Sabotage, Hall of the Mountain King. I think it's proggy because
fuck yeah.
They nicked their title from King Crimson, didn't they? So obviously it's got to be. It's epic. It's got it's Dungeons and Dragons and Lord of the Rings shit. It's got awesome playing in it, epic songs. It's just, to be honest, I think this is absolutely brilliant album. So is it progressive? It's
Yeah, it is.
It's a-
It is.
It's
dude.
progressive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
anyway. So that's the last of my sort of what you could class as guitar wankery type stuff. There's just something about that album I've just always loved. I'm not a major fan of stuff like Gutter Ballet and all them kind of things, but I just think that album is just, it's one of them ones I can play every now and again, and it just, you know, can sit back with the headphones on. It just takes you away it's like a journey. So that's for me why it's quite progressive anyway, guys. So there you go. That's me number 2.
Oh, dude, that's a fucking brilliant album, man. Brilliant
Yeah.
album. And
It is
and
good.
sure, is it a little more towards maybe the traditional or power metal side of things? Yeah, but it's a killer album. Chris Oliva, in my opinion, might be the most underrated guitar player that ever walked the earth. The guy was just a monster fucking player, monster shredder. We lost him way too early, and that album is their prog album, although there's one more probably that will qualify that makes my list in the honorable mentions, and I think it's a little more proggy than that one.
Okay.
But so there, I kind of gave that away. All right.
That's mine anyway. So
I'm going to go with this one. And in line with the kind of with the Awaken the Guardian pick, this album was pivotal in that same era. I want to look at the date. Just make sure. I think this is 88. Yeah. 2 years later, this album comes out. And I don't remember how I found this album. I probably a review in, I'm thinking in Kerrang. I probably saw a review of it. But this album blew my mind then. It continues to blow my mind now. It is absolutely one of my top 5 or 10 albums of all time. I can listen to this thing all the time, and it fucking blows my mind. And that is Crimson Glory's Transcendence. Oh man, just where do I start with this album? Fucking A, man. Riffs, insanely complex but melodic riffs, epic, huge choruses, some not super long song. I don't think there's anything over 8 minutes on here, but the complexity of these songs for that era is just, oh my God, dude, it's just fucking insane. So, and I think, quite frankly, one of, if not the greatest, the greatest prog metal singer, maybe right there with Jeff Tate. Because I think I always look at Jeff Tate as being the guy that kind of started it all with the high pitched screams and the almost falsetto, but really strong operatic falsetto. Midnight was, quite frankly, in my opinion, better than Jeff Tate. I know that's sacrilegious, but this guy's pipes were scary good when he was healthy enough to do it, which was a very short period of time. He struggled a lot with alcohol in his life and lost his life to it. But man, I mean, songs like Red Sharks and Lady of Winter, Painted Skies, holy fuck, man. Mask of the Red Death, In Dark Places, Burning Bridges, that chorus on Burning Bridges, just, it's seared into my brain, and every time I hear it, I just want to, do this. I just want to do this. I'm not worthy. So Crimson, I love the first Crimson Glory album, but this one is quite a bit more proggy overall, and this album absolutely slays. I even love the single Lonely. I'm not going to try it because I don't have the upper range to do the Lonely Love. All right, there you go. I tried it. It was pretty bad, but fucking
I recently
Midnight.
picked that one up too, and
What's that?
I recently got that one too this year, and it's
Monster
fucking really good.
album. Anybody got any thoughts on this one? Just curious.
I mean, you talked it up a lot. I mean, you telegraphed it too, right behind you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I decided to check it out. I saw it in a used bin when I was down in Florida, snagged it and jammed it. I was like, yeah, you know what? I hate saying this, but Jeff was right.
Always right.
It was painful. I don't know if I said it on camera. I did.
Let's just get something straight here. First of all, there's 2 problems with that story. Number one, the fact that was in the used bin, that's just fucking wrong, first of all, right there. The second problem with that is you struggling with this to say that I was right because I'm always right.
I don't know that.
All right.
No
Anyway,
one knows that.
moving on. Surge, number 3. You want to go 2-4 or what?
Yeah, I was gonna say probably should double up considering time limitations. So
Okay.
let me do this. I'll do one kind of more obvious one and one less one.
All right.
So as far as the obvious one, I'm not a huge Dream Theater fan, but this one is kind of a favorite of mine. This is my favorite era of Dream Theater, where I thought it wasn't too wankery, as somebody put it, because I do think they fall into that trap. And funny enough, my favorite song on the album is not metal at all, and that's Space Dive Best. That's Kevin Moore's masterpiece, I think. But I think the album overall is pretty good. It's one of the first ones I got into Dream Theater, so there's nostalgic value to that. So I ended up picking that. Any fan on that one?
Oh, you want to move, or you want?
No. I'll do the other one. So
Yeah. Oh well,
if anybody wanted to
actually show that album again. I'm going to cheat here.
Okay.
That is also in my list of top 10, and I could not find it in my boxes of CDs. So, and you might say like, well, why would you pick that over Images and Words, which or what Dave picked with Metropolis? I just think the songs on Awake are crushing. Number one, John Petrucci went to the 7-string on that album, and you definitely hear it on songs like Caught in a Web, which is a little commercial. But you got fucking killer tracks like Voices, Erotomania, which is insane. You've got Scarred. I love Space Dive Best too, but it's probably the least hard rock other than the acoustic song. The what's it called? The Solemn Man, or what's it called? What's that song called, Serge?
Making me remember song titles.
Silent
on
Man.
The fucking
Silent Man.
Silent Man. Yeah. It's on the thing you just showed.
Yeah.
Silent Man. Yeah. I mean, that's an acoustic track, kind of mellow, but Lifting Shadows Off a Dream, that album slays, man. And I love Images and Words and Metropolis. I jumped kind of off the DT train about Train of Thought, no pun intended, but I just kind of got tired of all the wank. And now, weirdly, man, I cannot stand James LaBrie's voice anymore. When I listen to the old stuff, I'm okay. But anything past Systematic Chaos or Black Cloud Silver Linings, I'm just kind of out. It doesn't move me. They sound like they're rewriting the same song over and over. And when I went to see them for The Astonishing, which I got a free ticket from Serge actually to go see, we left before the end of the show. I was so bored with them. I was like, man, this is just ugh. Anyway, that's I wanted to jump in there because Serge has that. And
as you know, I have left the Dream Theater show early because it's just too much. But I mean, to their credit, they play long shows.
They do play crazy long shows. So what do you got for number 2?
So the less standard pick was this one. So this is Orphan Land.
Yeah.
The Never Ending Way of the Ore Warrior. And I discovered this band because Steven Wilson mixed this album, played a little bit on it. It's an Israeli band, so it's a little bit more topical. And they always did kind of try to promote, they were definitely a pro-peace band, and they used, both Jewish and Arabic and other influences. There's a lot of, it's cool to just listen to metal with a Middle Eastern sound. There's also some female vocals on here. It's pretty unique. I haven't run really across a lot of sound like that. So I figured, you have to, if I'm going to be on an island, you have to break up the overall tendencies a little bit. So
yeah, what was the album before that one? I have that one, Mabul.
Mabul.
Yeah, I have Mabul, and really great band live. Really, really cool. Really charismatic. Kobe is a great front man. Are they doing anything? Have they done anything lately?
I don't. Well, let's see. The last album was what?
They opened for Catatonia and Swallow the Sun.
2018.
All right, so it's been a while.
All
right, Dave, what you got for number 3?
All right. I had no idea how I got into Devin Townsend. It was probably you, Jeff.
Probably.
But the first time I heard Deadhead, I
Ah,
just blew me away. I
God,
mean,
what a
that's probably
song.
one of my favorite songs of all time. So there you go.
Accelerated Evolution, right?
Yeah, what I just went back and listened to this, this past week. The first album, Depth Charge, Deadhead, and Suicide. Those three songs are just so
Killer.
heavy.
Yep.
So heavy. Never saw him live, but have watched a lot of his shows online. I would love to see him someday.
You never seen him?
I don't think I've ever seen him.
Holy shit, dude. I can't believe that, man, that we haven't gone and seen him. Wow,
I've
that's
seen him
crazy.
3 times. I met him. It was
I met him in 18.
Go see him. Oh.
Yeah.
Go. I saw him the first time actually with Steve Vai for
Right.
the Sex and Religion album. That shows how fucking ancient I am, man. And I'd probably seen him I think I've seen him 4 times because I saw him for Epicloud. Saw him open for Opeth actually on Synkestra. I think it was Synkestra and Terria maybe. But
Did you
amazing performer.
Did you ever see any of his when everything shut down for COVID, he did some in home or in studio solo shows. They were awesome.
Yeah, it's cool.
They
Cool
were
stuff.
awesome.
He's doing his he just kicked his podcast back off again. He's doing that. I don't know whether it's about albums or I think it's about just life in general. I mean, he's a super cool dude. I met him in Baltimore back in, I want to say 19 or 18. And I reminded him, this is a funny story. It's a true fucking story. I'm not making it up. When he played with Vi, we saw him at Hammerjacks. And you remember Hammerjacks, Dave, because we went to Hammerjacks and got fucking hammered a lot at Hammerjacks. And him and Vi, they were doing the Sex and Religion thing. And he climbed. I knew you didn't go with me to that. I went with Jamie. Do you remember that guy, Jamie?
Yep.
College dude. I went with a friend of mine, the big dude. We went to the show, and I was just gone, like fucking white out, blackout drunk. And Devin climbed up into the second tier there on the stage amps, climbed up, and he's like walking around the ring that's around the stage in the second level there. And I'm on the fucking balcony just fucking headbanging, And he comes up, and we're headbanging, and we start doing this. I go this way, he goes that way. We're doing this headbanging thing like this. And then I went the wrong way, and he went the wrong way, and boom! Like literally, white stars. Like he climbs back down, and I saw him do something with his shoulder, and then the rest of he was trying to play a solo, and he couldn't play it. When I talked to him in 18, he tore his rotator cuff climbing down off the stage. He's like, dude, because I told him I was there, and we headbanged into each other. And he's like, I think I kind of remember that now. He's probably bullshitting me, but he was super fucking cool. So, all right. Where am I at? Jürgen?
Yep.
All right, man. Number 3.
Okay, number 3. This band started out as a plain death copy. On their second full-length album, they included a little bit of industrial elements, but they changed completely.
Wow.
On their third album. So Morgoth feels sorry for the fanatic. You've got a little bit of strange Voivod riffing in here, a lot of Killing Joke influences. A lot of people hated that record when it came out. It's even got a techno song on it, but I don't mind it. I can listen to that front to back whenever.
Yeah, that's an out of the box pick. I got to give you a lot of credit for that because I wouldn't have even thought of that one, and that's a cool one, man.
Dude,
Nice.
Last Laugh. That track is absolutely amazing. I love that.
Yeah,
song.
that's killer track.
The rest of the album's kind of, I don't know, like it's got its moments, but Last Laugh is a fucking gem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, Logan.
I saw them playing live. Sorry. I saw them playing live they opened up for Die Krups.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Die Krups. I've seen them a couple times. Surgeon.
And Morgoth got booed off the stage.
Oh, did it really? Wow.
Yeah.
We just saw Die Krups back in 18, right? Oh, Surge stepped away. We saw him at Days of Darkness, which is the kind of sister thing of, it only lasted 2 years, but the Maryland Death Fest people put that on, and They had all kind of weird shit, like Frontline Assembly was there, which was killer. D-Krups, who actually opened for Frontline back in '96, I think it was, for the Hardwired tour, which was killer. Controlled Bleeding, Earth. It was just weird, man. And Alcest was there too. It was a really weird, eclectic sort of thing. D-Krup's still a great band, man. And the only band I've ever seen that has giant steel pipes on the stage that they bang on the fucking pipes, and it's like, really unique sort of thing. So cool, man. Logan, what do you got?
All right. So going back to the big three that I think someone mentioned in the comments earlier, my next two picks will be from there. So I definitely did stumble upon like the classic prog of the 80s and the early 90s. And it took me a couple tries to actually get into these two albums that I am about to talk about, where I actually sold them and then had to rebuy them because, Eat Crow realized that I was wrong. Johnny already showed this one, but I figured it couldn't hurt to have a CD copy on the island too.
For sure.
What if the records get warped, or what if we don't have a record player handy? So it doesn't hurt to have a CD. But this album right here taught me how to listen to like a concept album and actually kind of get into it. Because when I first bought it and started listening to it, it was solely for Eyes of a Stranger, which is still my favorite song off the album.
Yeah.
But it was tough for me to get like into the album as a whole, and by the time it would hit the halfway mark with Sweet Sister Mary, I would kind of start to zone out. And well, this is like me as a kid, man. I don't know, like I didn't know what to do with all of the overarching concept and all of the segue tracks and stuff. But so I sold it, and then when I rebought it, I realized I was an idiot, and the concept is really cool to follow, and tracks like Speak,
oh my god,
yeah, Sweet Sister Mary, The Needle Lies, God, I love The Needle Lies, Breaking the Silence, but then of course Eyes for a Stranger just perfectly sums everything up. So
the title track, man, the title track rips.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, so good.
Mm-hmm. Revolution Calling too.
That's a great one too, man.
That's a great opening song.
Yeah.
So
killer album, you can't go wrong with that. I'm of the opinion that the Queensryche EP is untouchable, but then the next three albums are kind of untouchable, and then you get Vampire, which I like a good bit, but I don't love, and Promised Land is kind of it for me. That's where I stopped. I did buy up through Here and the Now Frontier, but anything after Promised Land, I never put on. And if
Silent
I do,
City is still one of my favorite ballads.
Which one?
Ever. Silent Lucidity is still one of my favorite ballads ever.
I hate that song.
That was
shut up!
I don't like that.
God, I hate that song.
I'm with Jeff on that. But no, I also wanted to mention this. I mean, Johnny already did, but like I was worried no one was going to pull this specific Queensryche album because I don't feel like it gets enough love in our sphere of YouTube. Everyone likes to talk about the ones that came before this album, and then just don't often hear people talk about Operation Mindcrime as the definitive.
Johnny did.
Queensryche. Well, yeah. Johnny beat me to it, but yeah.
We now you got a CD version. See, he really thought ahead. We're covered.
Yep.
You guys,
Queensryche.
You guys are amazing. I do have to take issue with one of our panel members here. He says, "Hell yeah, Radical Research might be the best podcast of all time." Yeah, you never hear this gas mask and hand grenades guy?
No,
I don't know. He's kind of a douchebag, but anyway.
I've heard that.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have.
Said that, Nick.
I hear that guy's got quite an ego. What a fuckhead. All right. Roger, you're up.
Yeah, well, I have to have an Opeth album as well, but I go for a little bit older.
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I think I kind of got into Opeth with, the first album, so the early stuff is kind of what I listen to the most, and the opening track here is just fantastic, Advent, and also the Black Rose Immortal is a killer track, so yeah, I prefer this album over a lot of them, but of course, the first 4 or 5 albums you can kind of shift between, in my opinion.
Plus, of course, you have the obligatory 20-minute Black Rose Immortal on there, which I like that track, but it very much sounds like three different songs put together. For me, it does.
Yeah, it is in a way, but it's tied together nicely. I think it floats very well together. But
I actually don't think it does. I think it, from a songwriting perspective, I think Michael wasn't quite there when he was. It sounds like he had three different sort of songs that he wanted to try to tie together. And what's the track on there? Fuck, I can't remember the name of it. Stillwater. Not Night in Stillwater. What's it called?
The Night and the Still Silent
Night and the Stillwater. Yeah. That song rules, man. But again, just my opinion. I like Black Rose Immortal, and I think they finally played that for the first time last year or late last year, that tour they did, which was the first time they played it since that album, I believe, because it was just sort of overwhelming. It took up a huge chunk of the show. So,
yeah.
All right, Nick, what you got?
I'm going to double down on Mastodon here. This is my favorite Mastodon album. It was kind of the prog opus that I really wasn't expecting. I mean, Blood Mountain definitely had its progressive moments. So did Leviathan, but it was still very much rooted in the sludge metal. This is a flat out prog album with just sludgy guitars.
Yeah.
Like everything about the song structure, the fact that they shifted the vocal dynamics, and this band has always done like kind of vocals out of necessity, and then they just like, well, we're gonna just have to keep getting better at this. And man, when they unleashed Braun as one of their clean vocalists, that really started changing things. And you know, he had his moments kind of in the background in Blood Mountain, but on here, he makes some of these choruses just absolutely shine.
Yeah.
But the songs are absolutely fantastic. I remember there was a leak before this dropped for Oblivion, and I heard that and I was like, dude, this sounds really, really different.
There's a little bit of your rockabilly there, John. Little tiny touch.
Oh no, there's surf rock guitar on Divinations. That was something that Brent Hines just peppered in there. It's like, no, I want to like a straight up like kind of Dick Dale
country riffs, almost country riffs. Yeah,
Feeling Without a Face was where that came from.
He's a killer player, man.
He is. But I mean, the Czar and the Last Baron, that prog breakdown that comes in, dude, that is like pure like yes worship.
Fucking amazing.
And my personal favorite, the one that's just so haunting and great, Ghosts of Corellia.
Yeah, I love it.
Dude, the bass lines that kind of slink through that, the moody guitars, the fun off-time drums. Yeah, this album's absolutely amazing. And I mean, they've gotten close in terms of being as good as this one, but not quite. But this is a gem.
Yep. I just want to let you guys know that the end of days is here. The world will end very shortly because Devin and I actually agree on something.
Oh God, no.
And I'm almost frightened to talk about it, so I'm just not. You know what they say: if you don't look it in the face, maybe it won't. You know, so I'm just not gonna acknowledge it any further.
You've stared into the void before.
That's right, okay. I have. So, all right, Eric, what you got for number 3?
Okay, well, I'm gonna pull one more Rick thing. Agree with everything you guys said. Masterpiece. Blah blah blah. Okay. Anyway.
Every fucking time, it's at least 3 things.
Oh,
there you go.
It's hard to pick one from Devin as well, but I had to get one in here. It's cool that he's from kind of my neck of the woods,
That's
BC. Right. One of the more like famous BC musicians overall, to be honest. But I don't know. This just has some of everything he does well. My opinion. There's some crazy heavy technical stuff. There's some beautiful melodies on here. There's just some weirdness, some humor. I mean, a concept album about an alien that invades the earth to get a cup of coffee. I mean, you can't get much more prog than that. But I don't know. This is also a good would be a good break from all the seriousness that you often get with prog as well. He's kind of like the modern Frank Zappa in a way. A little bit.
That's a good analogy, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and it's super cool that he basically did all of this himself as well from his home studio. other than like a couple guest vocal parts here and there. But yeah, I don't know, just fantastic. And I
I
do
never
want to
checked
mention
out Z2. Is Z2 any good? Did anybody check that out?
It's not as good as the first one.
Kind of the same
it's
stuff.
fine. No, it's not as good. But I
Okay.
do want to mention as well, Dave said he hasn't seen him live. I haven't seen him live either, but these two live DVDs are freaking awesome.
Retinal Circus.
Yeah, this one is just insane. Like the stage show is just, it's this huge production. You can kind of see the cover gives you an idea, but
Nice.
crazy set list, huge stage show. And then this one is from Red Rocks as well and plays the
That was
whole,
when he was with Opeth and Gojira.
right, whole Ocean Machine album and like 2 other sets of stuff as well. So those are both awesome. Worth checking out if you want to see some live stuff.
All right. Eric on his 18th pick already. Okay, what do we got, John?
I'm gonna go Native Construct.
Mm.
Quiet World. I saw these guys open up for Between the Buried and Me and Enslaved, I think. Was that it?
Yep. And
Yeah.
Intronaut.
Yeah, an Intronaut. Yeah. And these guys take everything that Between the Buried and Me does and add like a level of, I don't know, theatrical. I don't know. These guys are just another all over the map band, meshing death metal with rock, with just crazy music. And all of these songs are a fucking journey. This is just, it's like Between the Buried and Me, but it's more theatrical. So, yeah.
Nice. That's an outside the norm pick. Way to go, John. My add that we got 30 people here on a Sunday afternoon, not too freaking bad. Considering, I mean, it's not heavy metallurgy numbers, but they do the Friday night and they've got 5 times the subs I do. So I appreciate everybody's input today. I really do. And putting up with my bad jokes. Let's see. Johnny, numero tres.
I've got a couple of bits and bobs that other people have picked, so I might as well get them out of the way before I show some other stuff.
Yeah, just to be clear, just because someone showed something, it doesn't matter if you have it. Just show it.
Oh yeah, I'm still going to show it, but I mean,
Yeah,
I'll get out of the way now before the other stuff. I must admit, I was undecided. I've got to show some Opeth, obviously. Originally, I was going to go Blackwater Park, but to be honest, I changed my mind. Blackwater Park is just my favourite, but I think this is more proggy.
I
and
agree.
Obviously, Nick beat me to it. This is the same DVD, version with the DVD and that. I think it's probably because I think, as you say, this was the last one with his death growls on it, and it just, as you say, it seemed to have been a progression of everything they've done so far, and it literally is, hence the title, a watershed moment for them. I just think it's absolutely brilliant album. Just the cover, it's just so cool. All the old sort of black and white pictures and all that, and the concepts, and even the one on the DVD is just, I think that's awesome. Just the it just seems to, there's something about it that just screams prog to me, or more modern prog than the old classics. But yeah, I think this is it's as you say, it's got everything. It's got the acoustic bits. It's got the harshness. It's also seems probably the most, I don't know. There's a bit of menace behind it for me. I must admit, I do like hers as well, but I think this is an absolute beast of an album. So yeah, I thought I'd better get it in since Nick had already said it. So,
Is that the
Watershed Opeth?
Is that the limited edition, the special one from the end?
Yeah. It's got the DVD in it. And
did you get the
case?
Did you get the single? Did any of you guys get the single with that? It was like
No,
very
mine's
limited.
the Roadrunner one.
Yeah,
that's not the end. So
well,
I don't have. Did you get the?
But they were the Roadrunner, but they were sold exclusively through the end. And the first, I don't know how many, maybe first 250 had a single called Mellotron Heart instead of what's the long What's the songs on there, real quick? It's like
The longest song I think is Hessian Peel.
Now read the songs off real quick.
You're thinking Porcelain Heart.
Porcelain Heart, yeah. They did a single called Mellotron Heart, and it's a black CD. And I think you had to get in there super early on that. And if you like, I did, and I got that, and that thing's kind of hard to find. I don't, Serge, you probably have that too, because you probably got that around the same time I did. All right. Anyways, moving on here, I shall go this route, which no one has picked and probably won't. I gotta go this album, man. I fucking love this band. Pain of Salvation, Remedy Lane. A lot of people would probably say the album before this, which I'm drawing a blank on, has Ashes on it. What the hell is that called? Perfect Element 1, I think it's called. It's a little heavier than this album, but Remedy Lane, man, every song on here is a massive earworm. There's crazy good playing on it. Daniel Gildenlow might be one of the best vocalists on the planet ever. Yeah, man. Songs like Ending Theme. Oh, my God, that's so good. Fandango, A Trace of Blood. Undertow, Chain Sling, Dry Out of the Wood. Oh, my God, it's so fucking good. Nate, I think you love this band because you have one of their albums on your list. It's probably the one that you picked is a lot more proggy, but this fucking album rules. Does anybody know this band other than me?
I know of them. I've just never sat down and listened to them. It's always been one that's been on the back burner just because so many fucking bands out there.
Serge, you know them, right?
I know them, but I don't have that album.
Okay. What about you, Dave? I think you know them, right? I know I've.
Yeah, I know them.
Yeah. Jurgen, do you know Pain of Salvation? Oh,
No.
dude,
They
you
are German.
Band out.
They are German,
their
right?
Album.
Sorry, let Jurgen talk to him. What'd you say,
Yeah.
Jurgen?
That's a German band, right?
No, Swedish.
Really?
Yeah. Gildan Lowe also played in Transatlantic with Mike Portnoy and the guys that do the Super Pro, Pete Travis and Neil Morris, but he did some vocals for them. Amazing fucking vocalist, man. I mean, mind-blowingly good. And he's just Nate said one of the best singers, if not the best singer in prog metal. What a voice. This dude's voice is insane. And they're technical, but not I don't want to say they're masturbatory technical. They're not quite they're in the Dream Theater sphere, but a little more melodic and a little bit more streamlined and less wanky. But this fucking album, Remedy Lane, oh my God, so good. Listen to it today. It's the only one I went back and had to sort of reacquaint myself, and I was like, man, this thing's mind-blowing. So, all right, Serge, you going to do 2?
Yeah.
All
right. So, let's see. We're on an island. That means we're surrounded by the ocean.
Oh.
Yes.
That's a good pick.
This is Pelagio. So I think, sit on the island, you contemplate the depths of the ocean. I'll say this. I'm going to be listening to the instrumental CD on this. There's one of vocals and there's one instrumental. I appreciate them, and including the instrumental one, because not a huge fan of their vocals, but the instrumental part is awesome and thematically appropriate.
Good pick. Very very proggy.
Love that album.
And then sticking with the ocean theme, Oceans of Slumber.
Nice.
Got to break up the sausage party a little bit. At least have some female vocals on there.
Yeah, she's a killer singer, man.
She's the Whitney Houston of prog metal.
Yeah, she just gorgeous vocals. And this is kind of like a little bit of maybe like an Opathy album in a way.
Yep.
Has some heavier moments, has a lot of melodic moments.
With a little bit of goth on there too.
A little bit of goth, for sure. I'm looking forward to their new album that's coming out soon. Seems like they're hinting that it's going to be a little heavier than the last one, which is not heavy at all. So looking forward to seeing that. But yeah, this is a really cool one, I thought.
That's a great pick. One I wouldn't have thought of. That's a neat pick. Dave.
Sorry, on that note, I do have to drop. I gotta
You're
take
dropping
over
out
dad duties.
completely? Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, it is 3. I didn't even realize. Okay. Sorry, man. All right, buddy. Thanks
Yep.
for making the effort to be in here. We appreciate you, and I'll see you soon. I'm always ranging something, and you're like, fuck. Every time the text come in, you're like, fuck, it's him. God damn it.
I feel your pain, Serge.
But yeah, good hang of y'all.
All right,
Take
man.
care.
Yes.
Peace out.
Thanks, Serge.
Later.
Hey, before we jump on to Dave real quick, I'm going to read a couple of the people that sent in lists. We're going to just run down Ryan from Damage Incorporated lists. Ryan, are you out there, buddy? I'm hitting it up. We're going to do a list, and then I'll do another jump. We'll do another round or two, and then I'll read another list. I got 5, I think. Jimmy might be joining us since Serge left later. All right. Everybody cool right now on time? Everybody's all right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Ryan, number 1. I don't know if these are in order, but whatever. BT Bam, The Great Misdirect. Number 2, Coheed and Cambria, Good Apollo Part 1. Coheed and Cambria, Good Apollo Part 2. Devin Townsend, The Puzzle / Snuggles. I've not kept up with Devin lately, man. I have to do that. Dream Theater, A Dramatic Turn of Events. Iron Maiden, The Book of Souls. Opeth, Blackwater Park. Rush, Counterparts. That's an interesting pick. And then Tool, Lateralis, and Tool, 10,000 Days. So thanks, Ryan. Thanks for jumping in on that, buddy. And there you go. You got your list read. Dave, we had 4?
4.
Yeah.
Number 4.
All
So
right.
Have you done your 4th one, Jeff?
Pardon me?
Did you do your 4th one? I thought you were
Yeah, it was
starting.
Remedy Lane from
Yep.
Oh, yeah,
Salvation.
shit, sorry.
So I do have a female singer group.
Nice.
coming up, but that's a couple. Jeff turned me on to this band. When was that, Jeff?
2002, 2001.
Yeah. I mean, before this album, but this was the album.
Yeah, it was probably 99, 2000, because I fell into them in 99 for A Stupid Dream.
I mean, you used to. Did you have those in album? You used to record those onto cassette for me. Like my first PT.
Did I?
My first PT music was stuff that you recorded for me. But when this album came out, we had the little band thing going in your in your parents' warehouse.
That's right.
And we
Blackest
worked on
Eyes, right?
Yeah, we worked on Blackest Eyes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty fucking bad, but you know.
No, I mean that
right.
was fun, and I think we saw him at the TLA, right?
Oh yeah, we saw him. Well, you saw him a bunch of times with me, but we
I think
TLA
for that
was
tour it was the TLA.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And you did the meet and greet and all that stuff.
Yep. Well, I worked for them. I did, all their promo stuff for several years, and I ran their. Actually, I don't know if anyone ever saw me wear this shirt. How can I? What the fuck? What is going on here? I can't. Well, that's cool. Now that Serge left, I can't actually blow myself up. What the fuck? No, I can't actually. There it is. All right, solo laugh. Damn it! All right. So this shirt actually is a shirt that I designed with Lasse Hoyle, the guy that's on the cover of it. Absentia. He did the artwork, all the graphic art. I took the picture of the power line thing. There's actually a dead deer down below there that you can't see. We cut that out, and then the back is arriving somewhere but not here, and then their website. But I designed those, and I thought I would sell, 300 shirts. I ended up selling 1,500 shirts worldwide, and I was doing it for not a profit, but something I hadn't thought about was that each shirt had a shipping cost associated with it. So at the end, I end up with like $2,000. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Why do I have all this money left over? And then I'm like, because people bought multiple shirts and I sent as one package. Didn't try to do that. I just hadn't thought about it. And I mean, people were buying this shit all over the world, Germany, Sweden, everywhere. Long story short, I ended up with this chunk of cash, which I did pay myself a little bit, but I ended up donating a large portion to some SPCA or some like anti. Steven's very intense about animal rights and all that, or animal not rights, animal. What's the word I'm looking for? Anti-vivisection or whatever it's called. So I did that, and then I gave Lhasa a couple $100. But yeah, it was weird. I never expected to end up with all this money, and it was kind of cool. But yeah, so yeah, PT. Sorry, dude. That it?
Yeah, I mean, Blackest Eyes and Trains. Those two songs are two of my favorite songs. I mean, the whole album's good, but those two songs, I can play them over and over and still love them like I heard them the first time.
And there's some metal tracks on, like the creator has a master tape, and Slip the Soul. What's it called? Strip the Soul.
Strip the Soul.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple pretty.
Gravity Eyelids.
Gravity Eyelids.
But Gravity Eyelids is pretty heavy.
Blackest Eyes is heavy.
I wouldn't say that PT is like super heavy metal. They have heavier moments on upcoming albums, but they also always have that proggy, artistic art rock sort of thing going on. So, but that's going to be one of their albums is going to be a honorable mention. So, good pick, Dave. And yes, I probably was responsible for that. Right, Jürgen, you are up.
Okay, my next pick is more of a body of work, early works. So I'm going for the Blind Illusion demos.
Holy shit.
They already started in 1977, 78, something like that.
Late 70s, Mark, yeah.
These are the Likewise sessions from 79.
Wow.
A lot of prog on here. Just listen to songs like Race with the Devil or Smash the Crystal. This is brilliant stuff. Mark Biederman was really a step ahead of the pack.
Oh yeah. Now, is Les on any of that stuff? Does he play bass on any of that? Because he played
he played on a couple of their demos, the newer ones. Yeah.
My only problem with Blind Illusion is Mark is not a good singer. I struggle a little bit with his vocals. I love the music, but the vocals are it's that nasally kind of whine sort of thing, and got to be in the right mood for that. But that's a great pick, Jürgen.
Has anybody seen them live? They are so much fun.
No,
you will laugh your ass off.
Have they been out your way? They've been to Germany then?
Yeah, I saw them in 2019, and they played for 12 people.
12 people, wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit, yeah. Mark's kind of
lucky. The latest album any good? It's the new album. They got a new album out recently, didn't they? Is it any good?
Wrath of the Gods. It's all right.
Yeah, it's okay, yeah.
I love Same Asylum. I think it's absolutely brilliant, but obviously because the new one's not got Les on it, I didn't bother, but I just hadn't heard anyone say anything. I hadn't heard anybody talk about it much. So,
I mean, the thing about Mark is, man, realistically, if you know anything about him, he's kind of lucky he's still alive to a large extent. He was not in a good place with. I'm pretty sure I'm not off on this, but I think he had a meth issue for a while, and he was pretty fucking bad. So he's clean from what I understand, and he was on Zetro's Toxic Vault and did a couple part episode, which was really cool. But you can tell he's a little bit out there, man. He's like a super cool dude, but just a little out there. So good band though, good band, great pick, man, great pick. All right, Logan. Go for a minute. I have to run out of the room, so go for a few seconds. All right, be right back.
I'll do my best to talk. Let's see. So, Face Warning has already been mentioned. I knew Jeff was going to cover Guardians. I figured other people would probably talk about some of their other albums, but I wanted to make sure that this album ended up on the island as well. This is their album Parallels. It was the first Face Warning album that I ended up with. And one of those that, as I said, it just didn't click with me originally. I think it is more commercial. It is a little not as in your face with like the riffs and like the songwriting. It definitely sounds a little more like laid back and a little more like it makes me think of Grace Under Pressure by Rush or like Power Windows, kind of.
Yeah.
and I ended up selling it, but then rebuying it because of tracks like Life in Still Water, Eye to Eye, and Leave the Past Behind. Those are like just the opening songs, and those are all great. But the rest of the album didn't click with me originally. But thankfully, when I rebought it, I found out that the track "The 11th Hour," probably one of my favorite Fates Warning songs. I love "The 11th Hour." There's this one like slinking guitar riff that really just steals the show, and it's perfect. And then also, "We Only Say Goodbye," and the closing song, "The Road Goes On Forever," is kind of like the ballad, and really ends on a beautiful note. So definitely had to make sure Parallels is on the island. Definitely a motive album, and
Yeah, I was going through my Fates Warning. I was like, I don't know if I could move anything off of my list for Fates Warning, but that was one that was consideration.
You're gonna see that.
Would this have been your pick, or
that might have been my pick? I'm just getting into Fates Warning now. Really,
he's a noob.
I had like listened to No Exit years ago, and I liked it, but it wasn't enough to buy it, and now I fucking own it. But yeah, I've just decided, like, you know what, let's kind of get into this band a little bit more. And I still don't own any of the John Arch stuff.
That's a mistake.
I know. Jeff's gonna scold me.
Me too, though. Actually,
fucking noobs.
Yeah.
Hey guys, mail came today. That's why I had to run.
Oh.
And I'm kind of embarrassed to say I didn't have. Well, I had one of these, but these came in. Kellen and I are going to do a dad episode where I've got this one, and he's got the debut, which I don't know where I put it, but anyway. So those came in, and then this came in because I'm hoping in the next few days to learn that I might be interviewing this guy, which would blow my fucking mind. Rick Emmett. Yeah,
nice.
His autobiography.
Nice.
So
Nice.
I had to do that, and I think it's a good shot because she asked me for some material to see about bringing him on. So anyway, let's see, where are we at? We are at Mr. Roger.
Roger.
All right.
Middle Square.
Middle Square. Look at that.
Witherscape with the Northern Sanctuary.
Man, that album artwork's killing.
Don Swanner.
Yeah.
Masterpiece, I would say. Just love his vocals. You know, he's clean. He's kind of gritty, clean vocals, and you know, his growls are better than ever on this album. So and a lot of variation in the songs. You know, you have the progressive, you have the prog synth, you have, you know, but you have also the death metal of it all. So just fantastic album and really cool artwork on it as well. So just I didn't kind of the first album was kind of okay, but this album is for me way better than the first album by Witherscape. But
I got to get on that, man. I'm sure I'll love that. And somebody may talk about one of his other bands coming up. I weirdly have slept a little bit on Swano. I know him obviously from the Opeth connection and a lot of his other stuff. And I know all of those bands a little bit, but I don't actually own any, which is crazy. So
I own so many fucking Swano projects.
That would be one to definitely start with. I'm sure, Roger. Great pick.
Yeah, it's a great album.
All right, Nick, what you got?
Well, I mean, since this band was already dipped into, but no one's brought up this album in particular, but we all discussed we could pick almost any of this band's albums. We're going with Enslaved, Axioma, Ethica, Odini. Now, picking one Enslaved album was tough, but I knew I was going to go to this island with an Enslaved album. And I went with this one because not only is it brilliant, which could be used to describe like their entire discography, in my opinion, this one is actually attached to a memory of the first time I saw them. They were supporting Dimmu Borgir, and they blew Dimmu Borgir out of the water, like absolutely crushed them. It wasn't even fucking fair. And that was, I was already a fan because the first album I picked up was Below the Lights. I love that album too. Yeah. But seeing them live and just seeing them absolutely nail this performance. They opened up with Axioma, And if you've ever heard that song, you know how absolutely grand it is. That double time rhythm, those big ascending melodies, and Grutle's just amazing growls. He's so over the top. I love just his vocals in general. He's one of my favorite black metal vocalists, period. But hearing the big clean vocals come in and just the songwriting on here is fucking incredible, dude. Raidho, Warrune, dude, every track. But again, this is one I could say for every Enslaved album because I'm a giant fanboy. But this one, again, it's attached to a memory too. So I kind of went with that angle. But yeah, if anyone else has Enslaved on their list, you made a wise choice. That's all I need to say there.
Oh, there might be one coming on my list.
Oh, I know.
Omega Man. Yes, I actually showed that. Remedy Lane remix. I got to be honest with you. I don't remember. I listened to the standard version. I don't know how different it is, but whatever. It rules, man. Seriously, if you don't know Remedy Lane by Pain of Salvation, I'm going to be right, Nick. I'm going to be right. I'm just saying I'm going to be right.
That can't happen twice. There's no way.
It can happen twice, and it will happen twice. So there you go. All right, we are up to Mr. Berg. What's up with you, Eric? Where are we at?
Yeah, I just want to say I don't know any Pain of Salvation other than Remedy Lane, but that is an awesome album. Like you said, kind of like Dream Theater, but more streamlined.
Which means that I'm right in your eyes, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Nick, did you heard that part, right, Nick?
What? Sorry, I was literally doing anything else.
Quit playing with yourself. Quit playing with yourself on the island and get your head in the game.
I'm not on the camera
one
right
up
now.
on top of your shoulders.
He has a head in the game. That's what the problem is.
All right, go ahead, Eric.
All right, so I'm gonna bounce off what Logan showed. This is my favorite Fates Warning, I would say. I mean, I love Awaken the Guardian and Spectre Within. I don't know. I kind of prefer Ray Alder as a vocalist, to be completely honest. Sorry, Jeff.
No, you know what? Hang on. I'm going to interrupt just for a second. I never do that, you know.
Never.
I agree with you 100%. There's something very unique about John's vocals, but as a vocalist, Ray Alder is the better choice overall for me too. So go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. Like John Arch kind of really packs every song with so many lyrics.
Yes.
And there's a little bit more space in this. No Exit was the first album with Ray Alder on vocals, but it's kind of that's a great album too. It's probably their heaviest, but I don't know. And Fates Warning is one of those bands as well that I am kind of late to, honestly. I've only gotten into them more in the last year or so. When I checked them out back in the day, they were one of the earlier bands in prog metal that I heard about, along with Dream Theater and stuff. But you compare Dream Theater to these guys, there isn't the shredding, there isn't the super heavy riffs on this kind of stuff anyway. This era.
It's more melodic and a little more streamlined as far
as about songwriting.
Being a kid in high school who was just getting into metal, it wasn't heavy enough for me, to be completely honest. And but this one, going back to this, man, this is just a fantastic album. I believe this is the first one with Mark Zonder on it. Fantastic drummer.
It is, correct.
Crazy intricate stuff he does on his cymbal work and stuff, and just the little fills he does here and there. And this is probably, I would say this is one of their more technical albums as well. It's still not super technical, but it's just really intricate, really nuanced kind of. And it's got an interesting atmosphere to it as well. Just something about the production. It's kind of cold and mechanical. It doesn't really sound like any of their other albums to me. I enjoy all their albums pretty much, but yeah, I would have to pick this one. And this is probably one of my favorite albums from the kind of classic prog metal style, I would say. So yeah.
Very good choice, man. I mean, you can the Awaken choice for me is kind of a little bit nostalgic in a weird way. I prefer listening to Parallels, that one, Perfect Symmetry, the one after Parallels, No Exit, I even like. So it's, and it is weird. You mentioned No Exit, which is definitely their heaviest, probably their most thrashiest.
Yeah.
But you're getting a lot of Ray trying to be John with the screams, and it just doesn't. I like it, but it doesn't connect with me as well as the when Ray takes charge and does his thing. You know what I mean? So, good choice, Eric. All right, John, what you got, man?
All right, I'm going to take Dave's approach since I lost a lot of CDs a couple years ago during a move. So I'm going to take this approach. And of course, we've already talked about Opeth's Watershed, and I don't have a whole lot more to throw in since everybody else said what I was thinking. But I mean, to me, it's one of Opeth's heaviest records and one of their most beautiful records. And I know that's a bold statement, but much like everybody else said, I don't think I could go without hearing Heir Apparent and Hex Omega for the rest of my days. So,
yep, it's a killer album, man. I mean, again, you could go with at least 4 or 5 Opeth albums easily.
Yep.
So.
Burden can make a grown man weep.
What's that?
Burden can make a grown man weep.
Yeah, Burden is an absolutely beautiful track. I mean, it is pretty intense. All right, Johnny, what you got, man?
Well, weird as it might seem, some of the guys have already mentioned this band and this particular album, but I'm going to chuck it in anyway because can't not have it in here. This is Beneath the Belly to Me and Colours. There's the live one, which is excellent. I thought I'd better just chuck in Colours 2 as well because it's the second one, and it's a cracking album.
It's a beast of an album.
Weirdly, I only discovered this band last year. Because I'm not a prog head, I kind of avoided them. And I'd watched something, and whether it was when did Colours 2 come out?
2022, 2021.
Last year? Could that have been last year? It's probably people talking about that. It might even been the Trolls review. I'm not sure. But I thought, well, I better fucking check them out because everybody talks good stuff about them. So I listened to Colours 2, blew me away, and thought, well, I've got to listen to the first one. So I picked up the first one, and it's better than the second one. Not that the second one's bad at all, as you all know, but Colours is just such. It said, now I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the whole idea of it's in theory just one long song, but it's supposed to be split into different stories, but it's like an arc, and each one is a different color. I think that's the concept behind me. I could be totally wrong, and I could have dreamt it in a drunken stupor. I don't know. I make shit up, so it's very possible. But I just like the idea of it, and as you say, the last song was White Walls or whatever. Oh my god, what an awesome song! Absolute beast of a song. So I couldn't not mention Beneath the Belly to me, and I said I was quite pleased that I knew a new prog band to me, and they I don't know, I'm not sure what I expected from them. I think I was put off because people mentioned the word mathcore, and that scared me because I don't do math. So yeah, there you go. That's my next one.
You guys have convinced me. I gotta check that fucking album out.
It's a shame you haven't.
Again, I saw them open for Mastodon on that album, and the only thing that put me off a little bit was the vocalist. He's a keyboardist, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I got to go back and try it, but the vocalist, I remember that hearing a bit of core in there, man, just a little bit.
There is.
There is. He's got like kind of a metalcore growl.
Yeah.
But I mean,
and
he's got a lot of vocal
hardcore
range.
band, really.
They started on as kind of a mathcore band and then more of a hardcore band. But his vocals have gotten better, tons better over the years. Like his clean singing has just really, really progressed.
I'll give it a shot. I think the core thing scares me a little bit because, well, I'm an old fucker and core stuff scares me. But just saying, I'll give it a shot.
Honestly, Coma Eclectic might be a better gateway album. Right? Yeah, it's way more proggy. There's more clean vocals, I think, on that one than any of their other albums.
Okay.
Automata 2. Automata 2. The second
Yeah,
one.
Automata 2, dude. Yeah, if you want a song with like a rockabilly fucking swing to it.
I like
Voice
that.
of
Press
That'd be
pass.
cool. But all right, moving on. Moving on here. I'm going to go, but before I go, my pick. Which, by the way, Roger, I need that pick I asked you to pull for me. I own everything that I picked today. It's just that with all my shit, most of you guys know, but maybe Jurgen and Dave don't know. A lot of my shit's in box. Well, Dave, you helped me move all this shit in here. Forgot. All my stuff is just everywhere. I've got most of it, but one or two I need. So, Roger, I'll be right with you. Nate, we're reading Nate's list. Young dude. That's what I have next to his name. Nate's list, young dude. All right. Hemispheres Rush. Perfect pick, Nate. Focus, Cynic. I'm sorry. Well, you have two here. Traced in Air from Focus. You got Control and Resistance from Watchtower. You've got Blotted Science, Machinations of Dementia. You've got Gorguts, Colored Sands. That's a great pick. You got Death's Sound of Perseverance. We haven't had either one of those two bands come up until now. You got Atheist, Unquestionable Presence. You might hear that one later. And then you've got Kansas Solaris Sublimation. Siege's Even. There's a really nice pick. Life Cycle. And honorable mentions. Anarchy. Wait a minute. Did I have this right? Yeah. Anarchy. Sentience. Canvas Solaris again. The Atomized Dream. Death Human. Might hear about that one. Beyond Creation, The Aura, and Exuvious. So there you go. That is Nate's pick. And my pick, I'm going to let Roger show while I talk about it briefly. And it is Nevermore's Dreaming Neon Black. Good fucking Lord, do I love this album.
Yeah.
First of all, I have to say that, we talked about prog singers and metal singers and, Daniel Gildenlow being incredible. But I will say this. I'm not sure that there's a singer that I love more than Warrell Dane. Warrell Dane's voice is just other fucking worldly. He could do the screams, for Sanctuary and then the early Nevermore. And then he got into that deep, resonant, almost gothic sounding thing like on Dreaming Neon Black, man. That song, that chorus, meet me in the... whatever the lyrics, so I can't remember off the top of my head. But, man, that fucking song just rules. And then you've got... my brain's doing ADHD here. What's the really banging track? Beyond Within, man. Come on, man. That fucking track that song, Beyond Within, can literally make you impotent if you get too close to the speakers. Listen to that song. That song is a vicious motherfucker. Nevermore. Dreaming Neon Black. I fucking love that song. And it should be added that I think one of the other reasons I really love that song is because not only do you have the monstrosity that is Jeff Loomis, but you also have Tim. God damn it. Always forget this guy's name. Tim from Forbidden. Somebody help me out. Tim. Nate, help me out in the comments. Tim, I know it and I can't remember it. Anybody remember Forbidden's guitar player? No? Okay. Somebody will help me. Nate will get it. I just can't remember off the top of my head. So there you go. That's my fifth one there. Dave, what you got?
All right. This one's probably a stretch, but one of my favorite albums. One summer, I just played this thing over and over. Enchant, Blink of an Eye. So definitely more prog than metal. But Ted Leonard is the lead singer. Back in the day, I guess he was on most of their albums was lead singer. Love his voice. Love the guitar work on this album. Just some really, really good tunes. Like
who's that singer on that?
What's that?
Who's that singer?
Ted Leonard.
Okay.
So he went on to Spock's Beard. He's been in a couple prog bands since Enchant. He was on tour with Transatlantic, I think.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, the last tour he was on tour with Transatlantic. So he sang on Neil Morse, a couple of his albums. So he's all over the prog world. But I don't know how I stumbled across that album, but just fell in love with it.
Okay. That's a good pick. I don't think anybody's going to get that. Was Tim Tim Calvert. I can never remember his last name. A brilliant guitar player, really dark, likes a lot of dark, sort of mystical sounding riffs. And obviously, we might talk about Forbidden soon here at the end, probably. But Jürgen, number 5.
So, okay, we were talking about Voraldane and we were talking about Fate's Warning. So I just pulled out that one. 33 years ago, Sanctuary played with Fate's Warning on their Perfect Symmetry tour.
That's awesome.
So my next pick, I originally wanted to show that one. Dan Swaner's Moon Tower. Very proggy. Some people say it's like a Rush album with death metal vocals. But I decided to go for another Dan Swaner project. This is Panthymonium's Dawn of Dreams. Yeah, this is all over the place. It's jazzy, it's got saxophone, it's got blast beats, death metal, everything mixed together.
Ooh.
And my copy is signed by Mr. Swaner.
Look at you, flexing a little bit there. Yeah, that Panthymonium is some trippy stuff, man. It's psychedelic, it's jazzy, it's death metal-y, it's weird as fuck, but it's super cool. It's not for the faint of heart though. You just don't sit down and throw that on. That's a cool one. Just shows how you got them all.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a perfect description of the music. Chaos.
What's backwards? What's it say?
Chaos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chaos. Crazy. Very, very cool stuff, man. That's a great pick. I think you're going to be the only guy that picks that one. All right, Logan, on number 5.
Oh.
I gotta. Not all albums come with a pair of glasses for you to use.
That's true.
It improves my vision. Tool, gotta mention. This is probably the band that kind of first exposed me to the idea of like prog metal with like Enema being like the first one I heard, but this one is my second favorite after that. I do prefer this to Lateralis for some reason. I think the track Songs for Marie, like 10,000 Days, the title track, that's such an emotionally heavy song. Just like it's about Maynard Keenan's mother and like her suffering with was it a stroke that she had? And she was essentially bedridden and just, and of course she lived for 10,000 days, and that's where the name of the album comes from, which is like 30 years, I feel like.
It's a long fucking time.
It's a long fucking time, yeah. And the whole time she remained a very staunch religious, Christian, and Maynard, of course, didn't get it and went the opposite direction and resented the idea of God and everything, and just hating on religion. And the album, the song Judith by Perfect Circle kind of explores that too.
Yep.
But then the title track is him, because it's after she passes away. So it's him essentially putting aside his anger and just being like, I'm glad you were able to have whatever time you were able to have. And, that religion was almost able to help you get through that. It's a beautiful song. Gives me chills. Other great songs off of this, Right Into is awesome. Jambi is probably one of the heavier Tool songs. And honestly, it's got a Jinti Meshuggah section, which is pretty cool.
Oh, that breakdown's killer.
Yeah, dude, gotta love the breakdown. And then Vicarious too, highlighting people watching TV and being desensitized and kind of removed from real world elements. Still apt today. Just look at what's going on. And then the pot as well. Gotta talk about that. Yeah, but yeah, I also love the packaging for this one. So
yeah,
it's 27 years, 145 days.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just
excited to see them live too. They're announced a tour with Elder as the opening band.
Saw them on that tour too. It wasn't Elder that opened. I can't remember who it was.
They've toured with like Yob and ISIS. And
I saw them once with ISIS. Actually, on that tour.
Yeah, ISIS. Yeah. And I also saw him with Phantomas.
Yep.
And Meshuggah too. They've toured with Meshuggah, right?
I saw him with Meshuggah twice, and then once with Tomahawk too.
Oh yeah, Tomahawk.
Yeah, always cool opening bands.
You know, the bummer about that choice though is that if you'd have picked it like 3 years ago, we could have said it's been 500 years since Tool put an album out, but you know, which I got to be honest with you, that last Tool album did zero for me, nothing.
It's a hippie drum circle.
I like it.
All right, Roger.
Well, we're gonna step it up a little bit with Dark Millennium, Acid River. This is previously a death metal band, death doom band back in the days, but on this album they really take the progressiveness full out, and the vocals might scare some people off because it's kind of light death vocals or almost black vocals. Is very intense vocals on this one, but the music is just fantastic and very progressive, but still heavy. Was my top pick for last year, and still play this album regularly because it's just a fucking killer album. So
that's one I'm not familiar with. That's pretty cool. Dark Millennium.
Yes.
Where they from?
Germany.
Ah, okay.
That's
Germans
awesome.
do metal. Them Germans do metal. Okay, so I've heard.
Even their debut, like all their albums are pretty proggy, like super heavy, but all their albums are pretty proggy.
Yeah, but they were more death doom with prog elements before. But this album is kind of they are just getting more and more progressive in a way.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Well, young Eric already brought up this album, and I pretty much have to agree with like almost all of his points. I picked this one because, well, I mean, I had to have Debbie on my island because Debbie just has like an emotional connection with this music. That's like kind of a big thing, but I need levity too. And how much more levity can you get with a fourth dimensional alien coming to subjugate us for a cup of coffee? And this album's brilliant. It's goofy, maybe admittedly a little stupid, but it's hilarious at the same time and well written. Like you get honestly kind of like the full spectrum of Debbie on here in a way. Like the heavier songs, like Dude, By Your Command, that opening number is such a huge song. And oh god, I mean, Ziltodia Attacks is ridiculous. Planet Smasher, but dude, some of the softer songs, like Hyperdrive. Hyperdrive is just a gorgeous melody, just kind of based on a couple of riffs, and it's so lush and wonderful. Solar Winds, Color Your World. I love this album. I remember it getting kind of panned when it was reviewed. It's like it's just kind of goofy and dumb. It's like that's the point. This is just done for enjoyment. I believe he used the same drum machine program that Meshuggah used for Catch 33,
Yep.
and it's Debbie doing Debbie and having a lot of fun. And I mean, I could have maybe justified having Strapping Young Lad's Alien on here, but I don't know. I like Debbie kind of getting to the more proggy stuff and the more fun, aloof stuff. And I'm on a desert island. I'm gonna need some fucking laughs, but I'm also gonna need some riffs and killer songs, and that's what Debbie does. So yeah, this album's fucking brilliant and dumb at the same time.
It's goofy because it's Devin. He's very eccentrically funny. The guy's just a funny dude.
The skits are fucking great on there too.
Yep.
I'm so omniscient. If there were two omnisciences, I would be both.
Yeah. A couple quick comments here. Metal Connection said, great panel. Yeah, I agree, man. And again, I really want to thank everybody for giving me a big chunk of their Sunday. I hope you're enjoying this. Devin says, what the hell? Colors doesn't sound like Rush. What's this shit? Yeah, dude. That's all I fucking listen to is Rush. That's all I listen to.
It is.
Christ. There are days I regret fucking meeting you. Just saying. Anyway, Omega Man says, compared to Dream Theater, I'd say Pain and Salvation is more emotionally charged. Darker, way less shreddy. They generally have better lyrics and vocals. Yeah, man, by far. I mean, I love John Petrucci. I think we all probably love John Petrucci, most of us. And, I love Dream Theater's music. But, man, after the first couple of albums, just Labrie just wears on me, man. And don't watch any of his cameos. when he actually sings a cappella, man, I mean, don't get me wrong. He's a good singer, but there's something about his voice that just grates me anymore. All right. Yeah, I'm going to list Devin's here shortly. We'll get to another couple here. So, Eric, what you got?
All right. Let's stay in Canada for a minute. So technically, I guess this is an EP, but it's 33 minutes long. There's plenty of studio albums, full-length albums that are shorter than that. So, gonna go with this. Gorguts, Pleiades Dust.
Nice.
So, again, I mean, you could pick really anything. You could even go with Obscura. Obscura is kind of prog in a way. Colored Sands for sure, but this, I don't know. This is like maybe my favorite thing from Gorguts. I don't listen to it very often, but every time I do, it kind of blows my mind all over again. The first time I listened to this, I got to get this on vinyl, because the first time I listened to this, I just stared at the cover art the entire time. So much detail in there. But this is basically Luke LeMay after he listened to a bunch of Opeth and Porcupine Tree and stuff, and decided to make a 33-minute song, and it just flows super well. There's crazy technical parts, dissonance, the classic Gorguts sound, but you also get like some really slow kind of brooding parts as well. That add a lot of atmosphere, some really heavy, like down-tuned sludgy parts as well, and just, I don't know, it just flows so well from front to back. Yeah, this is a great one to just like get a little bit whatever
eating French fries. You're eating French fries, right?
Yeah, eat some French fries and stare out the window at the clouds and listen to this. So,
okay, I guess we have to mention this real quick. Peter coming through with complete absurdity. His fifth pick is Parasophisma. I don't know. A variable invariability, varied independency on variations caused by the invariability of invariability remains the same when all the variations of fractals of delight have been done.
Is that a Demilich song title?
Yeah, I never heard of it, and I'm not sure I want to even investigate that. I'm kind of scared of it. But anyway, moving on to John. What you got, John?
Yep. Rivers of Nile, where owls know my name.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Prior to this, the band had always kind of flirted with prog, but I think in this instance, like when this record came out, they were both heavy, they got more atmospheric, the melodies got a lot more intricate, and the addition of that saxophone player, and Nick and I got to see it live, it just adds such a flavor and kind of a spacey atmosphere for this band. But all these songs are killer, and the title track on this with Andy Thomas from Black Crown Initiate was just fucking awesome. But I mean, I love the hell out of this record. I've jammed this over and over again, and it's brilliant. It's a brilliant piece of both tech death and prog, I would say.
Loads of atmosphere on that too.
They're local guys, literally right up the road from me, about 30 miles.
Yeah, they're from what, Reading?
Reading, yeah. About 35 miles.
No way.
When
check them out. Dave, did you ever see them? I mean, you've heard of them, right?
I've heard of them, never checked them out.
Yeah, they're up very, very closely aligned with the guys from like Believer. You remember them? Believer, the tech thrash band. They're in the same, literally the same neighborhood, I think, which is kind of weird. But I need to check them out, man. I've not checked them out yet. So
yeah, when the saxophone player came on for that show, he warmed up with Careless Whisper. It was pretty awesome seeing a bunch of metalheads fucking singing along. I was like, oh, this is a moment right here,
dude. That's epic right there. That's epic. All right, Johnny.
Yeah.
What you got?
Okie dokie. Band that been mentioned quite a bit. band that we've agreed you could probably have a top 10 of this band. Oh shit, my album's falling over. There. Damn it. Now, weirdly, everybody's going to go, what? But I'm going with this.
That's a good one.
Excellent.
Enslaves Utgard. I think that's how you say it.
That's
Probably
a
not.
killer record.
Shit at talking. Can't do English anyway. Now, the reason I'm picking this one is because it's the first one I heard by him, scarily. This obviously came out 2020, and that's the first time I heard Enslaved. I was quite late to the Enslaved train, but once I was fucking on it, that was it. I got a season ticket. What an album! As you say, it's.
Did you say I got season tickets?
No.
Oh, I thought you said I got season tickets to Enslaved. I was like, what the fuck?
Go on the train to.
I got you.
Yeah, in other words, I've picked everything up because that's what I do. But yeah, the only reason I picked this one as opposed to the others, it's not necessarily my favourite, but it's the first one I heard by them, so I've got a certain association with it, shall we say? So
awesome.
Yeah, as you say, we all have to pick an Enslaved album, and this is the one I picked, and I figured no other fucker would pick it anyway.
That's a good one, man.
Yeah,
excellent.
That's fine, man.
Almost impossible to find a bad. Well, it isn't. It's impossible to find a bad Enslaved album. So
some are just slightly better than others. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, Homebound is such a catchy song.
Yeah.
Man, when that chorus hits, oh.
Okay, what the fuck? God damn it! I can't blow.
I can't blow. That's a good sentence.
Well,
Context.
No, I gotta hit.
That's no good for the island, Jeff.
Just right, and I didn't hit right. Real quick, Nate's list. Nate Euphoric Forms, my dude, really great guitar player, guys. If you haven't checked him out on Instagram, check him out. Nate Euphoric Forms, I think it is. He's got Leprous, Melina, Pain of Salvation, B, killer album, very esoteric and very out there though. It's like their big, super epic, proggy concept album. Very, very good though. I hope I'm saying this right. Sixth, Sikth, Sixth, Death of a Dead Day.
Oh yeah, that band's
Don't know
nuts.
that one. Alarum, Eventuality. Arch Matheos, you might hear about them a little later here. He's got Winter Ethereal, Between the Buried and Me, Colors. We've seen that a lot. Devin Townsend, Empath.
Good
That's
album.
a crazy one. Carnival. That's one that's a band I always forget about. Sound Awake. Very, very cool band. Haken, The Mountain, another cool band. Haken, I believe, is that
English.
the guy? No, Haken's not the guy behind Ishan. That's Leprous, right?
No, yeah. Well, he's the guest because
Right.
they're friends by marriage too.
Right. Voivod Morgoth Tales. He's taking a real recent Voivod one. That's interesting. And 5 honorable mentions here. The Contortionist, Language, Ice Fish, Human Hardware, Periphery. I'm sort of surprised this is the first time we're hearing Periphery, but that's a newer band. Maybe Logan will have that or someone, but Periphery 2, and Alkaloid, Liquid Anatomy. You're going to hear about that in my honorable mentions. What a fucking band.
Yeah.
Just got the new media book in, Nick, yesterday. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for spending more of my fucking money I don't have. Defeated Sanity, Dharmata, I think. Dharmata. And, some interesting choices in there. And my choice is going to be, let's do this. Let's get these out of the way. I'm going to pull a Rick. It's my stream. I do what I want. All right. I couldn't choose. And I think Mr. Jurgen will understand this. I had to put one or two of these, but I think if I had to lean a direction, it's probably this way because this is my first Voivod CD that I got in, was that 90? 89, 90? I forget.
It was 89,
90.
right?
What was it, Jurgen? 89, 90?
90.
90.
90.
And this story has been told 8,000 times. Somehow, Dave did not make it to this show with me, and I'm sort of surprised. I think I went alone. But I saw these guys headline over Soundgarden and Faith No More. didn't even know who Faith No More was. In fact, Bill Gould, the bass player, bought me a beer. We were just kind of hanging out. He bought me a beer. Snake walked up, started talking to Snake. I don't think he understood a word I said. I'm pretty sure he didn't. And, I was already pretty tanked. And as everybody knows that's seen me, I talked about this. Jurgen, this is a true story. I don't have any pictures to prove it or video. It was 1990, no cell phones. I got pulled up on stage to sing the second verse of Astronomy Domine, completely fucking wasted out of my head. I don't know what I said. Whatever. But then Snake threw me out into the audience, and it's the only time I stage dove. But man, I love this album. It's probably their most proggiest album. It's their Rush album. Terry Brown produced it, and it's got maybe one of my favorite songs on here, The Prowl. Everybody knows The Prowl. It's just such a killer track. I don't know if there's any specific tracks. Nothing Face off this album rules. The Unknown Known rules. Every song on both these albums. So Voivod Angel Rat or Voivod Nothing Face, pick your poison. There we go. I cheated. I pulled a Rick. Hi, Dave. You are up, sir.
All right. I was going to ask. We haven't heard Haken until you read that list off. Right?
Yeah, there you go.
So I got to go with this one. Virus.
Which one is it?
Virus. Haken Virus.
That's like 2 albums ago or 1 album ago?
Came out, 2 albums ago. Came out in 2020. So I follow Portnoy on Instagram, and every year he's got his top album. So I usually print that list out, and I think that's how I got turned on to Haken many years ago, and wasn't a big fan, but first time I listened to this album, it just blew me away. The musicianship is amazing. Everything about it. The sound quality, the quality of the recording. Like I said, the drumming, the guitar playing, everything is just amazing on it.
All right. Good choice, Dave. I know you kind of keep up with some of the more current bands more than I do these days. I mean, I throw you weird death metal shit and weird black metal shit and weird shit in general. But you always come at me with some of these newer prog metal bands, and I'm like, yeah, I haven't checked them out. Sorry. So I have
great album.
Yeah, I'll have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jurgen, number 6.
I wonder why nobody has talked about that one. Psychotic Walls.
Oh, yeah.
I loved the first album. I've heard the Aslan demos they did before, but when that one came out, this one really, really blew me away. Buddy Lecky's vocals are outstanding on here. The guitar work, just listen to the solo section in Into the Everflow with the dual leads and stuff. Butterfly is such a beautiful song, hanging on a string. Perfect example for a prog metal album.
That's Devin. What's his name? Buddy Lackey is Devin. Whatever his name is. I forget the name of it. He has another band called Dead Soul Tribe, right?
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah, which I have that one. I have Psychotic Waltz on CDR. That I swear, Dave, didn't you make them from? That might have been John. Now that I think of it. But yeah, that's a good one, Jurgen. You're picking like weird out there ones. That's why I really wanted you on there.
Yeah, that's a band I'm meaning to check out. So you've had a couple that I'm immediately interested in. Especially the fucking Dan Swano stuff. Like I'm already a huge fan of him.
Yeah, and speaking of Dan Swano, I probably shouldn't say it out loud, but I'm gonna. Maybe it'll wish it into happening. So I had Paul Kerr on from November's Doom, and we talked quite a bit. And he said he was going to get me in contact with Dan to maybe have Dan come on. So that would be fucking rad. All right, Logan, what you got?
So you mentioned Periphery, and I do not have any Periphery on my list. The clean singing that they do just kind of
I
me
can't
off.
stand
And
his voice.
yeah, something about his voice is just irritating. And even like the first guy on, like I like some of the stuff from their first album, but still, something about his voice just puts me off. Like the music itself, I could probably get behind like an instrumental, but I do have to salute this band who's the godfather of Periphery. I'm surprised they haven't been mentioned yet. I'm sure someone else will probably talk about them. With Between the Buried and the Meshuggah are probably the most important current prog band or prog band for like the 2000s so far. You could really go with a couple of their different albums. This is the one that I came into with them. 2012's Call Us. And I just really like the songwriting. I think the individual tracks really stand out a lot more so than some of their other albums. Like The Demon's Name is Surveillance, and The Hurt That Finds You First, and Swarm, or just these fast ripping bitey songs. And then it slows down with like Behind the Sun, Morrow, Break Those Bones, whose sinew gave it motion. Just kind of slower and mesmerizing. I think Behind the Sun is my favorite Meshuggah song. But
that's the coolest song on there because it's kind of different from a lot of their other stuff.
Yeah.
My only issue with Meshuggah, and this we'll open this up, so go ahead. You done?
Yeah. Sure.
My only issue with Meshuggah, and I own most until the last maybe one or two. What was the last one called, Nick?
The last one, Immutable.
And what was the one before that?
I liked that.
Violent Sleep of Reason.
Okay, I have everyone but the last one, and my problem with them is that a lot of sameness, man. A lot of sameness. And yes, they're incredible players. They're insane players. But someone mentioned this earlier, and I do not own it, hence I did not choose it. But Soul Niger Within from
I have it.
From Thornendal, fucking amazingly weird album, man. It's like a metal Alan Holdsworth album. It's so fucking cool, man. And that would be one I would put in there if I actually owned it. So,
hey, didn't we saw Meshuggah open up for POD and System of a Down?
Yeah, dude, at Hershey Park. And remember, I won those tickets on
that's crazy
X or whatever that radio. It's the only time I've ever won shit in my life, other than when we went to Atlantic City and I won all that money, and then you remember what happened after that. I told the story, and I told the story kind of. I'm not going to get into that story, but let's just say there might have been hookers involved, but nobody but me was involved with that. So we'll just stop there. Anyway, moving on.
The breakdown on Demiurge. That is one of the heaviest moments in
a highlight.
Meshuggah's entire catalog.
Absolutely.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I really do like Meshuggah. I got to be in the right mood to listen to them these days. They're not a band that I'm like, oh, I can't wait to throw them on. But we did actually see them for Nothing had just come out or was just coming out, and that's kind of my go-to is Nothing. That's the one I always go to. That or I
is so good.
What's the one after Nothing? Is that Bleed or not?
I know.
Catch
33.
Catch 33.
But Obzen.
Obzen is what you're thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
The breakdown and dancers to a discordant system.
Yes.
Yeah. Insane. Yeah, but again, Meshuggah's a band that I got to kind of be in the right mood for, and I do kind of like by the end of that album or an album, I'm kind of like, okay, I don't need to listen to them for a while. So, okay, where were we? I'm sorry, we are at Jürgen. Logan, Roger. I'm sorry, dude. I keep forgetting you're in the middle of it. Okay,
quite all right. Just to clear the Meshuggah era, I need to do something more extreme. The Antichrist Imperium.
Holy fuck.
Volume 3,
Excellent
Satan is in his original glory. This is, it's 3 of the Akercocke guys who needed to do some more
that explains it.
Evil stuff. And this is very progressive. It's very kind of blackened death metal in a way, but it's a fucking killer album. Just fantastic. Twisted, progressive black and death metal, if that's something you can say.
I saw them I saw Akercocke at Maryland Death Fest. 17, something like that. I don't even know what to say. That fucking band like really freaked me out in a lot of different ways. I struggled. Plus, some asshole dumped beer on me from 3 tiers up, and I got soaked with it, and I was pretty pissed. But yeah, strange band. The only one I've listened to them is the Satanist. Is that what it's called? Or not Satanist? What's it called?
Antichrist.
The Antichrist. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't get them. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah,
that.
you got to go to the. It's called. They have a couple of great albums. The third album, especially Corazon, and that's
the one
kind
I
of
know.
the.
I think that my main issue with them was Jason Mendoza is the guitarist and vocalist, right? And he does this kind of crazy screechy scream that kind of is. I'm like, oh, what the fuck is that? They were a very interesting band. I mean, crazy, intricate, and very, like you said, very progressive in a strange sort of way. So, all right, Nick, what you got?
Well, this one was brought up by Serge, but I have a different album. The Ocean, Phanerozoic 1, Paleozoic. This band merged post metal and prog metal and did it in, I think, one of the coolest ways. You have all the really, technical songwriting in terms of like making the songs bigger, more lavish, but you have that post metal atmosphere with lots of big empty space, and the whole dynamic of post metal is like deconstructing the song and building it back up. And these guys are just masters at it. I actually like the vocals too. It took a little while, but this band is always heavy in concept. In fact, I think they embrace concepts more than a lot of prog bands, because there's a lot of prog bands just like, we just did an album here, and every single one of their albums has been conceptual for God, I would say since maybe even before Precambrian.
Oh, Flexion.
Flexion. I don't know if Flexion was conceptual, but this one was the one that just, I don't know, I think they just got everything right. Like, you have bone crushing, heavy moments and light atmospheric moments. The use of synths on here is so damn good. Nonsense, the big standout giant track on here, complete with an awesome bridge. Well, actually, no, he does most of the vocals on it. Shit, why can't I think of his damn name?
Jonas.
Rents. Yeah, Rents.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. His fluttering vocals add so well to these pulsating.
It really works well with that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
But rarely do I get into lyrics, and lyrics on here I really get into because it's essentially about the extinction of species, and your time on here, or just for life in general, it can change in a moment. The whole world will shift, and there are moments in here like the Great Dying, the last track, which is probably my favorite track on here. The lyrics speak from the planet's perspective, and it's essentially is like, hey, I don't think I love you. I just I exterminate things just because you have to make room for the next thing. But this album's absolutely fantastic. Most of this band's discography is absolutely amazing. Like, this is one of my favorite post metal acts out there, and it's cool I can kind of lump them in with the prog ones because they do that well too. Yeah, everything on this album is amazing. Go get it, and Pelagial too, because Serge was 100% right on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so fashionably late arriving, Mr. Rick, the Dreadful Minutes. Rick, we're glad to see you. Everybody clap for Rick, please.
Go clap.
Clap for Rick.
Rick.
Rick did, probably in my opinion, his most epic fucking thumbnail for me ever. This Prog Metal Island thing, if you guys all saw it, I think you all did see it before, it's behind us, but man, it's fucking epic. Now, as usual, I have to take a little bit of credit, just a tiny little bit. Because I'm that guy. I'm the ego fucking guy. But the Martian head in the middle, this guy's idea. And the flying saucers, this guy's idea. But everything else, the reality of it is, you guys all know this if you know Rick, he is just a fucking master artist with thumbnails, with his intros. He does some of the strangest intros you'll ever see on YouTube videos. Just saying. Not sure if we're all up here, but just, it's cool. But Rick, thank you for doing that. As always, love you, buddy. And enjoy. Rick has bought me a lot of stuff over the years because you guys all know I have a real serious health problem, but I bought Rick something the other day. I got Rick the new Sulfur Eon, whatever it is, album, the vinyl album. There you go. So enjoy that, Rick, because that should be there Monday, I believe, or Monday or Tuesday. Anyway, we're moving on here to Eric, I believe.
All right. This was kind of alluded to a little bit.
Can't see
My
it.
oh,
Angle it just a little bit. There we go.
Ishan.
Hmm.
Again, I could have picked a bunch of his albums. I don't think he's put out a bad one, to be honest. But this one is probably my favorite. Saxophone on here, love it or hate it. I happen to love it. This was another. I don't know. Ishan is kind of the first. He was kind of in the way Opeth was a gateway for me to get into death metal. Ishan was kind of a gateway for me to get into black metal, because I first heard some of his stuff. I think I first heard him on a Devin Townsend song, actually, Jular from Deconstruction. But yeah, I didn't like his vocals. They were a little much for me back in the day, but the music, I forget if this was the first album I heard or not, but the music is just so great that I just got used to the vocals, and it was all downhill from there. But yeah, you got some awesome songs on here. The Barren Lands, A Graven Verse, the title track, Frozen Lakes on Mars, Heaven's Black Sea. Everything on here is just awesome. There's just super memorable melodies. It's a really, along with, I don't know, it's kind of an evolution from Emperor. There's still black metal elements to it, but definitely more prog in general, I would say. But just a really kind of melancholic atmosphere feeling to most of his albums. But there's just something about the melodies that he writes. He's an amazing guitar player, amazing songwriter. I happen to really like his clean vocals as well, and he's still got that crazy black metal screech like no one else. Yeah, just fantastic. And again, any of his albums are worth checking out.
Yeah, and they're very experimental. What's the one?
Seelenbrecken.
Yeah, Seelenbrecken. That's a really out there one.
Out there, but
super cool
I
though.
really like that one too.
Super weird and cool. I haven't kept up in the last 2 or 3, but I have everything else. And
the last two are great too.
He's kind of the epitome of the experimental progressive guy. He just goes anywhere he wants to go, and he's allowed to because of just who he is. So okay, John, what you got? Are we on 7 or 6?
I don't know. 6. I think I'm personally on 5.
I think we're on 6. I think we're on
7.
We're on
7.
7.
You're right. 7. Yeah, 7.
Well, then I fell behind somewhere. Oh well, not important. Yeah, Dave brought up this band, and I have to bring up this band. Of course, I'm wearing the shirt. Haken's Affinity. This was the first Haken album I ever heard. Nick showed me this just on a whim because I think I was talking about wanting to find something new that was prog, and Nick's like, dude, check out this band. Of course, the song 1985, I think, is one of my fucking favorites. So fiercely 80s, but so wonderfully prog. Something that really sells me on Haken, too, is Ross Jennings' vocals. Dude, that guy's fucking amazing. But yeah, I mean, I love Haken. It's all over the map. It's a lot of fun. Very talented musicianship across the board. Seen these guys a couple times now, I think. Great fucking band.
All right. Cool. Johnny.
Okie dokie. I think this band is Swiss, but I could be totally fucking wrong, as I usually am. I'm gonna go a bit of thrash metal. I think this was like the 4th album, and a lot of people didn't like it because it was quite proggy. I'm gonna go for Coroner.
I love that album.
With,
Great
Mental
album.
Vortex.
Yes.
I love the first 3, obviously, absolutely brilliant. But as I just said, this brings just a little bit more prog to it. It's not quite as off the wall as Voivod for me, but I just love this album. It's such a good album. Stuff like Bloody Sirens and I Want You, She's So Heavy, that final track on side 2, absolutely brilliant. So yeah, that's something a bit different, a bit thrashy. We'll have a bit of colour in it.
Yeah,
Great
that
one.
was my first Coroner album, so that one's
Great pick.
special.
Great pick. Great
Decent
pick. And that was probably the second or third death metal or extreme metal album I ever bought back in the. When did that come out, Johnny? Was that
91.
what? 8? 6? 8?
91.
Oh, I thought it was the late 80s. 91?
Yep,
Yeah,
91.
I think it's in.
Okay.
I think it's 90s because it was the fourth album.
Yeah,
on
so
it.
that would have been that would have been when I tried death metal and was like, ooh, I like everything but the vocals.
91.
Like,
1991, Jeff.
91,
Actually made some notes. Fucking hell. Yeah, 1991.
That's when I tried the death metal thing and was like, man, I'm a pussy. I just can't take those vocals. But I came around. It took a while. I had to get a little older to get a little more seasoned. You know, you guys keep forgetting. I was born in the 60s, man. I was born back when like Hendrix was still alive. All right. I got a list here from Devin. If I can blow myself up again. God damn it.
Go blow yourself
Fourth
up.
time.
Oh, okay. The joke is worn off. Come on.
We're still laughing.
It's still good.
And trust me, at this point, if I was if I was limber enough to blow myself, I probably would. But anyway, moving on. Oh, what is that? TMI? Sorry about that.
All right, Marilyn Manson.
Rick, where's oh, here it is. All right. So this is from Devin. Everybody knows Devin, sadly. He's got Opeth Ghost Reveries, Gojira from Mars to Sirius. You might hear about that later. Enslaved Isa, Anathema. There's our first Anathema sighting, but there will be more. A Fine Day to Exit, Amorphous Queen of Time, BT Bam, The Great Misdirect, Voivod, The Outer Limits, which of course some would argue that might be their proggiest album because they have a 17-minute song there called Jack Illuminous, and it's killer. We've got Moon Sorrow. I don't know what this is. V Javietti? I don't know.
They're Finnish, so it's going to be tough.
Yeah. I don't know. Whatever that one is. Via Vieti, something like that. Edge of Sanity, Crimson, and Death Human. So there we go, Devin. There. Don't say I never did anything for you, man. All right. So I'm going to go. We talked about Enslaved and how hard it is to come up with an album from this band because they are soup to nuts. This is maybe one of those few bands that you just can't find anything wrong with any of their albums. Are some a little better than others? Sure. But generally speaking, man, most of their albums are 8.5 to 9s to 9.5s to 10 out of 10s. And if you're with Jimmy, if he makes it here later, everything in Enslaved is a 10 out of 10. But I'm going to go with the first one I got into. Well, the first one I bought and kind of took on a flyer based on something somebody put on a message board. Remember those guys? Message boards way back then? Yeah. So this would have been 2000, 2001. We're going with Enslaved Monumention on, I believe this is on Osmos, right?
I think so.
Yep, an original Osmos Productions. Man, there's something about this album, and you know, if you watched the deep dives that we did, Rick, myself, Jimmy, like Devin was on one of them. Nick, you weren't on that one, I think, but man, this album just speaks to me, and in particular, Convoys to Nothingness. Come on, man. The beginning of that echoey, super cool suspended chord thing that he does, and then drives into the driving heaviest thing. Is this their heaviest? Is this their most metal? No. But to me, this is where the prog metal starts with them. You could argue a little bit in Mardrum, but it's still more black metal-y. They kind of start to eschew the black metal thing, and they go full prog. And just that artwork alone is super proggy. And, I mean, songs like The Floating World. I can't read this fucking thing because I'm old. Cromlech Gate. Hollow Inside, like this super mellow acoustic track with a singer that I think he only sang on this album, I believe. But man, Hollow Inside, what a beautiful song. Sphere of the Elements. This fucking album rules. And I know you like it, Nick, although it's probably down your list a little bit. But
it's hard to say, dude. I can think of like 5 albums off the top of my head that would be like, yeah, that's my number one
right
today.
But that's the one for me. I just love that album. So
underrated, kind of.
Yeah. Anybody else got anything on Monumention?
My least favorite of the proggy.
You bastard, you! All right.
Oh, Roger,
right.
what have you done?
Norway out of
Nice.
here.
Well
Gone.
said, Roger.
Gone. Norway's gone. Forget this guy. Fuck this guy.
Oh,
Dang.
I
you
love
have
you, man. I'm
angered
sorry.
the Jeff.
Wait, we fucked up now.
Yeah, see that? There we go.
There you go.
No, that's
God damn it. Now it's gonna be all right.
there we go. That's, no,
All right,
you
I
got
got it.
yeah. There. Yeah, all right.
Hey.
Just putting all you on alert. Don't fucking mess with the kid.
Yeah, if
Anyway,
he kicks out
all
someone
right.
else,
Off the
it's
island.
trickier for him to line us all up again.
I shall
It's like
banish thee.
Survivor.
I shall banish thee. All right, and most of you are like, oh God, thank God I get off the island from this guy.
Yeah.
All right. Where are we at here? I'm sorry.
Now we're on 7.
Dave, you're on 7.
Yes.
Okay. Is it 7
now
or
we're on
8?
7.
This is 7
7.
for me.
7.
All right. Okay. And Dave, I got to give you credit, man. You're hanging in there with us. It's awesome. So stick it out. We're going to get this done in the 4.5 range, I think.
You got it. So this pick is probably a stretch as well. More on the metal side than the prog side. But I did see this band showing up on Prog Metal. It is Ginger, King of Everything. So I was YouTube search, just
Oh man, what happened? What happened to Dave? We lost him. What happened there? I just thought. Did he say? What did he say his pick was? Did he say it was ginger something?
Ginger.
Rush hemispheres.
Ginger.
All right. I know where you're at. I'm sorry, dude. I just had to fuck with you.
So yeah, it was just on YouTube. Go on YouTube a lot to watch videos, and this video popped up for Pisces. They do it in a studio. Have you guys ever seen that video?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, it just blew me away.
Yeah.
I mean, the soft side of that song is like Opeth, and then they just get they get real heavy, and she goes from, beautiful pop singer to, the best of the screamers or growlers out there. I mean, that just blew me away. I mean, I've got all their albums now, but that was the one song that just kind of blew me away.
All right, Dave. I'll let you slide on that one. Just kidding. I don't know who it is.
It's on live in Baltimore too. I mean, when you watch those videos, that's not, she can't do that, but you see her live and she's amazing. But I mean, the drummer, amazing, bass player, guitar player, just amazing players.
All right. Jürgen.
I'm going to stay on the classic US metal side of things. So, Lethal, programmed from 1990. If you're into Queensryche or Crimson Glory and you haven't heard that, you're missing out. I tell you that. The vocalist, Tom Mallicoat, that dude over here, he is on par with Jeff Tate or Midnight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where are they
Great
from?
album.
Does anybody know that they are a US band?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Shit, I never heard of them before. What year's that album?
1990.
1990. Wow.
Great album.
All right, so where did you hear about that? Because I have never heard that before.
Oh, I read about them in magazines when it came out.
Wow, I got to check that out because that's right up my alley right there, no doubt.
Yeah, if you like Crimson Glory.
Oh, I just like Crimson Glory a tiny little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great album.
All right. Thank you. Well, if it's coming from both you guys, then it's got to be good. So I will definitely jump on that one. And yeah, Logan.
All right. So Jam and John mentioned Rivers of Nile earlier, and they're definitely I think blowing up currently, or they're at another level as far as their popularity goes because of that Where Owls Know Our Name album. And I think they were able to attain that success through kind of absorbing this one band, or at least the one guy from this one band, Black Crown Initiate.
Yep.
I've heard of them.
This is their EP, Song of the Crippled Bull. And got to have something short. We're being surrounded by hour and a half long albums. Got to have a 20-minute EP lying around somewhere for, Well, I guess we got too much time on our hands being on an island, but oh well. This is a killer EP. It's one of those where it really is just one long song. Just all the different dynamics. There's beautiful clean singing. There's intense gutturals. I love this, and it feels like it's highlighting a cyclical concept of civilization and empires and stuff like that. I can't get into anything else this band has done since. Truthfully, like
Really?
Wreckage of Stars. One song was good to me. I don't know. I just keep coming back to this EP, and now I hear the influence from this album on Rivers of Nile, and especially like on the work and stuff. So I think definitely an underrated band from this era.
Yeah, where are they from? Is that Canadian?
No, they're also from Pennsylvania.
They're also from Reading.
They're neighbors.
Yep, they're right around the corner.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. Okay, wow.
Yep, and Andy Thomas from Black Crown Initiate, the guy that does the clean vocals, is now in Rivers of Nile anyway.
Yeah, he's in Rivers. That's right. I didn't know they were a local band around here. That's kind of weird. Because I'm trying to think. Dave, probably the biggest metal band from this area would probably be August Burns Red, right?
August Burns Red. Yeah.
Well, we've got a couple. Hybrid Ice, that's old, but they weren't like metal. They were more like
Live.
Heavy Journey. Live. We used to see back in the clubs around here.
What's
and
his name?
Huh?
Richie Kotzen's from Reading.
He's from Reading, yeah, but I never saw him around locally here. I don't remember him being anything around here. But the other big band that's not local, but they always played around here when we were young, when Dave and I were young men, in our late teens, early 20s, was Kix. Kix was really big. So
yeah.
All right, Roger, what you got?
I'm going to continue with a couple of these guys are going into this band called Voices. This is the album London. This is even more progressive, a lot more clean vocals. This is based on kind of short stories from London. I don't know if it's based on of a book or something like that. You have a narrative voice between the songs, and there's some very almost ballady, soaring songs and great clean vocals here. And if might be easier to get into than the Antichrist Imperium, but just a brilliant album, very good songwriting on this one. Pushing the boundaries. You get some, extreme vocals here as well, kind of howling stuff as well. But for the most part, it's great clean vocals. So if you like kind of Akakoka music with, but the kind of the more progressive, slower parts and much more melody in the songs as well. So just a fantastic album. You should check out.
Man, coming up with some ones I've never heard of. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought I needed to do that.
Just being different, like all Norwegians.
Yeah. Just Norwegians.
All right, Nick, what you got?
I'm going to play off of John because we had 6 albums that were,
same.
like mutual. Yeah. And
shocking.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's like we sit around and listen to music
right
together
now?
all the time.
Are you guys wearing the same pair of pants right now?
We each have one and one leg. It looks different. We use some special effects. Anyway, Haken's Affinity. This was my first foray into this band. I heard a lot of hype about it and a lot of comparisons to Dream Theater, which was like, well, I mean, I still like Dream Theater. Hopefully they have a better singer. They do. And then I just picked this up and blown away from start to finish. This is kind of like, it has all the elements of like classic prog, but done in a modern sense. Like they take a lot of influence, not only from like bands like Dream Theater, Fates Warning, but going back to like, prog rock, especially in terms of like vocal harmonies. Like you get a lot of Yes and Gentle Giant sort of stuff there. But the main thing I love about them is they just have fun with it. And again, 1985 is probably one of the most fun tributes to the 80s in general. Like there's even like a montage rock fucking lead section in that, and it's like what 10 minutes, 13 minutes, something like that. It's amazing. The entire ride is, but these guys employ also stuff like gent breakdowns, but there's also the flashy riffs and flashy lead play. Their keyboardist is kind of on that level of Jordan Rudess, except he doesn't sound like he's trying to score every Disney movie at once. Like he's doing like some cool, clever stuff. There's even like a little bit of dubstep in it just for shits and giggles. And that was like kind of the big appeal of this band. Like everything on here sounded more fun than like pretentious. And Prog can get a little pretentious. I don't know if we've talked about that.
Have we? No.
I don't know. No, that's ridiculous.
No.
But no, this is just a flat out fun album done with a lot of heart and technical play. And yeah. It's amazing. Start to finish. Honestly, I would take that album over a lot of Dream Theater albums.
True that.
It's okay. That's not saying much, but no, I'm just kidding. I get it. I mean, we already talked about that, so we won't need to back into that. So, all right, Eric, what you got, man?
All right. I also want to mention I totally miscounted. We're on 7 now, John. So you didn't get skipped somewhere. I said we were on 7 last time around, but anyway.
Cool. That's what I thought too. But
yeah. I'm gonna stick in Norway for now. Leprous, Bilateral. These guys are just super unique. They got their start as Ishan's backing band, and I think the main guy from this, Einar Solberg, is Ishan's brother-in-law.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, I honestly haven't heard the last 2 albums. Melina didn't really grab me. I only listened to that once when it came out, but I should go back and listen to it again, I guess. But I don't know. The first 3 albums especially are for me where they were at their kind of most interesting. And this one is just like all over the place. You got absolutely insane drumming on this. Just weird riffing and keyboards all over the place. One thing I will say, some of the vocals here and there in spots are a little strange. Like when he's doing he does this weird high scream. It's almost a black metal kind of thing, but there's like a pitch to it, which I don't know.
Howling.
It's a little, what's that?
Howling like a wolf.
Yeah.
His range is insane.
Yeah. He's a fantastic singer, but man, I don't know. There's just so many great songs on this. Ishan does a guest appearance on Thorn. Forced Entry is just insane. The one break on that, like, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty decent at like trying to figure out time signatures and rhythms and stuff. I could never figure that out. The drumming is like ridiculous. I don't know. Every song on here is just great, and they don't sound like anyone else. I will say the Congregation as well as a cool album. It's like some of the rhythms on there are crazy too, but I don't know, just a really cool band, and I should probably go check out their last couple albums too, but that's where it's at for me.
They're a little bit less metal now, but they're still just as good. Einar so far can do no wrong in terms of just like he just has one of the most tremendous vocal ranges I've heard.
Also the drummer is insane as well. He's like top level drummer, so he can play everything. He's even in a black metal band now.
I gotta check them out. That's one I kind of avoided. It's a newer band.
And I don't know if you've seen the kind of live show that's on YouTube from Rockefeller. They did an anniversary gig there. It's just fantastic, sound wise and everything. And Isan is on the stage, and it's just a fucking killer show.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
If you are in the chat or you're watching or whatever, you watch this later, drop a comment on this video with your top 10. Put your albums in there and get some dialogue going in the comment section. If you enjoyed this killer panel we got going here, please leave a comment. All right, like and share this thing. Where am I at? I am at John. All right.
You're good. This is kind of a newer poll for me. Discovered this band last year when we reviewed it on Thralls, and I fucking fell in love with it. I'm pretty sure I gave this album 5 stars or close to it.
Portal's next one, right? Okay.
White Ward.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
The brilliant fucking album. And you could call it black metal, you could easily call it death metal, you could easily call it avant-garde. Those things all together are kind of a culmination of prog in themselves. I love the band's hard shifts from playing something extremely heavy to busting out, horns, a French horn, and doing like an LA Noir type of thing. Hell,
a lot of sax on that, right? There's a lot of sax on that, right?
Yeah, a lot of saxophone, a lot of horns. There's a lot of other instrumentation other than the norm. In the first song, in Leviathan alone, this song's like 9 minutes long and encompasses, I think, everything of what they do. But I was, grossly impressed by these guys. The record before it slays too. But White Ward whoops ass.
Nice. That's
We'll
a good
check
pick.
it out.
I'm glad you pulled that. Anybody have comments on that? I'm sorry.
I mean, I got it out for him, but I totally agree. Yeah, this album's brilliant. Yeah,
I know.
Everything about it.
I know Serge fell in love with that album like big time, and he's not the biggest, he's not the biggest black metal guy, but he's like, this is something different. It's really special. So,
and for being like
check that out.
Super avant-garde and everything, it's very catchy. Like it's very hook oriented, regardless of what style they shift to, and but that's important. Like
and
you're gonna do like
the
lavish things.
So crisp and clear.
Mr. Raccoon, no Riverside yet. They're kind of in that Porcupine Tree vein where are they really metal? I love Riverside, but I didn't put them in my grouping. But that's it's a legitimate question. So all right, Gianni.
Yo. Well, no one's mentioned these apart. I think it was someone that you did the list of mentioned this. I think they're excellent. This is Coed and Cambria.
Yeah.
I gotta leave the spine because I can't fucking get there. Good Apollo, I'm Burning Star 4 Volume 1. Such an absolute brilliant.
Is that
album.
the one with the big hit, right? Coming Home or whatever?
Welcome home.
Welcome home, yeah.
Welcome home.
Yeah, it's got Welcome Home on it.
It's the only one of theirs I own, but I haven't gone back to it much.
Came out sort of 2005. Back then I was doing magazine, helping a mate out in my spare time. He just got an editor of a magazine here in the UK called Zero. They had about 4 or 5 issues. It was like everywhere, and news agents and stuff, and it was like music based and various little bits and bobs. I did a load of video game stuff for it because I was into video games. But I'd been out of music for about 10 years. I hadn't been buying too much from about 95 to 2005, and doing the mag got me back into music, and a few bands I'd just never heard of, and this band was one of them, and this album in particular. I think he sent me like a file across or something because he was doing all the publishing for the actual mag, so he was setting it all up, and he sent me some music files of certain bands, another one I'm going to mention in a bit. But this album just blew me away. I think Claudio's high-pitched vocals, as I say, was very it's hit and miss. Some people like him, some people don't. I obviously like him. I haven't bought tons of stuff by him. I think I got the one before this and the one after it, but this one resonates for me, especially the 4 part at the end. Is it Willing Well? Willing Well, yeah. The 4 part at the end is absolutely fucking brilliant. I think the final cut for the last track is just absolutely brilliant. But yeah, Coed and Cambria. Since no one else mentioned it, I thought I'd stick it in there.
I think didn't Ryan mention it in his list?
Yep, you did.
Yeah, someone did on the list.
Yeah.
One of the guys put it in.
I have pretty much every album by him.
I mean, I like him. I just, it's the only one I own. I never went back to it. I don't know why. I need to probably revisit that real quick. From Riverside, Raccoon, yeah, man. Anno Domini, man, fucking killer album. They're a great band. I just don't necessarily think they're like prog metal, but I don't know. They're like Porcupine Tree. They're right on that fine edge. So, yeah. So I'm gonna go. I made a switch right at the last second. I was really struggling with whether I wanted to go with this one or not, but I think I do.
We need to vote on that.
What's that?
We need to vote on if you're going to change or not.
Are we voting Jeff off the island? I'm in.
Yeah, who wants Jeff on the island? Who doesn't? Raise your hand if you don't want me on the island.
I mean, I have the fort with the moat, so I mean, I should definitely stay.
Or better yet, like what you probably would do is like, okay, there's a big forest in the middle of the island. You guys all live on one side. I'll be on the other. And you'd be like, God damn, I can still hear him talking over there. What the fuck?
We'll just throw coconuts until we hear ow.
Okay, I'm going to go with this one, man. And this is a mind fucker of an album. So let me see if I can blow myself up again. Oh. All right, come on. God damn it. Where the fuck is it?
Performance
You're kidding
issues.
me, right?
I was just going to say that.
The answer's no.
Okay.
Having performance issues?
Clearly, I can't get it up.
Yeah, blue pill for that.
Gotta get a couple of ribs
Fucker, are
removed,
you
Jeff.
serious? You're really gonna do this to me, you bastard?
It's got stage fright. Don't look at me.
There it is. All right. Fucker. All right. I'm gonna read this before I show you. This band. This is the little thing that goes over the, I guess the J card or whatever explanation, right? Says this band's name, and it says technical, intense, and truly progressive. This album marks the new era of thinking man's metal, produced by Neil Kernan. Do we know who that is? Neil Kernan did Nevermore. He did The Pale Haunt Departure by November's Doom. Lots of killer albums. It also says warning. This band's name goes beyond progressive, exploring the realms of complexity and intensity that pushes the nature of technical metal further than ever before. It's not for the faint-hearted. It may cause serious damage to your mental health. The album is called, are you ready? Spiral Architect, and the album is called A Skeptic's Universe.
Man.
This album will fucking destroy you. It is honestly probably the most, I think it's probably the most, at the time in 2000, nothing sounded like this as far as complexity. If you think Dream Theater was complex, they were kind of like well, I don't want to say the Bee Gees because they're actually great songwriters. They were kind of like fucking, the Dream Theater was like fucking Linkin Park compared to this band, man, as far as complexity. The riffery, and this, by the way, you should know this one, right, Roger?
Yeah, I know it.
You know these guys?
Yeah.
I forget who these guys are all. They were all in other bands. Were some in Arcturus, I believe?
Yeah, I don't remember, but they are active or was
I believe
active in
the
a lot
guitar
of.
player. Let me look here.
Yeah, it's a super group, so.
Yeah, it's a
so to
super
speak.
group of. Well, they don't even say who plays what in here, do they? Oh, there it is.
Isn't Jazar back in that?
Steiner Gunderson, man. Holy fuck, is that guy insane? The bass player is Lars K. Norberg. The singer is Oyvind Hagelin. I know I'm butchering these names, Roger. I'm sorry. The other guitar player is Kaj Gornitska, and the drummer is Asger Mikkelsen, who he's been in a lot of other bands, right? Asger Mikkelsen.
Yeah,
Is he in Borknagar, or am I?
Yeah, he's been there as well. Yeah.
Okay, so this fucking album, man. I don't know, Roger. You said you've heard this.
Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah, it's
It's kind of fucking mind blowing. Jürgen, I'm curious if you know this one. Okay, you do. Okay. What's your take on this?
I love the album. This one definitely needs a vinyl reissue. It needs a reissue anyway.
Was it on vinyl?
No.
Okay.
No, just the CD, and the CD is pretty pricey by now.
Oh, dude, it's fucking crazy priced. And this, if you know about Ken Golden and Laser's Edge, he actually produced this. And Ken's been doing the fucking prog metal thing since before. Well, he's older than me, so he's been doing it, like fucking long time. Laser's Edge. I've had my issue with Ken. We kind of got into it one time at Nearfest, but this guy knows. I will say right now, Ken Golden probably knows more than any of us combined here about fucking prog metal. He's a genius. This album, Nick, if you don't know this, you need to grab this, and actually all of you guys should check this out. John, the drumming.
I've heard it. It's been a long time. I forgot all about that record.
Oh, it's fucking killer. All right.
When did that come out? When did that come out?
2000.
2000.
2000. I remember you.
Oh, I know I made you listen
Yeah.
to this for sure.
Yeah.
I actually subjected you to a lot of shit that you were like, God, what the fuck? What's the matter with this guy? Real quick, Nate. TTM moments of okay, Nate, you're Boric. You gotta fucking and young Nate, super young Nate, whatever, dude. I forget your last name, Martinez. You gotta check out Spiral Architect. It'll blow your mind. All right, Dave. Sorry, we're on to you.
All right. My next is The Great Unknown from Eric Gillette.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, and who was he with? Gillette.
So he plays in the Neil Morris band. He also played in the Shattered Fortress. That was Portnoy's band he put together, to play Dream Theater songs.
That's right.
That Shattered Fortress was basically Portnoy, Gillette, and the guys, a couple guys from Haken.
Yep, he's a killer guitar player, right? Guitarist.
Oh, yeah. So he plays killer guitar player. He plays guitars on this and sings as well. He's a great singer. But the guys in Haken were his backup band for this album. So he's a monster player. First song is The Great Unknown. His best song. First song is the best song on the album. But I just I've got the Neil Morris has an app called Waterfall. It's got all his albums. Any related artists are on that app. So that's. I don't even know if you can't get this on Spotify. This is on that app, but great album.
Yeah, he did the thing with Portnoy. You said the Shattered Fortress. They did all the suite about Mike's sobriety and all that stuff, and he's a monster player. Yeah. Real quick to touch on Spiral Architect fast from the chat. Everybody, a couple people really appreciate that. Omega Man, Nate, and yes, Nate, the fucking bass work on that album is beyond disgusting, man. It's Jaco Pastorius level shit in a metal band. It's sick. Like, it's like fucking are you kidding? Mahavishnu like shit. It's just insane. Really killer stuff. So glad I pulled that out. I was on the borderline because it's so insane that it's almost like you have to listen to it and go, what the fuck did I just hear, man? The musicianship is disgusting. All right, we are going to. Where are we going? Jürgen. Sorry.
No problem. So my next one, going back to Germany, I already mentioned that in the beginning. Mekong Delta, this is their third album, Dances of Death and Other Walking Shadows. This is all over the place. It's got classical pieces, it's got jazzy stuff, it's got really fast guitar wankery on it, high-pitched vocals by a guy called Lee. Wait a second. Doug Lee. He originally came from the band Siren. So a US vocalist on that one. This is not for the faint-hearted. The vocalist might throw you off because it's really high-pitched stuff. But if you can live with that, do check it out. Dances of Death by Mekong Delta.
Like high pitch, like Warrell Dane or Tate or what? Or more screechy?
Not so good.
Yeah.
Not so good, but yeah. Sometimes
not so good, but the music's great.
Sometimes a little bit like King Diamond, but
okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of one of those time and place things because I'm still a guy that has to be in the right frame of mind to go with King Diamond. I love King Diamond. but I am I got to be in the right frame of mind for King Diamond. Dave, if you remember, man, playing me Melissa, I remember going, man, this music is killer, but that voice, what the fuck is up with that?
Right.
Like, so weird, that's so over the top. And I remember somebody talking about it. It might have been Marty on Heavy Metal, or he was talking about how when he first heard Merciful Fate, and you had it before I did. You had Melissa. I don't know where you heard it before me or how you heard it before me, but I remember listening to that and thinking, man, I'm kind of scared. Like, the Catholic in me that never has practiced Catholicism ever in my life, but that part of me was like, fuck, man, if I listen to this, I'm probably gonna burn in hell, which is gonna happen anyways. But yeah. So I had to come around. It took me about 15 years to come around to King Diamond, and I know, Nick, you're in the same sort of boat as me.
Yeah, like sometimes the highs just I don't know. Like I appreciate like what he's definitely done and the hyper influential, but yeah, some of the vocals I just can't get into. But I mean, he's always surrounded himself with like just insanely good musicians.
Oh God, man, yeah. I don't have any King Diamond in my stuff, but certainly that would be prog metal for sure. Maybe somebody does here. Ryan, dude, you need to figure that out. That is so far off base, man. Spiral Architect sounds absolutely nothing like Mudvayne. I mean,
Ryan Martin's a good bassist. That's about the only common denominator there.
Well, that's the only common denominator. There's nothing remotely the same between those two. But you're a young cat, so maybe that's why you were kind of pointing to something that you thought you heard. Okay, Logan. We're getting there.
Yeah,
guys.
no, you're good. Dude, yeah, Mekong Delta is a great, underrated band. That Music of Eric Zan album is awesome. Awesome, too. I might have come before that one you showed, Jurgen. But, so
yeah, music of Eric Zan this one came before, yeah.
Yeah. So you were talking about like vocals once again, and often for me with prog, that's one of the sticking points is like if I don't like the clean singing or like there's the vocals are maybe a little too robotic sounding. I don't know. Thankfully, there's a whole section of prog where it's just instrumental, so you're covered. And one of the first bands that was instrumental, progressive metal that clicked with me was Scale the Summit.
I was close.
Oh yeah,
I was close on bringing them in.
Yep.
Really? Yeah. You call them prog metal, right? I mean, like
yeah, dude. I saw them on a prog tour they were the opening band, then Devin Townsend, then Cynic, then BT Band. Like one of the best prog shows I've ever seen.
That's legit. Yeah. So these guys fix a lot of the issues that I have with some instrumental prog music. I'm sure there's some Animals as Leaders fans here.
I love it.
Yeah, me too.
It's too shreddy. It's hard for me to get into a whole album of theirs. And like The Illusion of Motion, I think is kind of like the closest where I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. But to me, this fixes all the issues that Animals as Leaders kind of had with their sound. The songs are very much individual songs. They don't overstep into like just shred for the sake of shred. There's a lot of very unique elements here and just really catchy guitar passages.
Yes.
And it like there are certain tracks that go like really heavy, and there are certain tracks that really dial it back and are just a very, just chill. I remember this was I got into this once. It was in high school, and I was never able to play any of my music in front of my mother at all. She wouldn't stand for any of it.
I get it.
I could sneak in one or two songs off of this album, and she'd be like, "Oh wow, this is actually really good. What is this? It's it's metal music." But that would be tracks like The Levitated and Secret Earth and Black Hills for sure. But yeah, great album.
Oh yeah,
And
Wales is probably my favorite track on there.
Yeah, Wales is awesome.
Oh, that band's incredible. They've been quiet for too long.
They have their album that came after this, The Migration, is really good too. So I love both of those, and I think their first one is it Canyons? I don't remember.
Carving Desert Canyons.
That's it.
Sorry. Might have a special guest or two popping in. Okay. No, I guess not. All right. Sorry. I was working with somebody that might have popped in, but they said it's not a good environment. Okay. Roger, where are we at, guys?
Oh,
there we go.
Need to have this one.
10, but it's close.
Yeah, but I need to have that.
I hope to God Kelly's not watching, man. He'll be pissed off.
It's not good for his ego.
No.
I just love Atheist, and yeah, fantastic band and a fantastic album.
And truly very progressive. Like, just,
yeah. I remember. I saw them in 2006 in Bergen, and I never liked the Elements album when it came out because of the crappy production. But when they played those songs live, it was just clicked with me totally, and this stuff as well. It's just, got to hang with Tony Coy after a gig as well, and he introduced me to the rest of the band, and fun memories with this band, and killer album.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be one of my honorable mentions. It was borderline, and I just had to go with some things that were a little more formative for me. Are we? Is that number 7 or 8?
There's 2 left in my stack outside the one I'm about to bring up.
Yeah, it was number 8.
So it was number 7.
We're on 7.
Yeah.
No, that was number 8.
Oh, sorry, we're on 8.
We're on 8.
Sorry, were we on 8 or were we on 7?
This was my 8. So
okay.
Yeah.
So 2 more left for everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 9 million fucking honorable mentions.
Well, I'm just gonna piggyback. This was on my list too.
Nice.
I love this album. This is one of the best technical death thrash prog, whatever it is. It's truly unique. The guitar playing is absolutely next level, dude. Formative Years, man, dude, that is a thrashy barn burner. But like again, you have all this cool technical play. Kelly's vocal passages and his meter, I think, is really interesting too. Like, there's parts where it sounds like he's screaming a story, and then other parts it sounds like it's a little bit, more like tuneful. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff just going on. The lyrics are very well thought out. Like, this adds like a level of like thrashy aggression to prog, because I mean, like, this is why I didn't include it on the death metal one, because I don't fully feel like it is a flat out death metal album. Like, prog feels way more comfortable where this album is, and honestly, like, this is an album I often compare to like any band that does technical music, but it has like more of a 90s sound. Like, it's not about wankery and constant shredding. It's about like creative songwriting, really wild riff structure, and this is Atheist's finest moment in my opinion. And as far as Atheist albums, I don't think it gets much better than this. Like, I loved the first album, and I'd like all of them, honestly. But this is just truly a gem. And I'm kind of shocked that this is only an honorable mention for you, Jeff.
That's a shame.
It was there, and then Kelly, I'm sorry, dude. Don't be pissed at me. I love you. Death, man.
Don't worry, Kelly. I got your back.
We're bros, buddy, for life. But it was right on the bubble, and because a couple of those were so formative for me. But I agree with everything you said there, Nick. It's a landmark album. And I think the thing that you mentioned about Kelly's vocals are very interesting, because his vocals are kind of like another instrument in the way that he utilizes them, and the way the meter, like I think you said, he just has this sort of way of spitting the vocals out sometimes where they're more like a raspy scream, then other time it's a little bit more like a real vocal.
Well, it's interesting, like following the drum patterns too, or like bass patterns. Like, he'll match up like a vocal pattern with like a cool fill too for a second. Like, there's
and
just
I will
like
say, his other band, the new band, Till the Dirt, which is it. When I had those tracks way back, like 6 months ago or whatever it was before it came out, December actually, and I struggled with it a little bit because it was almost so intense and so chaotic that I was like, the fuck am I listening to? But the more I've listened to it now, the better it's gotten, the more in my head it is. It's still out there. Kelly's always trying to push the limits what metal can be. And I mean, well, you guys know I've interviewed him a lot. We talk a lot, and he's just a fucking awesome dude. And sorry, Kel, number 11. Are you okay with that? I'm sorry, man. Don't fucking hate me, man. I'm sorry. All right. Yeah. Where was we? We were at Eric. Yeah.
We was on me. Anyway, Jurgen mentioned these guys. I don't own Into the Everflow. That is like neck and neck for me. Psychotic Waltz, A Social Grace. This is their first album. Yeah, just really cool. Kind of, I don't know, kind of on the border between thrash and traditional, if you want to say progressive metal, like Dream Theater or Fate's Warning. Yeah, Buddy Lackey's vocals are just fantastic, and all the guys in the band are just, I don't know, no one ever talks about these guys enough, their musicianship or just the band in general, but they write super great songs as well, super memorable. Every song on here is great. I would say it is maybe a little bit long. I think Into the Everflow is a little bit shorter, so I might reach for that one more often if I had it, but this is still just a fantastic album. I mean, even the ballad kind of track, A Psychotic Waltz, man, the one riff on there when it kicks in is just so heavy and awesome. Halo of Thorns and The Devil Cried. I mean, these guys don't have a bad album either. The third one, Mosquito, gets kind of crapped on sometimes, but I still really like that one. Bleeding is where they kind of shortened their songs down a little bit, but that one's killer as well. And the Comeback one from a couple of years ago is also great, but this is probably my favorite. Yeah, just awesome band.
All right, man. That's
and
two.
That album art too is just killer.
It's hard to see because of the glare, but
yeah,
turn it a little bit sideways, like angle it a little bit.
Oh,
there you go. There you go.
I'll take it
That's
out
pretty
of the
cool.
corner.
No, we could see it. Yeah, there it is. That's
Yeah.
cool. That's pretty badass.
And on the
what
back,
year is
too.
that one?
I think this was 1990.
Yeah.
I gotta get those, man. I mean,
yeah, I gotta look into
it's
that.
coming from
band.
Jurgen and you now. I mean, that's pretty cool.
And their shows back then were legendary. When I first saw them, they played for three and a half hours.
Holy shit!
Wow.
Where is he from? He's not American, right? He's not
Who?
U.S., right?
Yeah,
What, Buddy Lackey?
Yeah, is he?
I think so.
He lives in Austria, but he comes from the US. Yeah.
Oh, he is U.S. Okay, I was thinking he was. Honestly, I was thinking he was German. Weird.
No.
I don't know why.
Jeff,
Jurgen's on the stream, and I think everybody's from Germany. What the fuck?
if
Okay.
you want to pick these up, they put out these kind of 2-in-1 box sets
Ooh.
a few years ago. I don't know. I think they're still.
Yeah, who was
kind
that
of
on? Who was that on? What label was that on?
Metal Blade, actually. it
Okay.
says on it.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna definitely grab that.
I don't know.
I know I have
think-
some stuff on CDR that my friend John got me, and if I recall correctly, at that point in time, I was discovering death metal, and that didn't seem like it was cool to me at the point in time. But I have it somewhere. Okay.
Yeah, this has it's kind of weird. They did the first and the third albums on one, and then they did the second and fourth on another. This is the only one I have.
That's to make you buy them all.
Yeah.
All right, John, what you got, man?
Can't believe nobody's mentioned this yet. I'm happy to be the first person to mention this. Cynics Traced in Air.
Yeah.
Of course, did the deep dive with Jeff, and I've expressed my love for this record. I don't think I could be on a desert island without ever listening to Evolutionary Sleeper or The Space for This or most of this record. Man, beauty in all elements. That's all I can say. Whew.
And it beats out Focus for you, right? Just by a smidge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. It's
like the
hard one to go. I mean, I have both of those coming up here, but they didn't make the cut weirdly. But again, tomorrow you could ask me this, and Atheist might have 3 albums in that top 10. It's just hard to, it's hard to to not lock it down. But that Trace in Air is amazing album.
Oh, the creme de la creme.
And
I'm glad you pulled that, John. I was like waiting because it's in my honorable mentions. It's in my honorable mentions because I thought everyone was gonna pull it.
Yeah.
I was gonna make sure it got mentioned, but I'm glad you mentioned it. So
I think to some degree, some of us are trying to be really out off the beaten path, right? On purpose, we're trying to be a little obtuse, right?
I didn't find my copy, otherwise I would have it. So
okay, all right. And tomorrow in the mail coming, Cynic Traced in Air shirt from Indie Merch. I had a coupon, so it was like,
nice.
All right, Johnny Mac, what is up on you for number 8?
Okie dokie. They haven't been mentioned for a while, so I thought I'd better have a bit more Porcupine Tree. This is Deadwing. Again, this came out 2005, same as the Coheed, and again, my mate sent it to me and said, you need to listen to this band. I think you're going to really dig them. I'd never heard of them. I'd never heard of Stephen Wilson. This is the first thing I heard. And it just blew me away. This is the DTS version of surround sound. I said,
yeah, dude, that's hard to find. It's worth some money.
Yeah, I picked it up when it came out. I've got a. Where is it? I got it here. There. I've also got the DTS version of In Absentia as well.
And that's worth quite a bit of money. That's like $125 item there.
Is it?
Yeah.
So I picked them up, cheap back in, so when
at least they were. I don't know if they still are.
Not long ago, but yeah. For me, this is always going to be my favorite Porcupine Tree album. You've got stuff like Halo is just such a fucking song. Open Car, let's say, Arriving Somewhere but Not Here. Shallow is just some of the riffs on here. I think this is the heaviest album.
It is their heaviest album overall. I mean,
heaviest album. But
you could argue a little bit of the stuff. You could argue a little bit of the stuff from Fear of a Blank Planet, like Anesthetize and Way Out of Here. But there's still a lot of progginess. I agree. I think this is their heaviest overall.
This is the one that I still, if I'm going to pick a PT album, chances are it's going to be this one. And you've got to remember, it's got Lazarus on it, which is just such a beautiful, haunting piano ballad. It's such an awesome song, and the fact that it's in there with the proggy heaviness, even stuff like Melatonin Scratch. It's just absolutely beast of an album. This is close to one of my favorite progressive metal albums. I think it has to be.
Nice pick.
That was the first one I ever heard by them. That was the first one I ever heard by them. Buddy of mine's ex-girlfriend told me to check them out. I was like, okay, and yeah, they were amazing.
Well, interesting. Johnny dipped out.
Just, the surround sound on it.
Probably their heaviest one.
Stunning. Really
great album.
Johnny, I think I edited your mic down a little, and anybody having a hard time hearing him?
No, I heard him.
Okay. No. Could just be I'm really old and hard of hearing, maybe.
I'm not going to rule it out.
Yeah, my buds came up, so I'm having to use a normal mic. So
no, you're good. I was able to adjust you up a little bit. So God damn
cool.
it. Fucker, God damn it.
Can you not blow yourself again, Jeff?
I can't blow myself again.
And here we are, week 3 of Jeff can't figure this thing out.
No, dude, you have to hit the fucking in the corner. There's a live bar that's showing how long we are and the number of eyes that are watching us, and the menu for me to get is right underneath there, and there it is. I gotta hit it.
It'll be a long stay on the island if you're trying to blow yourself this often, Jeff. Come on.
Yeah, well, somebody's got to.
No one has to. That's your job.
Johnny, I have these as honorable mentions too.
Oh, cool.
I've got them both. And awesome, you didn't mention "Drown with Me." What a fucking song, man. Chloroform is great. Futile might be their heaviest song on here. Just a lot of good bangers on here, but still a lot of melody. Yeah, and this was.
EP.
Go ahead.
Those were from the EP, weren't they? Originally.
The Futile EP, which I had, was given to me by their manager for all the shit I did for him. I hate to admit this, man. I sold it for $450. I was in hurting for money after losing a job, and I had to do it. Anyways, and this one here, Johnny, you didn't mention Revenant's really heavy. Mother and Child Divided, super heavy, and then Half Light is just so gorgeous. And of course, you got Arriving Somewhere on here, which is amazing. Anyway, those are I cheated there a little bit. In honor of Roger, being on here with us, I had to pull another Norwegian band. These guys they're so fucking prog metal, and I'm just kidding. Anyway,
great album.
Don't get me wrong, I love this album.
Great album.
Great album.
Yeah.
Great album, but not very prog metal. Okay, I got to do this, man. Oh wait, Johnny, show the one that. Please show the one my next album. I couldn't find my stuff. Yeah. So, Alternative 4 by Anathema. Is it super mega heavy? I wouldn't say that, but it's definitely their most proggiest. And man, I just love this album. And what I really love about it is the Duncan Patterson songs on here. Their bass player, man, he could write some fucking incredibly melancholic, heavy, dark stuff. Tried to get him on. He was going to come on, and then he kind of ghosted me. But I don't know, Duncan. Come back, baby. Come back, please. Anyway, man, I don't know about anybody else, but I love this album. It's not my favorite of them. I actually usually kind of go with the heavier A Silent Enigma, but that's not nearly as proggy as that. That's more of kind of a crossover gothic, Peaceville, doom.
Death Doom, yeah.
Heavy metal, Death Doom album, yeah. And so, I could have picked I could have picked that. I could have picked the one that I think Johnny's going to show in a minute. And we didn't really plan that. He just decided to go that route, and I went this route. But Anathema, Alt 4, anything from Silent Enigma up through Distant Satellites, I kind of fell off the last two albums with them. I wasn't as into the last two albums. But everything else, man, they got more and more progressive, more and more artistic and art rock, and more like Porcupine Tree, sort of, kind of. But just an amazing album. So, Johnny,
have you heard this version, Jeff?
I'm sorry,
it's got like 4 extra tracks on it.
Oh, I didn't know
and
that.
One of them they do a Pink Floyd cover.
Yeah, one of the few, right?
Yeah, it's your possible parts.
Yeah, killer.
Which is obviously off the final cut, which is quite apt considering we're talking prog. So, and it sounds really good.
Yeah,
really excellent. Yeah.
Unpopular opinion. I love the final cut. Most people hate it.
Yeah, that's my favorite Floyd album.
It's really a Roger Waters solo album, basically. But
yeah.
Okay, Dave.
All right.
Numero 8.
My next is a Finnish prog metal band, Wheel.
What is it?
Wheel.
Never heard of.
Nope.
Yep. Just stumbled on these guys just in the last year or two.
What's the name of the album?
It's called Resident Human.
Wow. Okay.
So the first song is just under 12 minutes.
Sounds proggy.
That's Dissipating, and then the third song, Ascend, is a ripper. They have, if I compare them to anybody, it would be Tool. That's my biggest comparison. So, they got the heavy moments, the prog moments. Singer's got a good voice. Definitely one to check out.
That's an interesting. I've never heard of that band, so that's cool. All righty. And Jürgen. Number nine.
So, okay, I come from a thrash metal background, and I can stay on an island without a technical thrash metal album.
All right.
So I pulled out that one. They came with straightforward thrash on their first two albums and the EP they did, and on the where is it? On the Mad Butcher EP, they got two members, Harry and Ollie, and they both came from a jazz background, and you can definitely hear that on this album. So a little bit of technical thrash for me.
This is really going to go over very badly here. I probably shouldn't say anything. I do not know that album at all.
Really?
Never listened to it. The only Destruction I really know is Eternal Devastation, which I remember. Dave stepped away, but I remember jamming that on the docks. We used to jam that, and Grim Reaper and fucking who knows? I can't remember. Early Battery, probably one that I'm thinking probably like Black Mark, but I do not know that album. So that's maybe their most proggy.
They went a little bit more proggy on the follow-up Cracked Brain, but that one is way better. This is one of my favorite thrash metal albums of all time.
I'm definitely going to check that out because I know you and Marty talked about that. I've seen that album shown a lot, and I just haven't gotten there. It's kind of embarrassing. I hate to say it. I'm going to banish myself. You guys can finish up later.
I can't believe they covered My Sharona on Cracked Brain. That's just like
that's a weird choice for sure. Yeah,
that's sinful, kind of.
All right, Logan, what you got for number 9? Number 9.
All right, number 9. So this band right here, walked so this band could run with the instrumental prog sound. Talking about Night Verses. This is their 2018 album, The Gallery of Sleep, and this focuses on being conceptually about like a state of dreaming. So the songs range from being very calm and mellow to being like frantic and just all over the place. But God, they're all uniquely individual and catchy, and they don't deviate into just being shred for the sake of shred. This is just intense yet beautiful and memorable instrumental music, which it's almost an hour, but it's not boring in any way whatsoever. It's probably my favorite progressive album that's come out within the past 5 years.
What's the name of the band again? I'm sorry.
Night Verses.
Oh,
they're full this is a 3-piece
instrumental. They're from where? Where are they from?
Shoot, let me see.
They're amazing.
Okay, yeah. Who? Dave, is that you?
Yeah,
that was Dave.
Yeah. So you know these guys? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I was.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, they're freaking amazing, man.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Nate loves that pool. Nate loves that pool. Very cool. Good job, man. Good job. It's another one I gotta check out. And by the way, guys, I hate to do this to you, but if you could, can everybody then send me via email or text message or DM your list, okay? Just so I can I'll post them in the comments then when you get them to me. It doesn't have to be today, but with this week or something like that. Because I'd have to go back and watch the whole fucking thing, and I can't stand watching myself that much. I like watching myself a lot, but not that much. I mean, come on.
We can just write the comments or
just write it in as a comment. That's a great idea. Yeah. Where am I? Roger, number 8.
Number 9, maybe.
Or 9, yeah, 9. I'm 58. I'm 58, and I have a terminal illness. Just cut me a break, all right? Oh, there we go. I knew one was coming out. I knew it had to.
I had to have a World album here, and this is my favorite Nevermore album. Just think this. The one that you showed, this one is pretty damn close, but I just kind of like the slightly high-pitched chorus stuff that he does here and there. He has 3 or 4 songs that he really kind of have this angry, high-pitched singing there, and just vocally one of his best performances, in my opinion, apart from the first album, but with Sanctuary. But absolutely killer album, and I'm a big fan of World, so had to have it.
And it's interesting. I think you'd agree, though, because you and I are fucking big time Nevermore nerds. But I think you'd agree that album is progressive, but not in the same way that Dreaming is. Dreaming.
Oh no! This is way more progressive. Yeah. This is way more.
Plus, Dreaming has that storyline kind of tied in together with the cult thing and all that stuff.
So, there's much more slower songs and then atmospheric parts on that one. So
and I think on the album you have there, they do the cover of White Rabbit, right?
No,
not White Rabbit. Sound of Silence, right?
Sound of Silence.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's so fucking bizarrely doesn't sound anything like Sound of Silence. It's crazy.
No, it's just sound like sounds like a Nevermore song. So
Yeah, it sounds like a Nevermore song. Doesn't sound anything like Sound of Silence. So there we go. All right, Nick, number 9.
Ba-ding. Yeah, no, I was saving this one for last, but then John brought it up and was like, well, fuck, now I have to go with it. Cynic. This is still my favorite Cynic album. I love Focus, but everything I love about Focus is also on here, and I think even tightened up. This may feature one of the best drum performances of all time, I would say.
That dude's pretty good.
Dude, like rhythmically, this album is on another level, and again, to be this technical and progressive with all the songwriting, but the songs aren't necessarily super long. Like they're very condensed and they do everything you want them to. And God, the melodies on here, like Evolutionary Sleeper, man, when it breaks down to those isolated vocals for the chorus, like, oh dude, it gets you right in the feels. Adam's Murmur,
beautiful.
Dude. I mean, Integral Birth, Space for This, the drum work on that song alone.
Yeah, I'm so glad I got to see them finally. It really was kind of a watershed sort of moment for me.
Yeah, really. I gotta see them actually when they were touring on this. And
you saw them then?
Nice. Yeah, that was BT Band was touring on the Great Misdirect, and Cynic was like direct support touring on this. And this album is just jaw-dropping. Every time I put it on, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's heavy in kind of a unique way. The spacey vibes, the vocoder vocals, like everything I love about Cynic is right here, and also on Focus too. But I have to say, I finally did get a listen to Refocus, and that mix is the way it should sound.
I did too. Yeah.
I gotta get that. I don't have it. Yeah, it's pretty different, right?
Oh, dude, it's from the 2004 remaster that I have to that one. It's night and day. Like it's just a bigger, more lush sounding mix.
Nice.
Everything about it sounds perfect.
Heavier.
Yeah, thicker, more low end too. Like the guitars don't feel like super compressed. Like they're very full.
No, but it's kind of more open up and
it's great.
Okay, that's a great pick. Let's see, where am I at here? We are on number 9 for E-Dog. E-Dog, it's you. Don't be a pig panty wearing poser. Let's bring it. We had to get it. We had to get the dog into this thing somehow, right?
You know who might even like this album? Maybe, I don't know.
Right. I doubt it. I doubt it. It's not sadistic. If it's not sadistic intent, it doesn't fucking matter. Which, by the way, I was listening to Sadistic Intent today, and that is a killer band.
Yeah, they're in my honorable mentions for sure. But anyway, just kidding. But man, this is what, 40 minutes, one song. Taking a page out of the Jethro Tull book there. But it's kind of nice on this too because it came out as a CD. So you can listen to the whole thing without having to flip over the album. But yeah, this is just fantastic. I mean, so many different parts on here, but it flows for the whole thing. Just an accomplishment in songwriting, not to mention the fact that you have both Dan Swano and Michael Ockerfeldt doing vocals on this, which is pretty awesome. Concept album. I don't really know the story. I should read the lyrics one of these days, but I will say if you want to get this, it kind of sucks that I think the repressings as well, but definitely there's a version on the box set, and the versions on all the streaming platforms as well. They split it up and they put little fades in between every section, and it just totally ruins the flow of the whole album for me. I can't listen to that. I remember like when I got Spotify, I tried to listen to this and I'm like, what the hell? So I downloaded it off of YouTube again so that I could listen to it all in one go. And I had to buy the CD finally, the old version. But yeah, you can't get much more prog than a 40-minute song. This has just straight up prog rock on it. It has death metal sections. It has some almost like black metal parts to it in spots. Lots of switches between the clean vocals and death growls and whatever. I mean, I don't know, just a masterpiece. Yeah. If I was going to pick my favorite Edge of Sanity album, I might go with Purgatory Afterglow, but this one is probably their proggiest, I would say.
Oh yeah.
Spectral Sorrows is still.
That's my favorite, but it's not as proggy. I don't
know. It's not. No, it's more of a good, just a good death metal album.
Yeah, good death metal.
Both of those, like Unorthodox, Spectral Sorrows, and Purgatory Afterglow, all have elements of prog to them, but they went full.
They're not full on prog.
Yeah,
they are proggy songs, but not like.
Yeah.
I definitely failing. I do not own one single Edge of Sanity CD or album. I know them, but I don't own them. That's a mistake there for sure. Got to buy them all if I'm going to get Swan on. He's not coming on if I don't buy it.
Buy every album he's worked on.
That only cost me about $3,000.
I've done my best. I'm still missing some.
I don't believe you, Nick. John, what you got?
Intronauts Valley of Smoke.
Oh, that's a good album.
Yep.
Nice pick.
Because right up until about this time, they were still, post metal. I don't really think they were too much flirting with prog yet. But then when this album hit, it's right around the time that Mastodon had cracked the sky, and I at the time was looking for something similar to that because I loved that album. And then I ran into, I've been following Intronaut for a while, but then I ran into Valley of Smoke, and I love this record. It's so spacey and airy, and so much
psychedelic. There's some
psychedelic. There's a lot of like instrumental jams. Yeah. Like they're really pulling the stops out, and like all these songs, dude. Elegy, Above, Correlations. The title track is like a huge opus. I've always dug the fuck out of this record.
Yeah, no, Above is.
Oh, sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say Above is one of my particular favorites. Their rhythms actually, because they had Danny Walker on drums on that one.
Yep.
And that dude, like a human metronome.
Yeah, the bass player was monstrous. I don't know if he's still with him, but that guy was playing like a 6-string bass, like a fucking a guitar. It was insane.
I'm pretty sure the bassist is still with him. I think it's Danny Walker that's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw them open for Animals as Leaders and Meshuggah. It was Intronaut, Animals, Meshuggah, and Jens had something going on with his throat. He had a real bad, upper respiratory cold, sore throat. So Sasha came out and sang half the set, and man, he fucking tore that shit apart, man. It was a killer show. I mean, I left there sort of like blown away by Intronaut, but then blown away by Sasha doing the Meshuggah stuff, and of course. Animals nuts, crazy fucking playing.
Oh, they're huge Meshuggah fans. Intronaut. Yeah. I've seen it. Actually, they did some covers during the pandemic. I think.
Yeah.
Like the Slay at Home thing.
All right, Johnny Mac, number 9. We got one more to go, and then a bunch of honorables that we'll just rip through.
Yep. Right. Since Mr. Luger Kjovic has got his death T-shirt on. I think it's time for some Chuck. Now, I went to a gig last night with Mark G with a C. We went to see Napalm Death at a small venue, just a one-off. It wasn't part of a tour or anything. I don't know whether the person that owned the show fucking bunged Barney a load of money. I don't know, but went to see Napalm Death last night. I was talking about tonight's stream, and I was talking about this album.
Nice.
Which is,
I got that one in my honorables.
Great one.
Control Denied, The Fragile Art of Existence. Now, I was explaining to him, for me, this is his best progressive work. And for Death are the death metal band to me. They've always have been. Because they sound like a death metal band, and even with the music was changing slightly, I always find Chuck's voice suited the death metal part of the music a lot better. But obviously with this, Chuck just sings. And for me, this is why this is the best progressive piece he's ever done. The music's obviously takes it to the next level after Perseverance, but this is just absolutely insane.
Now, did you say Chuck sings on that?
Chuck doesn't sing on this.
No, I was going to say that's
no.
What's his name?
No, it's guitar playing and the
Tim
actual,
Imar.
Tim Imar,
Tim,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah.
Who just passed away recently.
Yeah.
Sadly.
And this is obviously, when this.
I think on the, I don't know if you have it, but the demo version has some of Chuck actually singing clean. It was a better idea to go with Tim Imar.
Yeah, I think it worked perfectly, and I'm glad they did this. I've only just picked this up recently on vinyl because it's obviously whenever it gets released, it just sells out because it's an absolute feast of an album. And I like the way they put it on a double album because it's different. It was sort of songs put together because it's the only thing they've actually got available to buy, isn't it? As such.
Yeah,
There's
some demo things on the 2 CD version, which I have, but there was a lot of tracks, but they were unfinished for the second album. Chuck was trying to get them done before he got too sick, and the story is, and now we lost Eric Greif, who was Chuck's manager and also the manager of Perseverance Holdings, which is the family trust of Schuldiner. But there are tracks out there, but the reality was they didn't think they were good enough to get that second album. Anybody remember the name of it? Man Machine or
I can't remember the name of it.
Man
I know
Machine.
Was it Morrison from Morrison Studio said he still had all the tracks, and Chuck told him
Scott Burns. Yeah.
No, it was Morrison. Jim Morris.
The Morris brothers. Yeah.
Yeah, he had them, and Chuck said, "Don't release them unless you really think you can give them the treatment that they need."
Yeah.
And
they had Richard Christie and DiGiorgio come in and try to salvage something, and they just didn't feel there was enough there.
Yeah.
So that album's killer. That's a great choice, Johnny. I have that in my honorables, and
had to be mentioned.
But he actually wanted you, Wardle Dane, to sing on that album.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but he hadn't had the time for. Or
when man meets machine, that's it. Thank you, Evan.
It crashed with the Wardle Dane's schedule. So
yeah, man, imagine that shit.
Yeah, that would have been fucking awesome.
Oh, that would have been fucking. Anyways, I think it also bears in mind, and probably someone, I think young Nate mentioned this album as one of his 10, but it bears mentioning. I think we all know it here, but in case people don't in the chat, and they probably do, that Sound of Perseverance really was supposed to be a Controlled Denied album, and you can definitely hear that. You can hear that was closer to what Controlled Denied was in terms of a traditional progressive metal album as opposed to a death album. But the label, I guess, was it Relapse or no? Who owned them back then?
Nuclear Blast at that point.
It was a Nuclear Blast. That's right, Nuclear Blast. They wanted to put the death name on it because they knew it was going to sell a lot more. So,
wasn't it like a contract? He had to do one more death album.
Right. I think he owed them one.
So he was forced to put it out, and he wasn't even supposed to sing on those songs. So therefore his vocals are.
He was getting sick around that time. In that era, he was dealing with a lot of trying to figure out what was wrong with him. And man, that's fucking crazy. Oh God, just so tough, man. Just anyway. All right, I'm rambling. Is it me? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Me. Now we'll see if I can fucking.
Number 10.
Well,
hey, look at that.
Oh my God.
Hey.
I'm a fucking magician. You know it.
He got there.
Good job.
All right, I got 3 picks for my last one. Just kidding. But it does bear in mind, like, why do I have 3 fucking versions of this album? The first one, though, I will say this one here. I'm sorry. This one here is the 5.1 remix by Jens Brogren, and also has the documentary and the reimagined artwork, which I kind of dig. I usually don't like reimagined artwork, but I dig it, and it's the digibook. And then this was the first copy I had, and it was the one with the bonus disc that has Still Day Beneath the Sun, Patterns in the Ivy, and Harvest Video on 2 discs. But then they went, hey, let's market this thing and reissue it again, because dumbasses like Jeff will buy another copy just because it has a slipcase, right? And also this has the single disc version now, and it's got Still Day, Patterns, and Ivy, the same fucking thing on 1 disc. So yeah, sometimes sucker. I do not own it on vinyl because I wasn't buying vinyl back then. It's probably one that I should. This is the album, guys. This is the album. If you know me, this is the album that got me into death metal and got me into set me on a path that I've kind of regretted all my life. Just kidding. No, man, this is the shit, and I love this album. Still Life sometimes is my favorite over this one. These two kind of go neck and neck, and you could say that the real progressive side of Opeth kind of started with My Arms and then moved on to Still Life. Roger would disagree. He would say probably Morning Rise. But man, this album is so chock full of riffs, so full of complex song structures, not in the vein of Spiral Architect, but in the vein of progressive death metal. And it has to be said, I don't know what everyone's personal feeling is about this, but I think Michael Ockenfeld is a fucking genius. The guy is a fucking amazing composer, insane guitar player. I've been teaching myself with the help of Ben Eller. There you go, Ben. I just gave you a plug on my show. If anybody knows Ben Eller, a killer guitar player, online guy, he does amazing stuff. Very funny guy, too. He has the beginning of Dirge for November. Does anybody know that off the top of their head? That really cool fucking jazzy intro. Oh, it's so cool. And it's tricky as fuck. I could pull my guitar and play it, but I have a shitty guitar right now, so I'm not going to do it. Leper Affinity, Bleak with Steven Wilson on it. Steven Wilson's production on this album, absolutely god tier. Everyone's going to be like, but you didn't have any PT or Steven Wilson in your top 10. I didn't. I'm a fanboy, but I'm not that much of a fanboy.
At Blackwater Park.
Huh?
He's on Blackwater Park for a few seconds.
Yeah, I said on Bleak he sings. Man, Drapery Falls. Come on, man. Come on. Get the fuck out of here. The Ebo on there, insanely cool. Every song on here, and then Blackwater Park, for fuck's sake. Come on, man. I mean, the riffs on that song, god damn, they're fucking epic. And just to be a name dropper, because that's what I do, I got an email from a guy that produced this album 2 days ago. Look out for a guest appearance coming up. Won't say his name, but I think it's coming. I'm a star fucker. What can I say? All right, Dave, what you got?
We'll unmute here. So number 10 is related to some of my earlier picks. Haken. So this pick is Charlie Griffiths. He's one of the guitar players in Haken.
Wow.
I cannot pronounce the name of that album. Tiktalika?
You'll have to put it in the comments then.
So this just came out in 2022. It's heavy. It's definitely got prog elements, but he's a riff beast, and he's got some heavy, heavy tunes, different vocalists on it. Really good album.
I heard about that one. I just didn't follow up on it.
Yeah, it's really good.
And he's in Haken?
Haken, yep.
Man, you are up on all these more modern prog bands I've kind of let slip. So, but yeah, it's a good one. I mean, we got a lot of variety for everybody here. So, and we've been up to 37 people, which is pretty cool. I'm sure it's because of everybody else, not me, that they're coming here for. So.
Bunch of nerds.
Bunch of fucking prog dorks. All right, Mr. Prog Dork, Germany. West, give it to us.
This one has already been mentioned, so I'm going to do it again. Crimson, everything has been said. And Eric is right. You have to be very, very careful which version you pick. There are several versions that are split up and has fade-ins and fade-outs between the parts of the songs. Most of the vinyl versions do, This one does not. This is the first press, and it comes with Crimson 2, which is by far not as good as the first one. Yeah. So,
you know what's going to happen after this stream today? I'm going to have to hit Amazon. Fuck! God damn!
And I saw them on that tour.
Oh shit!
Nice.
Oh, with Descended too.
With Descended and Sadist.
Sadist. Nice.
Sadist.
Yeah.
Sadist.
Wow.
Wow. Jurgen's got
and-
all the cool. Jurgen's got all the cool shit, man. Look at this guy. All right.
The funny thing was they started with the first 20 seconds of the Crimson song, and then they played all the old shit.
No shit. That's interesting. How about that? I don't know this for sure, but I guess I mean oh shit, what happened? I think I muted you there by accident. Are you unmuted there, Jurgen?
Yeah.
Okay. Thought I muted you by accident. I couldn't tell.
No.
Has Dan Swano essentially like retired? He doesn't perform live, right?
Yeah, he does perform. I've seen Nightingales in 2017. So from time to time he still plays live, yeah. But not with Escape, not with Edge of Sanity, just the band with his brother Nightingale, yeah.
Because I had read that he suffers from really intense panic and anxiety being on stage, and
Yeah.
I thought I heard that he had said he was never going to perform again. Maybe that 17 was the last time he planned on doing it. I don't know.
I can tell you right now. But yeah, he's a very, very shy guy. I'm in loose contact with his wife Eva. So,
with who?
With his wife.
Oh, okay.
Because Dan Swanee lives in Germany now.
Oh, that's cool. Nice.
Yeah. So where does he find time when he's like producing everyone's albums too? Like, I mean,
Well, I was going to ask that. Is he still doing a lot of production or no?
Not really producing, but he does a lot of mixing.
Mixing. I think he does mixing mainly. Yeah.
Mixing and mastering.
I know he mixes. Well, he used to mix and produce the early. He did all the early Opeth, obviously, but he also did a lot of fucking mixing for November's Doom.
Yeah,
so that's how I kind of came into him. All right.
He lives in Germany since around 10 years, and the funny thing is, when you read Dan Swanee mix and mastering at Unisound, it still says Sweden.
But he's not okay.
Actually, he's in Germany now.
He's in Germany, so he's got his mobile studio, basically his own studio. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he married a German girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. Yeah. Like you go where the wife says, not where you want to go. And that's exactly why you can see I'm not married. If you look around my room, no woman in the world would ever walk in here. So
Jurgen got 9 wives, so
Jurgen has 9 wives. God damn, dude. Well, the good thing is, Jurgen, and the good thing about that is you've got 9 chances of one of them not having a headache. So.
The 9 wives are not the problem. The 6 beers are the problem.
Yeah. Mainly because you can't stay at 6, right?
Yeah.
You're doing good tonight, dude. You're
I know
fine.
how that goes. Yeah.
Actually, everybody's been great. I mean, I didn't drink because I didn't want to, but very cool, very cool. All right, Logan, what you got for number 10?
Number 10. All right, so to wrap this up, I wanted to show a 2023 album to kind of, give me something to continue to listen to and to digest. But then also I wanted to highlight a conundrum that I was in trying to make this list, like when does something go from being like technical death metal or progressive death metal to being like prog metal, and that's why albums like from Atheist or like Death or I think Focus could be on here, but that's why I didn't include those albums on my list. But I think this one showcases a band just crossing that line into now they're like more progressive metal than anything. I'm talking about the newest one from Horrendous.
Yes, dude. Oh my god.
Ontological
Dude, that fucking album slays.
Yes,
right?
It does. Yep.
I was hearing a bunch of like people being like, well, they went a little too prog or they went a little too yeah, like we were jumping off the bandwagon kind of reviews, but I kind of fully disagree. I was not able to get into Idol. Like Anaretta is my favorite, still my favorite. But Idol, I thought just kind of retread, or I need to go back and listen to it again. But to me, this one sounds very inspired.
Yes.
The song choices that they make on here are just cool and unique. Like the Blaze into opening song, Chrysopia, or however the hell you say that. The Archaeology of Dawn. Cassiopeia. That opening song is probably the best on the album. Preterition Hymn is a close second. That song is just amazing. But then they still have some death metal moments on here that are like the best that they've done, like Cult of Shadow, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I love that beat me back, but I keep on climbing. Like I love that shouting section. And then the closing song, The Death Knell Ringeth, is just killer and kind of ominous. A really ominous way to end in the album. But yeah, this is up there for horrendous for me. And I honestly, I was so pleasantly surprised by this. And it's probably not as good as Anaretta for me, but it's up there with Ecdysis, which is
it's really good.
I love that album. I loved Idol though too. I loved Anaretta too. I loved almost all their stuff. Yeah.
I only just dug into that, and I also played that with the new Tomb Mold because I was kind of a little behind the curve on that. And I have to say, man, I love the Tomb Mold, but I think I like the Horrendous better. And that's a little difficult because I'm gonna be having the Horrendous guys on next week, I believe. I don't know who all is coming, but at least
the Horrendous guys.
Yeah, they're coming on next.
That's awesome.
Not this week, the next week. And then Derek's going to be coming on. I'm trying to figure out how to get him and Phantom Slaughter on to talk about that new split, which is monstrously killer, I have to say. Is it in my list here? No, but it's fucking some really great stuff coming out, man. Really good stuff. Not to be, that guy, but it's just as far as newer stuff, there's some really impressive stuff happening. So, all right, Roger, what you got, man, for number 10?
Well, for the Horrendous part, I struggle a little bit with the album, but the two last songs for me are like, that's massive, that's the killer part of that album, but it's kind of a little bit too much at some parts for me, but I need to listen to it a little bit more. But my last pick, going back to Norway, this is avant-garde, progressive, I don't know what to call it, black metal. There was probably some guys that were bored with their black metal, so they started this band.
I've never checked that out. I need to.
Written in Waters. This is a absolute masterpiece. In '95, this were really out there, and I was kind of. This normally would be music that I would discard back then because I wouldn't have it, but this album just clicked with me instantly. And you have Carl Michael from Aura Noir, and you have Vitonic from Dödamskar or DHG.
Yeah, right. Dödamskar, yeah.
So it's just a fucking brilliant album.
Say the name of it real quick, Roger.
Ved Buens Ende.
Yeah. Okay. What's the name of it? It's just self-titled.
Written in Waters.
Yeah, I got to check that out. And I just hate to say it, I just checked out my first Dödamskar, the new one. And
dude, that new album's
pretty impressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that really, quite frankly, and I don't know that one, but the new Dödamskar, don't know it enough. But man, that is really progressive and out there, man. It's kind of takes from every possible thing you can think of, right?
Roger, do you know Virus? Are you a Virus fan as well?
I like them, but not a big fan. But they have some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
Jürgen does not approve of that. I'm just saying. Jürgen does not approve of that, Mr. Roger. Just kidding.
I love the Virus stuff because it's they've got Voivod riffs. So
Yeah.
For sure. Absolutely, yeah.
And I
That's
struggle
cool
with Voivod, so
yeah. So Roger, have you seen Wetworms End Alive?
no, they were playing at Inferno, but I had knee surgery, so I couldn't
Okay.
see them. But it would probably happen again. So
Yeah, they play from time to time. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah.
Their
Yeah,
Great
demo
live
is
yeah, I know
awesome.
they played over here at a festival in Chicago, I think. And that's not a place I could have gone to in my state, but yeah, I'm glad you brought that one up because I really need to go listen to that today or tonight.
Yeah.
Their demo too, for those who caress the pale. That's
Yeah.
All right, Nick.
All right. Well, I saved my deepest cut and probably my most obscure one for last because I kind of knew no one would mention it. Burst, Lazarus Bird. This band wasn't always prog. In fact, the prog shift happened maybe a little bit before this one with their album before this, Origo. They started off as like a technical death grind act with some proggy flourishes every now and then, but this was their last album, and they went out with a proggy bang, kind of similar to Mastodon. Like it has like sludgy aspects, the very chaotic drumming, but these guys had like touches of classic prog that I absolutely loved. The song "Exterminate the Eye." There is a bridge breakdown on there that sounds like it was plucked from a King Crimson song. Like really cool, like quieter but intricate riffs. There's really good build-ups. The vocals, I will admit, are a little strange at times. Like you get this weird warbling, clean vocal, and the other vocalist is doing these shouted bellows and occasionally just kind of freaking out and just screaming his guts out, like the opening track, Hold Vertigo. But this album is just a banger, and this is, their last one. In fact, I think they broke up the following year. And this is one I just come back to because it's just kind of unique in a way. But I don't know if many people here are super familiar with them. But
no, I know that name, but I never checked it out. I think this is one you told me to check out a bunch of times.
Yeah, dude. Check out the song "Exterminate the Eye." "Exterminate the Eye" and "Cripple God." Yeah.
Where are they from?
They're from Sweden.
Okay.
Well, they were. I mean, as a band, they were.
That album and the record before it.
Is that the most
Origo
recent one or what? Is that the most recent?
This is the most recent one, but it came out in 2008. That's not that recent anymore.
See, that's I guess because I have Prey on Life, which is
Yep, I have that one.
That's a good one too.
Two before it, and it's definitely not as proggy. So I didn't realize they jumped into like a proggy. It's a bit more like
Origo
Escape Plan-ish.
Yeah, Origo was a
very,
big jump. And
Baroness.
there's even like post-metal stuff
Baroness
on
and
there.
Mastodon, a little bit of Neurosis.
That's cool.
And then the last one they just went full bore prog, like again, very, very similar to Mastodon.
Yep.
All right, Eric,
Gotta get
Scott. Are you gonna pull a Rick Extraordinaire and dump out 42 albums on me now?
No, that's the honorable mentions.
No, okay.
I can't believe no one has pulled this. I put this at the bottom of my stack because I'm like, somebody's gonna mention this, but it's got to be here. Symbolic from Death. I mean, I love every Death album. They're one of my favorite bands, and kudos to Johnny for pulling Control Denied. I honestly have to go. I've only heard that album a couple times. I got to go back and check that out again. But this is the one for me. I love the sound of Perseverance as well. And I mean, every album they did was great, but this is maybe not quite as proggy as Sound of Perseverance, but I don't know. This is the first Death album I heard as well, and it was a huge gateway album for me in terms of getting into death metal, along with Opeth, and just the balance between brutality and melody on here is just fantastic. There's so many riffs in almost all these songs, but every riff is just absolutely killer. Chuck's vocals are still scathing, but they're completely intelligible as well. I don't know. What do you even say about this album? I'm sure most of you guys have heard this. if not all of you. But if you somehow haven't, if anyone watching this has not heard this album, I mean, check it out. It's
I think I can reasonably go out on a limb and say everyone has heard that album. And actually, the tough part about Death is pretty much from Spiritual Healing on, you can kind of take your pick. They're all very progressive. They're all doing something fairly unique and influential. I mean, you could say either one of those. That one, Individual Thoughts. I would say Sound of Perseverance is probably the most proggy, or human. But I mean, whatever. It's how we're wired to hear it. And sometimes, like you said, you came in at that album. I came in at Human. Well, actually, that's not true. I came in earlier, but I was like, fuck that, man. Those vocals were awful. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But then I came around, and now I couldn't ever dream of not having.
I had already listened to Opeth when I heard this, so the vocals were like, didn't bother me at all.
Right.
And one other thing I want to mention about this is 2 words: Gene Hoglan.
Yeah. Yep.
Insane.
Yeah. I mean, that was getting to see them in March without Chuck, obviously, but getting to see 3/4 of the band, man. Wow. Holy fuck, they were good. And Max, I invited Max, but he had a gig today. And Max is fucking phenomenal, man. I mean, he's just so good. If anyone saw that, did anybody see the Death to All thing? Not Jurgen, yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, but I thought Max was fucking amazing. So, okay, John, what you got?
All right, number 10. I was kind of late to the pool on this band. Voivod Synchro Anarchy.
Yeah.
I'd never actually heard Voivod. Nick took me to see them in 2019. I think they headlined with Revocation. And I'd never heard of them. And watching them live, it just blew my mind. And Synchro Anarchy was the record I got brought into the Voivod camp on. Like, as far as
John,
hearing
hang on one sec. Jurgen, should I kick him out now or?
No, keep it in.
I mean,
everyone would have this great.
He just heard of Voivod in 2019. I don't know.
Better late than never.
Yeah, right. It's never too late. There you go. Yep.
I'm kidding. I should be thrown out for not owning any Edge of Sanity albums. There you go.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, this was the album that I had first heard in its entirety, and this record blew my mind, dude. Mind Clock, just whoo.
Yeah, amazing.
I mean, up until this point, I'd never heard anybody do anything like this, and it's just insane. And I've gone back and, of course, listened to everything. I probably could have brought Morgoth Tales to the table, as that's a culmination really of everything. But I don't know if I could go without hearing Synchro Anarchy. And since we're all on the goddamn island together anyway, I'm going to hear a lot of other Voivods, so I'm not really worried about it.
You are.
But yeah, I love the shit out of this album. Whew.
Jurgen's little yurt is going to be rocking with lots of Voivod. I know it for sure. We'll just be hearing Killing Technology on fucking repeat over and over and over.
Oh, he'll have variety.
All right, Johnny Mac, the final one. Then we'll rip through some honorable mentions, okay?
Well,
get everybody out of here in 5 hours, which is pretty credible that we did all this in 5 hours with 10 people.
Not bad at all. Well, I'm gonna sweep on from Jamming John. I've got to go Voivod. I said they're one of my favourite bands. This is my favourite Voivod album.
Great album.
This was the first thing I heard by them when it came out. I went to the record store and bought the CD. Obviously, back in the day, you didn't know what shit sounded like. I just saw the cover and thought, fuck me, that's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
So, I looked at the back of it, the picture of the band that you could just about see, all the weird fucking lighting, all the stuff. That just blew me away. But I'm not going to show that one. I just thought I'd show it anyway because it's my original. This album,
wow,
is the most proggy. This is original Bless.
I love that album, man.
From back in the day. I hated this when it came out. I thought it was shit.
Who's missing on that picture there, Johnny?
And it didn't sound like they were starting to go away from what I liked. But as time, I kept hold of it. I didn't get rid of it, luckily. And the more I listened to it, as you say, stuff like the Thou and that. It's just such a beast of an album, and if that's not the most proggy picture I've seen of the band, I don't know. As I said, just something about Piggy's guitar sound and the way he seemed to write everything. And it's just like something I said I hadn't heard anything like this band, and this is probably, as I said, the most proggy. I go back to it a lot. As I said, it's not my favourite, and Dimension Hatos will always be my favourite, but this is the one I'll probably take to the album with me because it's the proggiest. I might sneak a CD copy of Dimension Hatos in there as well because who's going to know, right?
Man, dude.
I won't tell.
Opening,
and I'm sure Jurgen won't say anything either. So.
Opening with Panorama, man, that fucking song just rules.
It's just such an album. Such a beast
All
of
right.
an album.
Well, that does the top 10 for everybody. But now Dave's like, God damn it, I want to get the fuck out of here. But we're not done yet, Dave. We're close.
I'm hungry.
Here's what we're going to do.
Still before midnight.
Oh, it's still before. That's exactly right. It's just not late enough. Dave, do you have any honorable mentions you want to mention?
Yep.
All right.
Steven Wilson, Hand Cannot Erase.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Neil Morris Band, The Similitude of a Dream. That's a stretch.
Stretch.
I can't believe we had no Symphony X, did we?
No, not yet. Are you going to drop
Symphony
one
X,
on us?
Paradise Lost, great album.
Okay, that's a good album.
We didn't have Caligula's Horse, In Contact.
Oh, there's a way out there one.
Yep.
Are you trying to one up me, sir, or what?
You bet. How
You're
about
trying to one up
Buckethead?
my skeptic
Oh.
universe.
How about Buckethead?
I fucking love Buckethead.
A real diamond in the rough.
Nice.
I don't know. Buckethead has 8,000 fucking albums, so
He
it's kind of
does.
hard to.
Got some great stuff.
Yeah, but 6,500 of them are really fucking good.
All right.
All right, I got Liquid Tension Experiment.
Yeah.
Ah, there's a good one.
Southern Empire Civilization.
Who the hell is that?
It's more on the prog side than metal. Yes,
Okay.
check them out. Southern Empire.
Okay.
That album's got four songs on it, long songs.
Who's on it?
I said there's 4 songs on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Neil Morse was on it.
No. I have Arion, the Theater Equation.
Oh, Arion. That's the first for. Okay.
And
Nice.
then John Petrucci's Suspended Animation.
Ah, a little bit of guitar nerdery along with.
You got it.
Along with Mr. Wait, is that the new one or the first one?
No, the first one.
Okay. I have to say, I listened to the first one or the new one. I was kind of like, yeah, sounds like John Petrucci, man. All right, Jurgen, what do you got, man? You got some weird ones?
Yeah, of course I have to sneak in some more of these.
Hey.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, it's going to be a boycott party.
That's all the 7 inches, or what is that?
These are 7 inches, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Nice.
Very nice.
Another pick would be Creep Mime with their second album.
Yes.
Well, I don't know that one.
Dutch death metal sounds a little bit like Pestilence.
Great
Okay.
album.
A little bit of mid-period Rage. They were quite proggy in their mid-period. Of course. Anecdotes.
Yeah.
Nobody mentions them.
Yes.
We spoke about Cynic, the Cynic demos.
Love those demos.
The last one, The Key by
Nice.
Nocturnus.
Nocturnus, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. That's a first for them, too. Wow.
Hmm.
I didn't see which one you picked, though. Was it the key or no?
Yeah.
The Key, yeah.
Oh, the key. Okay. All right. Yeah. Nice.
Man, no one ever talks about Creep Mime.
Anything
Yeah.
else, Jurgen? That it?
I'm good.
Okay. Like, get me the fuck out of here, man. All right. Logan.
All right, so the first 4 are ones that I figured other people would pick. This one, you guys definitely did it
Yeah.
justice. Love that album. Favorite Mastodon. This one, I'm glad Thralls came through with talking about. Cheers, John. Cheers, Nick. Yep. And then this one was covered as well. And I think I have the right pressing where it's not Although I swear the last time I listened to this, I heard different pauses in between, you know. So, but still awesome album.
Yeah.
And then I thought someone was going to talk about this. We talked about Heavy Debbie still, but no one mentioned City. Is this Prog?
See, I left it off because I wasn't sure if it was Prog. I was going to go with Alien.
It was on the edge.
I would say yes, because it's so experimentally out there. Yeah.
It's a crazy listen.
It's a vicious album. Love it.
That thing is draining, man. You literally, that's like a workout when you listen to that album.
Oh, dude, it
so
hates everything. I love it.
So intense.
Actually, you know what? Do you like it solo, or should we be open to everybody during the? Well, you can't see him as good. Never mind.
Yeah,
I was going to say let's do it solo.
Go ahead,
you can see. And then a newer band, which is cool, but like the vocals are a bit much sometimes. Protest the Hero.
Yeah.
This is their second album, Fortress. This is really the only one that I actually like. But it's still good. You covered The Ocean.
Yep.
Nick and John and Serge did as well. And yeah, my pick will be Precambrian. And then this is my intronaut pick, Prehistoricisms. The one that came before this. This might be a bit more on the post-metal side. Yeah, it's awesome. The final track, The Reptilian Brain, is like 20 minutes of
insanity.
Odd in it. Yeah, insanity. It goes all over the place. Crazy band. Thought
Dude.
Industry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
What's the name of
That
it?
is a nuts listen.
Songs for Insects. Came out on Metal Blade, Thought Industry.
Yeah, but what's a Thought Industry?
Bizarre.
Yeah, that band is weird as fuck, man.
I have that
the
one.
album after this. Mods for the Pig or something?
Mods Carve the Pig or something?
Mods Carve the Pig. Yes. Yeah. That's fucking crazy. Another newer band.
Dune.
With the V. This Itamen Inca. I don't know. It's of course based on the Dune books. And then gotta mention Rivers of Nile. I like the work. I think the work is great. There we go.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys done good so far. I'm gonna be the major offender coming up here.
Yeah, Eric showed this.
Yeah.
Of course, have to have that, and I had also this, and Moon Tower.
Ooh,
That's
Swano too, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I am so far behind on the Swano shit.
Did pick Necrosis for.
That's a good pick there, man.
Yeah. Also picked out this, even though they're more technical, but still think they are quite progressive.
Oh yeah.
And one of my favorite progressive death metal albums is
Morbus Kron,
Sweden. I think these guys have done a perfect mix on this album. Some technical progressive death metal with fucking amazing artwork. Contrarian.
Oh yeah.
Just fantastic. Technical progressive, and I can show this as well.
Thank you. That's one of mine. Thank you.
Yes.
Which I don't have out.
Yeah, that was all I had.
That's it. All right.
Yep.
Man, you guys are doing really good. I'm really gonna feel guilty in a few minutes. I got some bangers in here. So, all right, Nick.
All right. Well, I mean, Eric covered this one. Leprous Bilateral, incredible album. Pretty sure this will be on Jeff's.
Yep, that's there. Thank you. So I don't have
Liquid Anatomy, Prog Metal Supergroup, Hans Grossman. Yeah, it's just absolutely incredible. Technical as hell, but still proggy as fuck. Intronaut was also one of those on the bubble. I fucking love this album, but I love all their stuff going all the way back to like Null and Void. This one also brought up on the cusp, but I went with Ziltoid. But yeah, dude, Deadhead, one of the best punches ever written.
That's one of the greatest riffs ever.
Awesome.
One of the greatest vocals ever, quite frankly.
And because it's a Voivod party, we need a Voivod album.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is my favorite one, but man, dude, Jack Luminous makes the prog cut for me. But God, Moonbeam Rider is so fucking catchy.
Oh, that's a great song, man.
I love this album. I love Voivod.
I love the cover of the Nile song, which it's just so epically doomy sounding, man.
We got Disillusion, and it's Iam, I think that's how you say it. German progressive death metal band. I've been huge in this band. It definitely kind of fills a void in terms of like the Opeth that I miss. Great vocals, lots of great atmosphere, amazing guitar playing. Like, it's technical as hell, but it's lush and fucking melodic as hell. Like, if you just want to be crooned, the song Driftwood on here, oh my god, it's just beautiful.
Wow, cool.
Oh yeah, you'll love it. Mandatory Dream Theater, it's probably my go-to one.
Killer album, man.
It is
So
a killer
heavy.
album.
So heavy.
Unique Prog from Australia, Alchemist.
Oh yeah.
Organism. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard of them. I don't own it.
This band, I don't think ever got the respect they deserve. The tribal stuff they throw in there, the songwriting. It's like a progressive Killing Joke at times, and I'm a sucker for Killing Joke. Oh yeah, dude, you would dig the fuck out of this, Jeff. Yeah, this one, and honestly, I like all their stuff.
Can't wait to see my Amazon cart tonight.
Carnival, Sound Awake, another awesome Aussie prog band. Kind of toolish, definitely a little bit more like catchy, but their songs are lavish. They're just, tuneful as hell, really great playing, amazing band. And yeah, you gotta have a Nissan album. I went with After just because I love how batshit crazy this album is. Am I want to go upside down? No, I'm not. No, it's whatever. Yeah, no, I love this one. I love all of Nissan's albums though. And Sluggage, Esoteric.
I was wondering if that was going to show up. Yep.
Yeah, progressive death metal, UK, slug puns, mollusk puns. We have Crop Killer, we have War Squids, the Spectral Burrows, Slave Goo World. But man, riffs.
Riffs like crazy on that thing.
Dude, the songwriting on here is amazing. Crop Killer, God, that is such a killer song.
Dave, do you know Sluggage?
Work on that
one more. We got two.
Hold on one sec. Dave, do you know Sluggage?
No, I don't.
You got to check it out, dude.
Yeah.
You'll flip for it. It's insane.
Song titles are winners, all of them.
Yeah.
Plug-based puns.
It's not just that. You pointed out it's like Dream Theater, only better in a lot of ways.
It's like Dream Theater and Bloodbath got together and they found like some sort of weird midpoint.
Yeah. It's super
and yeah, just because you got to have
with the drummer of the Black Dahlia Murder.
Yeah. So yeah, and Tool for good measure. I love Lateralis.
Yep.
It's great fucking songs in here, and hopefully, I find some mushrooms growing on the island that won't kill me.
Well, hey man, that would be interesting if we were all on mushrooms. I'm probably the only guy that's never tried them. I know you and John have. Roger's not. I know Dave. You can't say this out loud, but I kind of know some things about you. And what about you, Jurgen? You look like you probably tried them before.
I'm staying with my pot.
I've tried them a lot of times.
Johnny, you don't strike me as a mushroom guy.
I've been there, done that.
He should strike you as that.
Oh yeah.
You have or haven't?
I went down to a friend's house and we ate them with yogurt for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Wow.
You have a load of them.
So you got a little dairy with your fungi.
Yeah. It was interesting.
John, I already know about you, dude. I know stories about you that are fucking beyond epic. So be quiet.
I mean, I'll of course stick with my pot too, but yeah.
But there was that trip to Chris's. Just saying,
dude. That was the greatest time of my life.
I know.
Man.
I smelled God.
Your fucking head's still probably there. Logan, how about you? Did you ever do shrooms? No. So you, me, and Roger, we're the lame asses. Right? And I know you did, Eric. I'm pretty sure you did. You're not saying anything. All right. Okay, Eric, speaking of you, let's get your honorable mentions. Now, I'm just going to ask a question here before you start. How many do you think you have? Seriously.
Well, I'm pretty sure no one was counting. I mean, people already showed more than 10, right? So I don't have that.
I don't know about that, but I'm gonna break it. So I'll let you break it to an extent.
Right.
Not 50. All right.
The last time I did mushrooms, I put them on pizza, and I put too many on, and I had to go leave the friend group and go hang out with my furniture in my bedroom for a while.
The furniture hang, huh? All right.
I get it.
Anyway.
By the way, everybody, I just want to point something out real quick here. if you didn't notice, and you all are meeting, I think you're all meeting Eric for the first time, except for Nick, right? And Logan, maybe.
Nick and Roger. I think I met Logan once.
Oh, you
before.
met Roger. Okay.
Yeah, I met Eric.
Just note the handsomeness of Eric in the Cronus image that he's sporting right now. It's amazing. It's like
Peter Tagrin.
Peter Tagrin, yes. Oh my God, yeah. Holy fuck, dude.
I'm the only one that didn't see that.
You're still not going to get laid, Eric. I'm just saying. But anyway.
Not on this panel.
Not on this channel for sure, yeah. All right, man, go ahead. Hit me up.
Blushing.
Hit me with your best shot.
Anyway, okay, these ones I'm just going to go through real quick. They were already mentioned.
Wow.
Red One's End, Atheist.
Yep.
Coroner. Actually, no. I put that one in that stack, but it's not. Anacrusis and Porcupine Tree as well. I excluded it because it's borderline for me. They have a lot of prog metal songs, but maybe not a full album.
Right.
But anyway, Splitting Hairs. They're fantastic. I can't believe no one mentioned this.
It was
Someone
close.
did. Someone did.
Yeah. Got to be an
I didn't know.
honorable.
I don't know where to put that album in
Yeah.
a genre. You know.
Well, it's progressive death metal.
I would say.
Yeah, that's another one
Okay.
that for me, like I could not stand the vocals at first, but another gateway band for me getting into death metal for sure. Maudlin of the Well.
Oh, that's
on
an interesting choice.
Bath or
Yeah.
Body Map. I will
Good
say
choice.
I
Yeah.
listened to both of these the other day, and I wish there was a little bit more death metal or a little bit more metal in general, but still killer albums. You go from like post rock to like death metal in a split second.
And you
Crazy
could throw
stuff.
Toby's other band, KO Dot, in there too.
I've never listened to them yet.
KO Dot.
I got to check them out.
Yeah.
Akrakaka, Words That Go Unspoken, Deeds That Go Undone, killer album. I would argue that this is prog metal. Anthems to the
Yes.
Welcome at Dusk.
Sure, of
Yeah.
course it is. Yeah, of course.
Love that. Favorite black metal album of all time, probably. I would argue
Over
that this.
Eclipse? Oh,
I would
Ooh.
argue that this is prog metal. Honestly,
really?
there's a lot of the violin, the harsh to clean vocals. Your River has like 5 different sections in the first 3.5 minutes. I mean, I don't
That's
know. They do a lot of
borderline.
weird stuff
I'll
on
let
this
you
album.
slide.
Well,
It's on Prog Archives. So
oh,
this is getting there as well.
What is it?
Crazy
the
time
gates.
signatures all over the
it's
place.
at the gates.
Oh, at the
Rhythm
gates?
shifts, violin again, and I love how you get the stereo thing with 2 guitars, and each guitar is playing a different riff half the time. It's crazy. Awesome album. Oblivion, Nemesis, just technical death thrash, proggy stuff from Quebec, Canada. Nagira Bunget, Ohm.
That's an interesting
Forget
choice.
where these
yeah.
guys are from. Awesome proggy black metal.
Belgium, right? No.
I forget. I want to say Hungary or something, or Turkey maybe. Might be Turkey.
I don't
Anyway.
remember, right?
Incubator, Roy the Housefly. It's like if Obituary was doing Voivod covers or something.
Yeah.
What?
Ancient, Voice of the Void, another kind of local band to me from Vancouver. These guys
Awesome.
are kind of like a mix of Opeth and Mastodon, sort of.
Yep.
That's a great album, man.
They played here in Toledo once.
Yeah.
Romania, dude. They're from Romania.
Oh,
They grew up-
Romania. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. This is the first Dream Theater album I heard, so it's still one of my favorites. I don't listen to it a whole lot anymore.
That's the last good. That's the last good one.
I kind of fell off the James LaBrie train as well.
I still like Systematic Chaos.
Not my favorite Queensryche. That would probably be The Warning.
I fucking
but
love
this
that
is
album.
Still a great
Love it.
album. And real quick, this one,
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad that Jurgen mentioned To Megatherion, but this is probably their most proggy, awesome album. I hate One in Their Pride. It's garbage, but the rest is cool. And just want to say one quick shout out These guys are borderline prog in spots,
Who is
mystification
it? I'm
and
sorry.
deluge. And some of the later
Manila
albums-
Road. Yeah. You're just sucking up to Marty. Don't lie, man.
That's it.
You had to get that in there for Marty's sake. Assuming he watches it. Good list, man. Lots of shit there. But you also showed about 20 albums before we got into your first album. So
you want to keep going?
Yeah, I think we're good.
These bands were already mentioned. So,
But I will say this. You brought up a really good point. You like albums like Red from King Crimson, albums like Rainbow's Rising. What were the other ones you showed? I forget.
Jethro Tull.
Yep.
Yeah, Jethro Tull, very progressive, very hard rock.
You're right.
Demons and Wizards, man, what a fucking album. God damn. Rainbow Demon. Yep. Good stuff there, Eric. Very good stuff. All right, John, what you got?
All right, much like I don't have all the albums to show.
That's fine.
I guess between the Buried in Me, Colors, and Beyond, all the way to the current. Stephen Wilson's The Raven That Refused to Sing.
That's a good one.
Because I love that album. It's fucking beautiful. Damnation from Opeth, because I love the darker, slower side too. Intronauts, Fluid Extensional Inversions, Oceans, Precambrian, Rush, Permanent Waves.
Ah, there you go.
Colonel Claypool's Bucket of Bernie Brains, The Big Eyeball in the Sky.
Nice.
Devin Townsend's Empath, and Black Crown Initiate Songs We Cannot Forgive.
Nice, man.
Nice.
Yep.
You're sucking up to Jeff with the Rush one.
And you were sucking up to me. Yeah, I could.
That's my favorite.
I could feel something in my. I could feel something in my loins, just tingling.
Oh, that's
wait.
all
I'm sorry.
for John.
I'm sorry. I just pissed myself. That's what it was. Anyway,
That can also be for you too, John.
Oh, great.
Johnny, you're up. But I had something. When you guys do your comment with your top 10, don't worry about your honorables because that would take unless you want to list them. That's up to you. But I just want your top 10. That's all. All right, Johnny, what you got, man?
Right. Not many.
Okay. Not many.
Oh,
40
that's
albums
heavy.
later.
Right. No, I've only got about 10,
Okay.
15 max.
15 max.
Copy.
20 maybe.
The next son's in Extremis, the one that they came back with. I think this is absolutely
Nice.
brilliant.
I gotta try that. Man. I just did
This
not.
has been
dig
shown
that.
on CD, but I thought I'd show the vinyl version.
Nice.
Yeah.
This
That
one's
art is sick.
gold vinyl, limited to 500 copies. Very nice. Love a bit of Gorguts. No one's mentioned this. I'm not even sure if they're plugged, but I don't care. I know you've done something about it. I think you did a deep dive or something. The new Blue Cat Lord.
Oh hell yeah, they're Prog, man. I'm gonna talk
Yeah,
about them.
this is one of the scariest albums I've fucking heard.
It's a
My
soundtrack
God.
to a nightmare.
It is.
Yeah,
It's nightmare
killer
fuel.
album,
But yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. Needs to be mentioned. This has been mentioned previously as well. The White World album, False Light.
Mhm.
Oh my God, such a good album.
Yep.
Such a good album.
Killer.
It's one of them ones that I just had to search out. Cost me an arm and a leg and a kidney as well. I'd probably be the person that this is my favourite Cynic album. I think right. There's probably not a lot.
I
of
love
metal in
that
it,
album, man. I think it's brilliant.
not a lot of metal in it, but it's certainly very proggy.
I like it without the segue tracks.
Yeah. The latest Mastodon.
Yes.
I actually think this is really good. I think it's a technical album. As you say, they're obviously getting further and further away from metal, but it's still a great album. That's all the vinyl, and I've only got about 6 CDs. I showed for Jeff the Anathema album. This is the one that I picked, Judgment.
Killer
Great
album.
album.
That's probably the riffiest and heaviest.
Yeah, this should just be mentioned. Stephen Wilson, Raven That Refused to Sing, great stuff, but I didn't put it in my main one because I put Porcupine Tree. I haven't got any Devin Townsend, but I thought I'd put Strapping Young Lad City, and the beast of an album. Loggy, I don't know, but we'll all like a bit of Strapping Young Lad, who are misses.
Yep.
Tool, Anema, great album.
Yeah.
Therion
Oh, Therion.
with,
Wow. Yeah.
Lepica, Cliffoth.
Man, I'm surprised nobody mentioned him. You're the only one that brought them up.
Yeah. So I thought I'd put it in the honourables. I didn't know if people would mention it. It's certainly very proggy. This I love. This is by Primus. I think it's the most proggy album.
But are they metal though?
It's got its metal bits in it.
It does.
But,
okay.
You know, you've got to have something by
I don't know that
Les
one.
on the island. So I'll hopefully be able to sneak it
What is
in.
it?
Like, little
Ginny's
album.
on Smack.
Last to get into Jeff's good books, you've got to have some Rush.
Attaboy.
I'm going with the 40th anniversary of Farewell to Kings. So there you go. It's not my favourite Rush album. Moving Pictures is, because I presume it's most people's, because Moving Pictures was the first one I bought. But
you could kind of say that. I mean, that and 2112 were kind of the nexus to lead into Hemisphere.
Yeah,
so.
This is probably the first proper prog album for me with them. But you know, as I said, it's you know, it's got Xanadu on it and
nice,
stuff like Cygnus X1, absolutely great. So that's me. See, not that many today.
No, nice job.
Because I'm not a prog nerd, so I haven't got a lot of stuff to choose from. So.
I'm gonna rip out about 400 now. So sit tight, guys.
Oh God, no.
Blutas Nord. We've got Cosmosophy. This fucking album rules. You guys know me and that, man. This fucking variant. Oh my, is that Precious or what? I could put Dialogue with the Stars in there. I could put a whole lot of albums in there, but we'll stop with that one, Cosmosophy. Real quick, on the Stephen Wilson train, one of, I think it's 3000 was the pressing of this. This is Insurgentes. I think it's his most varied. There's a lot of very heavy moments on here, and then a lot of variety. This is the limited edition book that sold out in, I don't know, like 3 hours or something like that back in 2009 with the 5.1 DVD. That thing goes for crazy money. You got it. No one mentioned these guys, man. I'm surprised.
I thought about it.
Yeah, I mean, they're more modern.
Yeah.
Are they a little derivative in their worship of Morbid Angel and Demolich and stuff like that? Sure, why not? Who knows? It doesn't really matter. I mean, I think they're a brilliant band. This is a cool swirly variant, so that's that. Got two more real quick of the albums, and I'll hit some CDs quick and get you guys out of here. And I do want to thank all of you for giving me 5.5 hours of your day today. Really appreciate it. But the band that probably influenced that band the most that we just talked about, BI, Time Ghoul.
Yep.
Is that cool, man? Wow. I gotta thank my kid for that. That was an awesome gift.
I've only just picked that up, Jeff. I've just picked it up recently. I've not heard it yet, but I've only just picked it up because a lot of people have been raving about it.
It's killer.
Actually, Levi sent me that as a gift a while ago. So thank you, Thrash Maniac.
And we talked about Cynic and how influential that band is, but the main guy in this band is very influenced by Cynic, and this album is fucking killer, man. It is so good. This is Max Phelps, who is in Cynic, also Death to All, but this is his band, and man, I mean, just super cool.
Noonan, take
coming
note
out
of
with a
that.
new album. What's up?
I was saying, Noonan, John, take note of that one. The Exist one.
John, you'll love that album.
I just did.
Yeah,
You'll love that album.
get the first one too.
All right. So those are the vinyls. I'm going to tear through some CDs quick, and I really broke my rule bad, so sorry about that. Arch Matthias, Mechanical. I'm sorry. Sympathetic Resonance. Man, this almost made the cut in the first top 10. This album is so fucking good. John Arch, Jim Matheos, Joey Vera, Jarzombek, Bobby Jarzombek on drums. Just fucking amazing, man. I think Kev Moore's on that too, I think. We talked, Jurgen, you'll like this one, man. We need a little bit of technical thrash. We need a little bit of progressive thrash. My buddy Craig, his band fucking rules. This album rules. Tim Calvert on here. Forbidden are back. Everybody knows that. If you watch my channel, you saw I've had them on a bunch of times. Craig's super cool. We just had Skinner and Chris Contos on for this. This album fucking slays, man.
Yes.
And I will say that Norman did a hell of a job singing for them. So While we all probably would want to hear Russ if we could, that's just not going to happen. So shocked no one mentioned this band. Like shocked out of my mind. Arcturus, man. Like fuck.
Oh,
Like really?
Yes.
I was
Yeah,
considered
man,
Known
the
it. That's the only reason.
Avant-garde.
When I
avant-garde.
got
Yeah,
this album, I could not stop listening to it for like 2 fucking months. It never came out of my
if we
head.
did an avant-garde list, it'd be on there. So would Psy. Psy, I thought about putting on there too.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, a couple of ones like honorables that I didn't want to do doubles on. Crimson Glory's first album, original, that it rolls, but it's not Transcendence. I'm sorry. Some people would disagree with me and say that's the better one, but I just think Transcendence is something else. We've already talked about some of these bands. Enslaved, my second favorite album from them, I think. It probably isn't. I probably fucked it up and it's way out of order. This is Below the Lights, incredible album. In fact, that leadoff track as Fire Swept Clean.
Yes.
Oh, man. Get the hell out of here. Death Human, we talked about. These are the special limited edition 2000 jobbies here. You know, because I'm like that. I roll like that. I don't think anyone mentioned. I'm thinking, hold on. Did anyone mention this band? This one might be a quasi. I'm not sure. But this is this band's proggiest album right here. And come on, man. It's fucking Maiden. Maiden rule the earth. They just rule everything. And I love this album. Yeah, it's got Can I Play With Madness? Fuck you. I love that song. So if you
Can
don't
I
like it, I
play
don't
with
care.
my balls?
Can you play with my ass? Amazing album, and this is one of the Castle jobbies that have the double CDs. I always like to bling that; they're so cool. Oops. All right, there we go. Almost there. We're getting close. No one mentioned this band. This might be a quasi. Do they really belong in metal? But man, this album fucking rules, and I think it's right there. And it's proggy as fuck. The Mars Volta, Deloused, and the Comatorium.
I thought about it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Not metal.
I fucking love
Not
it.
metal.
Prog rock.
You might. It's more prog rock than metal. You're probably right, but I had to throw it in there. All right.
They're intense. They're not super heavy, but they're intense as hell.
I love that album.
All right, you guys mentioned Debbie. Gotta mention this album. Devin
Yep.
Townsend. What's it called? Biomech or no? What's it called?
Yeah.
Ocean Machine.
Biomech. This is my favorite Debbie. And Jimmy and I are going to do a dad episode with this, and he's doing Terry, I think, and I'm doing this one. Yeah. Anybody know this band? I mentioned them many times. Dark Suns. Jürgen, you should know these guys. German band, right?
Yeah, they're from Germany. Yeah, I saw them on their first album. Yeah.
Yeah, Swan Like. It's kind of a ripoff of Opeth. I mean, it is, but it's a killer fucking album, man. The song Swan Like and the Suffering song, like 14 minutes long. Oh my god. Do you know this band, Dave? I had to have played these for you.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Okay. Tool, Lateralis, we talked about. Don't need to say anything more. Fate's Warning, we talked about. It's sometimes my favorite album. It's probably my favorite Ray album by far. Sometimes maybe better than Awaken. OSI. Anybody know OSI with
Portnoy.
Theos, Mike Portnoy, and Kevin Moore.
Yeah.
This is the debut album. Has a killer track called Shutdown on here with Steven Wilson. Amazing album. Jim Matthias is a genius. Only a couple more, guys. I can't find my cover to focus. I think my kid has it in his car when we went down to or her car, sorry, when we went down to see them. Focus, man, it just edges out, traced by a little bit because I love the death metal vocals on it. Okay. We said BI. I already said that, but I think this is probably my favorite one over the other one. I love Starspawn. And 3 more. Nobody mentioned this band, but man, this album is killer.
Yeah.
Cryptic Shift. Greetings from Enceladus. Was talking to Xander the other day. They're well along the way on their new album, so that I'm stoked for that. Xander sent me a special edition of this, which was ultra fucking cool. Thank you, Xander. It's a double with all the demos and shit on there. 3 more, guys. 3 more.
Cryptic Shift, an excellent live, Jeff. A very good live. I seen them live last year.
Have you?
Cryptic Shift. Really cool.
Who are they with?
They were at UK Death Fest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, very boy vibe like.
Yes.
And actually,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
opened for Voivod back in April of this year or something like that. Borderline. This is borderline, but I call it's more maybe traditional heavy metal, but I think it's pretty fucking prog. And if you guys know me, you know my love for this band. I don't have the original. I have the original CBS version here, but I do not have the original shrapnel version. I had it on cassette tape and lost all those. Fucking Fifth Angel, man. Come on, man. Fucking Fifth Angel. This album just absolutely crushes. I think it's fairly proggy, killer album. And then my last two picks are from the same band. I could not choose which one. I'll be interested to hear anybody speak on these. The band is the Italian band Novembre. These two albums, man, The Blue and Dreams de Azure, however you say that in Spanish. Anybody have any thoughts on that band? I mean, I think they're so wildly underrated. Nobody talks about this band.
I
man.
haven't jammed them enough to really have an opinion on it. I think I've jammed some stuff off of Blue, but I just need to listen to more.
It's anybody got any thoughts on
Never
that?
heard of them.
No.
I haven't listened to them for 10 years probably. So
Jurgen and you gotta go back to them. Check those two albums out. I'm telling you right now, they're fucking mind blowers. Very progressive, very black metal-y, but the black metal voice is kind of very almost melodic in a weird way, and just complex guitar work. I don't know what they've been doing lately. I don't think maybe they broke up. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since they've done an album. But anyway, real quick, we'll wrap up here. Anybody got anything?
I just forgot this album.
Hang on.
Dordida.
Oh, what is that?
Dordu. When Eric talked about Nagura Bunget, they had a fallout. You know, the drummer kept the old name, and this is the main guy from Nagura Bunget. He started this band, and very progressive with a lot of folky instruments and just awesome, cool. Probably my most progressive album in the collection, but I didn't remember it until he mentioned Nagura Bunget. So, yeah, from Romania.
I have to highlight two comments here. Number one is from Dickbag Maze of Torment, and he says that I can't play this because I don't have no turntable variant. He knows I don't have a turntable, and he knows why I don't have a turntable. But, fucker, I'm going to be getting one real soon when I get the big buckos. And I would have said, Devin, I'll send you something. But after that comment, fuck yourself. All right. Yes, Damage Incorporated, you mentioned Book of Souls. I meant like in the top 10 of the people that were here, but I apologize. So, last thing, Devin, I read your top 10, didn't I? Did I read Devin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a shame. I shouldn't have. I have one last one. Sorry. Fuck, where's it at? Where's it at, man?
Are you gonna get Serge to give you or post his top 10 in the comments as well?
I'll get him to put his.
He only gave us 6.
Yeah, I think he only gave a couple. Yeah, he has a young child that there's some issues there, and he had to get that. All right.
I just want to hear his whole list. So.
Yeah, I'll get him to do that. And again, guys, post what you want. If you want to just do your 10, that's cool. If you want to do all your stuff, I probably won't do all mine because it'll take forever. But
I'm gonna
do here for Jimmy.
Drop.
Jimmy did check in. He was gonna try to make it, but he says he's an hour away from home and he's in the car and he doesn't want to go through that. So his list is Cynic Focus, Opeth, My Arms, Your Hearse, Meshuggah, Destroy, Erase, Improve, Porcupine Tree, In Absentia, Death Human, and here's a first. I don't think anyone mentioned this band. Necrophagist, Epitaph.
Wow. I mean, it's more tech death, but it's an awesome album.
Yeah.
Devin Townsend, Ocean Machine, which I just showed. Enslaved Isa, Rush Hemispheres, thank you very much. And Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, Iron Maiden. Runners Up, Outer Limits for Voivod. Queensryche, Operation Mindcrime, and Dream Theater, Images and Words. Man, holy shit. We did 5.5 hours. We'll wrap here in a few minutes. And wow.
Oh, we're not doing our top 25?
Round 2.
Here we are at day 2 of the Prog Island.
We could, Dave, but you'd end up divorced, so I don't want to do that to you. But yeah, man. First of all, I want to everybody give Dave a hand, man. Dave hung in there all night long. He had no idea. You guys don't understand. I've been trying to get Dave to come on for like fucking 6 months or something like that. He's like, But you got to admit, Dave, it was pretty fun, right?
That was fun. Good
All
time.
right, so we're going to be
Good
doing.
hand.
Dave and I are probably going to be doing a Dream Theater, Dad. I feel it. I think it's coming. Jurgen.
Yeah.
It's about fucking time, man.
Yeah, time for dinner.
What's that?
It's time for dinner.
Well,
Yeah,
here it
it
is.
is.
Actually, over there, you're probably ready to crash or have a couple beers. But, dude, thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Yeah, of course.
You got anything
Sure.
coming up you want to announce quick?
Nothing planned. No.
Nothing planned. Okay.
No.
Jurgen. Logan. Dude, you brought some heat today, man. Way to go. And
That was good.
And not only that, you waited till the very end to bring some pussy, dude. Yeah.
Someone had to.
All right. I mean, we needed some pussy on this thing for sure.
Now the island is set.
Is that's the crazy one that's always interrupting and jumping around? Yeah. What's his name
Yeah,
again?
Louis, the
Louis.
obnoxious one.
Louis bad.
Are we going to Grind Island next?
Grind Island.
Let's do it. I'm in.
Grind Island.
However, the next island. Well, actually, I tell you what. What do you guys want to see as the next island?
Grind Island.
Grind Metal Island.
Dude, we're not doing
Grind
grind. I don't
metal.
like grind. Fuck.
Right.
No, we want to make you listen to a whole bunch of grindcore and have you pick 10 albums you'd have to live with.
Can you literally find 10 albums in grindcore?
Oh, God, I can find way more than that.
100.
All right. Well, we're
Gotta
gonna
do
table
new
that.
metal island, dude.
Hang on. We're gonna.
Regressive metal.
No, that's not happening.
No.
That's not happening.
It's down regressive metal. Come on.
Well, no, I'm being serious now. Will you guys fucking get serious for a minute? All right.
Glam Metal Island.
Which one?
Glam Metal.
You
You do a
know,
glam one.
glam and hair, man. I think we got to do it.
What about just like a straight up heavy metal island, like traditional metal?
That's the one I was thinking, was just a heavy metal
I
one.
could do Tread.
Well, let's
You
put
get
it to a
modern
vote.
bands in there, too.
I'm not saying everyone here is going to want to join, but let's put it to a vote. Who wants to do glam or hair metal? I'm with that. Okay, it sounds like traditional metal. It is.
I can do either.
Everybody got to let me know if that's the one you want to do. If you want to join, please let me know. I really want to make it very clear. I am very thankful and grateful for the time that all you guys give me, because you don't have to do this. It's not really helping you in any way. I'm not sending you any money. Good luck on that. But I love all you dudes for just who you are, and just the stuff you bring and the contributions you make is fucking killer. So let's do traditional heavy metal. Roger, what do you got coming up? Anything? You're always doing collection updates.
Yeah, well, there will be more collection updates, but there are some response videos, competitions that I will get to going this week. But Simon,
so fucking
explosive
lame on those.
action and stuff like that. So yeah.
Okay, cool. You always do great updates, man, and you're always buying shit.
Yeah, not so much this year, but it seems like it's been a lot of great sales, especially on Duplicate Records, which is my main supplier in Norway. So it's been an awesome year in that regard. So yeah.
Nick, what do you got going on? Coming up?
Bunch of collection updates, reviews coming, of course. We think we have a day for shooting Judas Priest, so we're finally going to get that ranking done. Speaking of trad metal,
Nice.
dreading putting together a year-end list because this year has been backloaded with amazing albums.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy. I'm going to finally.
Oh no,
this year.
no, I got like 55 on the list so far.
I could easily do a top 50. Easily.
Yeah.
Eric, what do you got going on, dude? You've finally been dropping some videos. What's up?
Yeah, I got a couple things in the in the pipes that I'm gonna hopefully
I
get
gotta
done
check out,
soon.
guys, man.
Oh,
Right.
Oh, okay,
Later,
Dave. See you,
Dave.
buddy.
I gotta check out. Hey, thanks
All right,
a
Dave.
lot.
Hey,
Appreciate
touch base
you.
with me tomorrow or something like that. All right, man.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, we
mate.
got a jam. We got a jam with Mike.
Yeah.
You
That
bet.
shit happening. All right, later. Thanks, bud. Eric, where'd you go? Oh, there. Where are you? Oh, there you
Yeah,
are.
just I don't know, a couple things I'm thinking about, but I haven't committed to yet. But I'll have something out within the next week or two.
You got to have like super cool YouTube stars on with you to bring the people in,
Yeah, well,
right?
I'm doing a Judas Priest ranking with Eli. Dark hymns from.
He'll let you know when he meets some.
Apparently.
I'll invite you on for a Jethro Tull bonus material stream. How about that?
Wow, you fucker. That's on my channel, bitch. All right. And actually, I'm glad you brought that up.
Oh God. Yeah,
where am I at? Who did I miss? John, you're with Nick, so you guys kind of work in tandem.
Judas Priest ranking.
Shit.
I know we talked about we wanted to do maybe another viewer response thing. That's I'm sure coming eventually. Making a year-end list, which is going to suck incredibly bad because I have a lot and there's a lot. Now that I got my new office mostly set up here, I'm going to bring back What's John Jamming, so there's that segment that'll make its return. Always shit going on at Thralls. Always.
Always hardest working guys in the business, man.
We're psychopaths.
Johnny, what's going on over there on Rock and Metal Plus, dude?
Yeah, I think next month I'm going to be doing, I'm doing a live stream with one of the guys. Well, I think there's about 4 of us doing it. We're doing a High on Fire ranking thing.
Nice.
Should be cool. Looking forward to that. I want to do a review of the Napalm Death show last night, so I usually do just a bit of an intro thing, show the merch I picked up, and then I've got 2 or 3 clips from the show. I usually put that up. And then the rest of it's mostly the same as Lodger. Got 2 or 3 contest entries I got to do. Collection updates. My current vinyl inbox is getting closer to getting into triple figures. It's just absolutely insane. I need to stop buying shit.
I was gonna say your wife is gonna find a new place for you out back or something.
We're gonna run out of money very soon. Yeah, definitely.
She's like, please go back to work, man. Please.
We keep getting packages through, and it's like, oh, are they from HOs? You know they're fucking for you, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, what's that?
It's almost like you're gonna get.
It's vinyl shaped. Oh, it's a big box. It's probably a lot of CDs.
You're gonna get to that point where you have to actually intercede and like hide the packages as they come in, right?
Yeah, the boxes. Yeah, I have to keep going to the waste disposal place and with just a car full of boxes. It's like, oh, back again. Yes, they'll come in the cardboard.
You forgot to ask Logan if he's got anything coming up.
No, I did, didn't I?
Not really.
He's muted.
Well, I got the usual shit. I don't know. I'm gonna have a beer, listen to metal music. We're good.
That's the plan.
Logan has drinking streams. Actually, you're gonna do another one with Taylor, right? Tyler.
Yeah, we're gonna do a black metal and dark beer stream. So all stouts, porters, and black metal.
So 40 hours later,
That'd be fun.
40 hours later and 26 hangovers later, Logan will be. Yeah.
This is true. This is called.
Somebody mentioned Cephalic Carnage. I don't know him. I hate to admit it.
Oh,
that's proggy shit.
I mean, they're one of the most progressive grind bands.
Yeah.
You know, we could bring them up if we did Grindcore Island. I'm just saying.
If you do the Prog Grind Island.
Grindcore.
Yeah. Xenosapiens. That might still be my go-to.
I kind of like this idea too, proto metal. But I mean, well, I don't know. We're gonna go with traditional metal. I'll touch base with everybody and understand one thing. If I reach out to you and you're like, nah, that's not my thing, then I'm cool. I don't get like upset about it because I always seem to be able to find a lot of people. But I think it's very important for me to note, and I've said this many times, my channel is only as good as the people I have that come on it. Okay. I do all the fucking machinations and the the psychopathy of trying to herd cats, which is interesting at times. But I'm a very insistent person, as many of you know, and I generally get my way. So it just is how it works. One last thing, two last things. I gotta shout out what I got going on. Devin says he wants to join whatever island Jeff gets left off of. So, and it's funny. It's funny when I think of Devin, I think of a 4-letter word that begins with a C and ends with a D. So, on that note, I'm going to tell you what I got going on. There's a lot happening. Horrendous is coming up. I don't know whether it's a full band interview or 2 or 3 guys. That's probably coming up in a week or so. I don't know whether it's going to happen this week or next week. Again, Hannes Grossman is coming in from Alkaloid.
Sweet.
Necrophagist. Obscura. Goddamn. What else? Hate Eternal. What else?
If I can pop in and say hello, that would be sweet.
I'll see. I'm not
I'm
promising, but I'll see. As long as you don't sit there jizzing and feeling mitts or anything.
Yeah, pre-jizz before you go on there. Come on.
I can't promise that. All right.
All right. So that's Hannes Grossman. I'm trying to get. I have Derek Vella coming on. We were going to talk about the new Tomb Mold, and I was trying to get the band in, but now that this info dropped, this split dropped. What, Friday? Is that Friday?
Yeah.
Friday. The what's it called? Star
Path.
Star Path with Worm and Tomb Mold.
No.
I propose
Dream Unending.
Oh, Dream Unending. God damn, Dream Unending. I'm sorry. I proposed to Derek that he and one Phantom Slaughter come on. So we'll see if that. I'm waiting to hear from Phantom.
Nice.
Yeah, he could be rather ghostly about it. That would be a cool one to have. I got John Levin from Docking coming back doing a full interview on Saturday because we only had 25 minutes. Very rushed. I got several other people. Like I said, I'm hoping it into. I'm praying and hoping it happens, but I'm waiting to hear back from this man's publicist. And if you know me, this guy, Frank Marino, Alex Lifeson, those are the 3 holy trinities for me. And some dads. We got some dads I got to get scheduled. Jurgen, I got to get you on a dad, dude.
Yeah, sure.
You know what that is?
Yeah.
Definitive albums.
Someone's father.
We got to figure out a band to do and figure out a day to do one of those. We got one coming up. Actually, Roger, I want to talk to you about that. So stick around for a minute after. I want to talk to you about getting you scheduled. Johnny, I got to get you in.
Yeah.
Eric,
we've
we've done one. Logan, we've done one. John, we'll talk. Matt, whatever, the guy in the middle, the Paul Lynn guy in the middle there. We will do that. I think. Yeah, so those are the things coming up. Oh, Eric did mention we got to finish up the Jethro Tull thing for our 3rd episode. We're going to do all the supplemental materials in the 40th anniversary box sets and the box sets. So that could be a 2-hour, 3, 4-hour, 7-hour. Who knows? I don't know. Shit just goes on and on forever. I did want to show the new Alkaloid. This media book is kick ass. Thank you, Nick, for spending my money.
Oh no, I was happy to. As soon as I showed you that, you were like, oh, and I heard your bank account weep.
Oh well, the credit card, it's just it's painful.
I mean,
make sure I don't have any other quick things here. Oh, two other big ones. In November, not sure exactly when, but Craig Bierhorst will be back. He and I and Patrick from the Vinyl Archivist, plus I think Craig's drummer from his band, the Butlers. We're going to do the UFO catalog from all the Michael Schenker shit, all the Paul Chapman stuff. Not the 2 first albums and not the later stuff with Vinnie Moore, just the key stuff. Man, I don't know, Jurgen. You'd probably be good for that one. But, Mike Abdow's going to come back from Fate's Warning, talk about his new solo album. And there was one more. What the fuck was it? Sorry. There's one more I'm forgetting.
Can't read.
So those are the biggies. Oh, yeah. That guy, that producer guy on some of them Opeth albums. That guy. That's I think a very real possibility. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I think that's going to happen. We've been in contact again after many, many years. So, anybody got any last words, Jurgen?
Nothing more to say.
Nothing more to say. Like, motherfucker, I did 5.5 hours on this guy's channel. Fuck this guy. Man.
And I enjoyed every minute.
All right, awesome, man. It was great having you. I'm so glad you made it. Love and light to your parents, because I know they're getting up there like mine, and you know that shit. This shit's real stuff, right? As we get older, that shit's real stuff. Logan, what you got? Last words.
Cheers. Thank you. Fun.
Dude, I am shocked you are like pretty much sober right now. That's blowing my mind.
Yeah.
Good job.
Always.
I'm working on it,
Roger.
right?
Roger, any words in? I would like you to say something in Norwegian that's cool.
Bare si tusen takk for at du hadde denne streamen I kveld, så topp.
I think you said Jeff Kiefer is the most coolest fucker on the
That is
internet.
not what he said.
No, I just said thank you for having this stream tonight. So.
All right, awesome, man. Love you, buddy. Nick, last words.
Thank you for having me once again. I love doing these. These are an absolute blast and kind of a struggle because, you know, whittling it down to 10 is always fun. But yeah, looking forward to doing more stuff in the future.
All right, traditional metal island or something like that.
Yeah, dude, I'm down for that.
Eric, what do you got? Quick.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Nice to meet all you guys that I hadn't before. And as Radical Research would say, keep metal weird.
Yeah, you know, that's... Oh, I forgot one big one. Don Anderson is coming back in November, and I hope he's bringing a few friends, if you know what I mean. Something. We're going to talk about something that happened recently with his band, not Sculptured, the other one. So that's coming up.
Shit. Dude. Okay, wait. Just a second. Agalok. Nobody mentioned Agalok. The mantle. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's a good one, man. And I forgot about it. So yeah.
That was in the black metal stream or black metal island.
Well,
That would have been in my black metal island.
A lot of these bands can cross over, right? John, you got some last words, dude?
Yep. Thank you for having me. It was a blast. I enjoyed getting together with everybody and bullshitting prog metal. It's been a trip. I look forward to doing more of this in the future, and I'm happy to be a part of, everything and keep it fucking metal.
Oh, Rick posed a question here real fast. Any upcoming guest that breaks the average on the sausage party? Actually, ironically, I'm not going to ask Marissa Nadler back because she'll definitely refuse. But check that one out if you haven't. It's amazing. Yes, I'm going to have Kayla Dixon on from Dress the Dead is coming up in the next 2 weeks. I don't know if Craig's going to join or not. He might join at the end. So, yeah, we are going to get her on. I don't know. I'd love to get more women on, but I don't really know that many in the metal sphere that aren't in, that what's that called? The Epica stuff?
Hang tight.
What's that?
I said hang tight. There might be one appearing on the scene here.
Well, no, but I'm asking, like, what's Epica? What genre?
Oh, like
symphonic?
Symphonic metal?
Symphonic? Yeah.
Beauty and the Beast metal? Yeah, and I hate to say it, I'm not a big fan. I don't really know any. So I wouldn't mind talking to like Angela Gossow, but I don't. She's not playing anymore. So, but yeah, okay, that's a good point. Yeah, Johnny, any last thoughts?
No, just enjoyable as ever. I can't believe I've done every single fucking island so far. Really enjoyed it, mate. It's been cracking. One band I didn't mention because I couldn't find the CD, I'm sure I've got it somewhere, is Vector.
Yeah.
They're obviously very voivodic, but I think the Vector, is it Terminal Velocity? I've got it somewhere, I can't find it. I've unalphabeticalized my bloody collection, so I can't fucking find it.
What was the last one? Not Terminal Velocity. What was it called?
Yeah.
Was that the last one?
I thought that was
Terminal Velocity, is it?
No, it was something about Rex. Can't forget.
There was an EP, but like the last full length.
Yeah. Terminus Rex, was that it?
Yeah, Terminus Redux.
Redux. That's it, yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
You know them, don't you, Jurgen? You know Vector, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of Voivod, the U.S. Voivod, basically. All right, Johnny, thank you so much. Yeah, I've had Johnny on every stream. He's not asked me over for one stream yet.
I get it.
I think I should take something from that. But no, Johnny.
I've not actually done any of my own, Jeff. I've not actually I've not hosted a stream yet. I've been on many, I've not hosted my own. I've just been with a lot of the other guys from the UK here. So
yeah, Josh.
I've not hosted any. Obviously, when I do, you'll be the first that I don't call.
I was busting your balls. But Josh, you're on with Josh, right? Keith or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Cool guy, man. He complimented my guitar playing, which was kind of shitty because my hand was broken. But new guitar coming. Wait, guys, just you wait. Some seriously fucked up shit coming. All right, I'm out. We're gonna get out of here.
Yep.
Want to thank everybody that came and hung out today. We had between 25 and 37 people, which is awesome. That's a testament to you guys. Hang loose 1 second, and we'll end it, and then you guys can vault. So thanks everybody for being here. Trad Metal Island coming up somewhere down the road. All right.
Cool.
See you all. Peace out.